I know it. The thing is, I wish we could do the show from Belize. I would love to go there. I won't ever tell anybody about it. No. I've never been to Belize. I don't even know where it is. But the thing is, I mean, it is going to get cold here. And anything under 70 is cold, you know that. So maybe we can figure it out. You think we could set up this whole deal like in Belize? Hey, I got to go, man. Good luck with the sale. Just don't tell anybody about it. All right. I got to go. I got a show. All right, bye. Bye. Hey, what's going on? Sorry, I had a call there from somewhere. I don't want to say exactly where it was. Word. It's another beautiful, well, not here in Alabama, but in other parts of the country. It's another beautiful Saturday for football. The Auburn Tigers are at Arkansas. They're in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Former home, one-time home of Sir Gus Malzahn. I know you guys are fired up about that. The Gus Bowl, as we like to call it around here. Yeah, how are you guys doing? It's awesome to see you guys. I forgot to turn on my lights. My flanking lights. How could I have forgotten that? There you go, flanking light. Word. It's great to be here with you guys again. In Montgomery, it's blustery, a little colder than usual. This would not be perfect football weather, in my opinion. However, in Fayetteville, it's a different story altogether. Do want to give a shout-out. We had our very first comment in our entire stream was a super chat from the legendary Pocket Watch, who jumps in with a wiggle. Unbelievable. Is the guy a stud or what, man? We're just going to give him one of these applause. Oh, I've turned the sound effects off. We have to fix that. My bad. Pocket Watch, you're an absolute legend. And Blake R. jumps in with a super chat as well. And I also want to mention Blake R. Was the winner of one of our Swoogan Cups made capably by our friend Chip. Before the season started, and we gave that one away. I think Blake had 6, and then 7 went to my main man up in Indiana, Mama Doodat, who won last week. So now we've got we sent one to Spicy P, who's on the West Coast. We sent one to Blake, who's on the East Coast, and we sent one to Indiana, which is where Mama Doodat. So they're going all over the country. Of course, the winner in these sweepstakes in general, though, is Madison, because the first 3 of them went to Madison, Alabama. Not Huntsville. Madison. Blake, appreciate you, bro. You're an absolute legend. We got a lot of legends in this chat already. Man, wow, this is an unbelievable group here. Bourbon Bowl, We Don't Deserve You, bro. Solo Tiger in the house. Chaz. AU Taxman, who's always here early. Cleveland Brown, who's always here early. Jarrell. Man, this is unbelievable. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today. Solo Tiger says, JGT, I'm back to not getting notifications. Do you try to start 20 minutes before each game, or does it vary? I try to go about 30-ish, 30 to 25. But, administrative assistant says she doesn't always get those notifications. And I actually contacted YouTube about it in the early summer, and they just kind of YouTube's huge company, and when JG Coach shows up, they don't exactly drop trial for me. You know what I mean? They're like, well, I didn't really get a straight answer. So, anyway, that's kind of the situation I'm working with. I know you guys are surprised. You're thinking, well, JG, with 5,200 subscribers, he's probably getting A-listed at YouTube. No, actually, that's not true. Let's see what we've got here. That's funny. Okay, so Arkansas, we have a pregame blitz that Brian is putting together. We actually had to get creative with how we were doing that because we don't have a don't you start with me with that attitude, young lady. These are the automatic videos that pop up on our site that sometimes make that weird sound. In the pregame blitz, I want to make sure what Brian has been relaying here. All 3 tailbacks, Bigsby, Sean, and Jarquez, are present and accounted for. Schenker, Deal Fromm, and Landon King are there as expected. Owen Papo is here but not dressed out again, as reported by J.G. Tate. Auburn is hoping to get him back for Ole Miss. Looks like all the wideouts are present. And it looks like Killian Zier, some people call him Zaire, I believe it's Zier, is working with the number 1s at left tackle. Troxel as the backup could be big news. So that would be a pretty significant change if true. Again, with Papo, he's dealing with a high ankle sprain, and the latest information that we got this morning from inside the team was that Owen is shooting to return for the Ole Miss game. So that's going to be, you got Arkansas today, you got the off week next week on the 23rd, and then they're going to play Ole Miss, what is that, on the 30th, I think? That's going to be inside Jordan-Hare Stadium. And, yeah, That's how things are going to go down. So the goal, again, is to get Owen back for that one, which means, Daniel P., what up, bro? It says, let's smoke some hogs today. As a former coach I know once said, nothing stinks like a wet hog. Thank you, Daniel. You're an absolute legend. You know that. You know how I feel about you, bro. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go from this page to, well, still got to get Brian on the horn. God, we have so much to do. On the depth chart, let's take a look at this defensive depth chart real quick. I was hoping to be able to move Papo into that spot at inside linebacker, but it looks like it's going to have to stay with Chandler Wooten, who's actually been solid these last few weeks. I think that Zacoby, number 9 there at the money backer, or the outside backer, however you want to look at it, I think he's been their best, honestly. And I would probably say that even if Owen was playing, because I think Zacoby's been insane this year. He's just so rangy, and he hits really hard. Not that Owen doesn't. Solo Tiger asks a good question, says, does no Papo mean more smoke in the box versus the run? I would think so, yes. But, man, smoke is such a liability playing backward. But, I would have said that about Daniel Thomas, and he's in the NFL now, so I don't know. Yeah. Look at this. Hornatius says 1 a.m. Beach, his first game I've been able to watch this year. We're glad to have you, bro. I guess no travel softball today, huh? I did note that you had a post in the bunker this morning that was, I didn't understand what you were talking about. It was very nebulous, but I hope that you're okay, and I hope that it didn't last more than 4 hours, because that can be very dangerous. Thank you, AU Texman, for having people smash a like, because we need more of that for sure. Otherwise, this looks pretty good. Now, Derek Hall was really having to fight through some pain in that last game. I think he got picked up an injury, and his workouts were light this week. But we believe he is going to be available for this game. So Derek Hall there on the edge/DE is going to be a good addition. Always a good addition because he's a damn good player. As you see down here, bottom right, TD Moultrie, we're going to have to leave him in the not playing category. TD is out with what I would call a technical issue. He's not injured, and he's missed, I think, 2 games now. And the information that we have is that best case scenario for that absolute best case scenario possible is going to be that he would return for Ole Miss. If you want to know my opinion, it is that I don't think TD's going to play again this year, and that would wrap up his career actually, because he's at the end of the road in terms of eligibility. So that would be a sad story, because he had worked really hard to get back into position to start playing some better football, and he had been playing better football. But at this point, that's the situation. Some interesting things going on with the playing rotation in the back here, though, because Nehemiah still a starter. Roger McCreary obviously a starter at the cornerback position, but Jalen played a lot of snaps last week, and I thought he played his absolute tail off. We did a camera eye on one of the plays that he made to destroy a trips screen, wideout, a Z screen in the trips formation, a bunch formation, which means trips in the Georgia game. He absolutely blew up one blocker and then the ball carrier. And that's what we love about Jalen Simpson. He is such a physical player, but he's also good. He's also fast and understands how to cover guys. So it's really been a 3-man rotation there, and they do play 3 cornerbacks a fair amount out of their nickel look. So anyway, those guys have been so good. I think Auburn's cornerbacks may be the best players on the entire team this year. And then Bidarius Knighton, who is definitely back. He had a procedure done. I think it was the week before Penn State, as I recall. Nothing to do, it was just kind of an unusual procedure, just not the part of the body that it was. It wasn't like he hurt his knee or his ankle or anything like that. And so he was out a couple weeks because of what that procedure kind of put him at risk for having problems with. But he's good now, and he played a full complement of snaps last week, so I think he is back 100% and ready to go. Get a little information there from Sir Brian Matthews. Okay, so defensively, they've been pretty good. I thought they were pretty good last week, honestly. You lose a game 34-10, and you're like, it kind of sucked. But, it is Georgia, and they played very effectively. They're a pretty good ball club. On the offensive side of the ball, not many changes here. As we understand it, the only change that I could see happening here is that Killian Zierer could be moving ahead Austin Troxell, which surprises me a little bit because Troxell, as I recall, is Auburn's highest rated by Pro Football Focus lineman this year. It's either him or KJ, I can't remember. But and then they're kind of 1-2 regardless. So that would surprise me a little bit. Maybe Trox picked up an injury that hadn't been discussed. This coaching staff is not real forthcoming with injury information, which is fine. I would probably consider doing it that way myself if I were a football coach. I also would never be a football coach because I couldn't handle it mentally. When people would drop passes and stuff, I would just absolutely lose my mind. But God bless these people. I can see, last week for the Georgia game when Harsin's over there just going, I'm just like, bro, I feel it. I really do. Oh, man, that do you remember that stop-and-go route that they ran out of 8-man protection against Georgia where Shed was wide open and Bo wouldn't throw it? And instead he just rolled out to his right and then just freaked out and got sacked. It happens sometimes. Anyway, that's the situation with the depth chart. It's pretty much business as usual over here. I would like to see more Javarius Johnson. We only saw, I think, 4 or 5 snaps from him last week. He's not injured. Just seems like they're favoring Demetris and Kobe, which Kobe was pretty reliable last week, to be fair. And Shed is still playing a lot. I don't really understand that. I think you guys are equally surprised by that as well. Let me go ahead and move to our main game screen now, which you will find right there. And we're going to now try to get Sir Brian Matthews on the horn. Let's see if we can find him here now. It is now ringing.
What is up?
What up, Sir Brian Matthews? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Are you drinking bourbon yet?
No, I'm not. I do have a bourbon of the day, but I haven't actually partaken yet, sir.
All right.
All right. So tell me about this Zero situation. Do you think that's going to go down?
Wow, that's very surprising. Yeah, I mean, we have a guy there who told me like right away when he saw the offensive line that 77 was at left tackle. I'm like, are you sure? Right? Let's double check this. But yeah, he got reps with the first team, and Austin Troxell is there working with the second team. So it's not like this is an injury situation. Apparently, this is a situation where Killian has moved ahead there in the pecking order, and they're giving him his first start at Arkansas. So, on one hand, I'm surprised that this is the change that's being made because I frankly thought Austin Troxell was doing pretty good, at least when it came to the pass pro. I didn't think his run blocking was all that great, to be honest with you. But I thought the guards, really the interior guys, including the center, were the ones that were really not performing all that well, especially when you looked at that Georgia game.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was telling them, the highest rated guy that Auburn's got on the offensive line is, I think, Troxell. It's either him or KJ, but they're close. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's surprising to me a little bit. And then the tailbacks are ready to go.
Yeah. Maybe I was just saying maybe Austin's a little banged up, or maybe he was during the week or something. We just hadn't heard about it, but yeah, that's definitely a surprise. And this is not just Killian's first career start. He's really not played that much at all.
No, not at all.
Even as a backup, it's not like he's gotten a whole bunch of reps.
Yeah, he had that torn ACL that he had, that he picked up right before he had signed with Auburn. Or right after, so he really wasn't going to play last year because he was rehabbing that, and now he's kind of come on and he's been eligible and ready to go, but he's been playing behind Troxell, so we haven't seen much of him at all.
Yep. The one thing we did, I think me and you both heard from a staff member that he was a guy that could, eventually be a player for Auburn, right? I think we asked about some of the backups, and he was one that was mentioned. This is maybe a little bit sooner than we thought, but on the other hand, Auburn's offensive line, I think, needed an injection of something. Maybe this is it or maybe it's not, but they needed some more help, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. This has got to be a game, Brian Matthews, I know you're with me on this, that they've got to run the football. Auburn's got to seriously get it done. We say that every week, and sometimes they do it and sometimes they don't. But I think Arkansas's defense invites you to run the football, and I think Auburn's got the dudes to make it happen. Maybe this helps. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think they've got to be stubborn in that way too. And what I mean is, I don't care if Arkansas loads the box. We saw this back with Tuberville sometimes, and even with Gus. Even when teams would do that, they would still run the ball and run the ball effectively at times. And I think Auburn's got the running back to do that. If that offensive line, and they've got the tight ends to do it too if they need to. So I would not be surprised to see Arkansas load the box. Auburn go out there with 2 or maybe even 3 tight ends at a time, and just try to power this ball and just try to get that running game going early, and then get to the passing game instead of doing what I think defenses want them to do, which is try to pass the ball, because they're loading up an extra safety or whatever in the box. And, Auburn's just not a really good passing team overall.
Yeah, not really. They should be, but their wideouts are terrible, and the quarterback he likes to flee the pocket.
Yeah.
All right, well, what are your expectations here, B-Matt? I forgot. Did you pick the Auburn Tigers, didn't you?
I did pick Auburn. The only guys to pick Arkansas were Stoltz again and Caleb, our intern. So that'll be interesting. I think this is going to be a really entertaining close game. Probably be a fourth quarter game. I think it's big defensively for Auburn to slow up their quarterback. KJ Jefferson is really dangerous, and he's got a receiver and the Burks kid who can destroy Auburn's secondary if they let them. Right, they've got to do a really good job of not letting them bootay them, so to speak, as he did on that first possession there. So we'll see how that goes, and then run the ball, let Tank get back in this game, work in Jarquez and Sean Shivers, and if you need to throw the ball, there's some tight ends that can catch it.
Yep, and this is the Gus Bowl. Auburn generally does pretty well in the Gus Bowl, Brian.
They do, yes, they do.
Yeah, it's a big game.
And I know Gus will be watching.
Yeah, it's pretty big for me. I mean, we got a game against Cincinnati, but I'm pretty worried about Arkansas too.
Probably is.
All right, Brian, you behave yourself, and let's see what happens. Okay.
Word. See you.
See you, bro. There he is, Sir Brian Matthews, an absolute legend. Been at the website here since 2001, I believe, and just keeps getting better. He's like wine, kind of, in a way. Let's see, Jeff C. in the house. What's up, brother? It's been a minute. Jeff used to be, well, I hate to say used to be. Last year was huge on the show. Was here all the time, and then has been doing some different stuff. And as you can see, he loves the music. He loves the rock and roll. In fact, he loves. Well, I don't want to get too deep into it, but he loves Van Halen. We'll put it that way, Jeff. So good to see you. Ravine jumping in. You guys know how Ravine is. He's definitely on the Mount Rushmore of the brain drain. He says, Ward M. Eagle, ready to see Tank reignite his Heisman campaign. Let's give you one of those for that. Keep on keeping on, JG. Hey, same to you, Ravine. We love you, bro. Glad to have you here and part of the show. Show. I got an LOL out of Jeff. I wonder if that was because I said that you like Van Halen a lot. He really likes Van Halen. Let's see. Daniel P. says, you reckon BDB got Gus on the horn this week? The answer to that would be a no. But I will give you a laugh for that. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I doubt that Brian needed any information from Gus about the Gus Bowl. But I think we're all going to be happy to see that part put away. I mean, not that Auburn would, of course, love to see – y'all would love to see the Tigers beat Arkansas for sure. But the fact that it was just always like this crowning achievement to beat Arkansas is probably want to see those days in the rearview mirror. Maybe put a little more emphasis on Georgia, Alabama, LSU. I'm just throwing out ideas here.
Yes, sir.
Is this Sir Brian Stoltz?
Yes, it is.
Hi, man.
Yes, it is. Hey.
There was a question in the bunker about how you spent your Friday night. Would you care to answer that question now?
Yeah, I'm fighting a flu bug. Running a temperature about 102 and stopped up and stuff like that. So I spent it knocking down some medicine and falling asleep at 7:30.
You went to bed at 7:30?
Yeah.
Does that mean no Murder, She Wrote or Hallmark Mysteries or whatever?
No murder, nothing. I fell asleep like the very first part of the Red Sox Astros game.
Dang, I hate to hear that,
I
bro.
need some sleep, man. Yeah, I'm all right. I feel better. My head's not as the fever's not as bad. I think I broke a little bit of it last night. So, yeah. So all my coverage is coming from the privacy of my own bed today.
Okay, that's
sexy time. That's sexy time.
Yeah. So
especially how I sound.
Yeah, man. Listen, you picked Arkansas. You are a contrarian by nature. Tell me about that.
Well, no, I think they're going to win. I think they're the better team right now. I think Auburn Auburn will have a problem stopping Traylon Burks and KJ Jefferson connection. I think that'll be the major winner for Arkansas, and I just feel like the secondary's had so many miscommunications. If Lab McConkey can make him look bad, so who knows what Traylon Burks can do? So I think Arkansas is out for revenge after last year's disastrous call that cost them the game. I think at home for the first time in a month, the fans will be up and ready, and I just feel like this is a bad game for Auburn to walk into.
Yeah, it's a tough situation.
I'm not trying to be contrarian at all. That's just my honest opinion.
We got a question here. Terrence says, "Does Stoltz have the vid? Do you think you have COVID?"
I don't think so. I mean, there's always a chance, but I mean, I am double vaccinated, but that doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, of course.
Excuse me.
All right, well, listen, man, I need you to hang in there. We need you to stay, conscious and lucid for another few hours.
Stay conscious. Yeah, I'm going to stay conscious, and I might move to my recliner. So that'd be a big move right now for me. So we'll see.
All right, Stoltz.
I am wearing pants, though.
Well, that's good.
So that's a good thing. Yeah, that's a good thing.
All right, man. You behave yourself, bro.
All right. I will, as always.
See you, Stolty.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
There he goes, guys. That's Brian Stoltz. Wow. There was a lot to process there, huh? Shane says, Stoltzy, why don't you chug a bottle of NyQuil? Jacob Elsenhouse is late to the show. Ward Amigo, baby. Let's go. We're glad to have you here, brother. Rich Anvil's, we had a thing on the, look, CBS has now gone to the game here. We had a thing, what was it, maybe last week? Like the week before this last one that just ended. I don't want me to be confusing about. If Stoltz had a column, what would we call it? And one of my favorite names was Rich Anvils brings it up in the chat. Stoltz's shit takes. Melee said this guy's drunk hang up. I laughed there during the show right there. Jeff C. says it's cold in Fayetteville. Auburn not good in the cold. I fear this is a revenge game for Arkansas after last year. That's a good point, Jeff. Reminding us about that game. Auburn probably supposed to lose that game last year, right? Little shadiness going on there at the end. I'm not going to argue about it, but it can't be too cold. These scouts are out there in their T-shirts. So whatever. I don't know what the temp. Oh, man. Well, there's good news and bad news when it's this announcing crew. I don't like Aaron Murray very much for obvious reasons, but Rick Neuheisel usually has some interesting things to say about quarterback play, which is at least enlightening there. And Ian Eagle's son getting into the box. Looks kind of like my friend Kyle that runs the Alabama site. Yeah, anyway. Let's see. Stupup says Stoltz sounds better almost dead than he does perfectly healthy. See, Doug D says the Pfizer and Moderna only last 4 to 6 months, whether you get the vax or not. If you gave symptoms early, get treatment. Okay. We'll see. Stoltz, if he doesn't think he has it, then he probably doesn't have it, right? Because he's basically a doctor. Let's see. Beautiful Playground says Rick Neuheisel TV staying on mute. I kind of like him. He talks a lot, but he's paid to talk a lot. And I felt like some of his insights, I watched some of the Georgia game. I kind of flip through it when I go back. I mean, I'm watching it with you guys on the show, but like when I go back for the Know the Enemy stuff, I kind of zip through the games and stuff, and I listened to some of it, and I thought Neuheisel was pretty good last week. But some of you guys obviously have a different opinion of that, and I respect that. Solo Tiger says Stoltz needs a better disinfectant routine for those marbles he keeps putting in his mouth. Ravine says, y'all be good. Catch you at the half. Ravine, appreciate you, brother, man. Thank you. Also, we got a super chat here. I posted it up during the call from War Eagle 0008, one of our all-timers stud. Wardam Eagle team, sorry to miss last week. Went to the game. Let's get this dub. Oh, damn. Okay. I mean, he's just out here flopping it on our heads, guys. Jeez. I bet he was sitting in the plush upper deck box with Mr. Louder and friends. I bet, but he didn't want to say that. Appreciate you, bro. I'm just teasing. Crocodile's in the house as well. Says, just got my coffee trying to wake up, JGT. It is kind of early, bro. We need to get you up. Well, I don't really have a sound for that. I probably do, but I don't have it out here on my little board. But you know I love you. We appreciate you with your basketball updates. I mean, you do lots of updates, but particularly like your basketball updates for sure. Stoop Up jumps in with a super chat. I never listened to the announcers. Drain only. Wow, pressure on me. Appreciate you, brother. Stoop Up's an absolute stud. What about? And also, by the way, keeping the streak alive. We believe that Stoop Up has super chatted every single brain drain we have ever done, and it's usually not one. I think you super chatted 6 times last week, which is just insane. And Stu, you know how we feel about you, bro. Fat Crack in the house as well. Another one who's an absolute stud, legend. JJT, how are you feeling about the game, sir? Thanks for always doing the drain, Wardam Eagle. All right, I picked Auburn. Thank you for the super chat, brother. I picked Auburn. I'm concerned. I feel like on a neutral site, this game is like 5, out of 10 game. 10 times you play it, it's 5 wins for Auburn, 5 losses for Auburn. The fact that they're playing in Fayetteville with an Arkansas team that hasn't been home for a while, to me, gives them a little bit of an advantage. But you saw the stadium; it wasn't exactly full, and I don't know. As I wrote in my thing this morning, that's on the front page at auburnsports.com, I feel like they're going to finally get this run thing straightened out, right? I think that they're going to figure this out. I have a lot more faith in this coaching staff maybe than some other people do because I know some of them personally now, and I think a lot of their coaching. I feel like the kids, the players at Auburn, are getting a level of coaching that they have not gotten. And I know that there's been some things that have gone on in this game, particularly the Penn State game, where some of the play calling was weird. We weren't a big fan of how some of that was going down. Obviously, the fade to Kobe was, the Mount Rushmore of that one. But I think they're learning from it. I thought the play calling was good against Georgia. I thought the drops were the problem. And I thought the play calling in the LSU game was really good. I think strategically Auburn's there. And I feel like I can see players getting better, which we didn't necessarily see a lot of when Gus was here. So I just think that they're going to – I just think this is the kind of coaching staff that gets better, that puts a better product on the field week by week. And so I think we will get a better performance this week is what I think. That's just my opinion. Let's see. Frank G says, does Louder still go to games? Of course. You bet. Super chat coming through from Jeff C. Look at him. Look at this guy. He's got the Van Halen shirt on while he's playing drums. I don't have a good feeling about this game. Hope I'm wrong, War Eagle. Jeff, come on, bro.
The Bears are who we thought they were.
Yeah. You need to have a better feeling about it, bro. But I understand where you're coming from. I don't think that's a crazy take at all. No, not at all. I had a chance to meet Jeff C. and also his wife. We'll call her MC. At a basketball game right before COVID hit. And it was awesome meeting you two and then your kids, too. It was awesome. Appreciate you, brother, man. Cattywampus, of course, I always say this, but it's always true. It's Jeffrey Lee's favorite name for anybody on the site. He said, rise and shine, bums. Let's go get it. That's right. By the way, our liquor of the day, this is not going to blow away my man, AU Taxman, but for me, it's a big deal. It's the 1792 It's Jenny Dell, you guys. Holy shit. She's on our Gals We Adore page. She's on our first team, Gals We Adore. She's just very lovely. I'm drinking the 1792 Sweet Wheat. I actually got 3 bottles of this early in the week. A triple shot, as some would say, because I am particularly fond of this expression. It's the best 1792, and I feel kind of a kinship with 1792 because I learned somewhat recently that my granddad, Tate, we called him Jason. My granddad, Jason Tate, used to work at Barton Distillery back in the 60s and 70s. So to you guys and to my granddad and to all the great people in Kentucky that play a role in making this delicious stuff. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about right there. Let's see. Beautiful Playground says, a Razorback is nothing but a deformed Shetland pony. Life with Maine says they will finally catch the ball today. Hell yeah, they will. That's going to be the good thing. That would be great news. Let's see. Stoop Up says Jenny Dell, brain drain legend and well-deserved. Yeah, she's seriously hot. Okay, they have now kicked off. And the Auburn Tigers are going to be taking on. They're going to be taking the ball here to start with. Let's see if Killian Zier is actually the guy out there. I think he's 77. There he is. Yes, he is going to start at left tackle. Good intel. Let's see. Sam says, cheers with coffee, JG. Sam, you know we love you, bro. And also, AU Taxman says, love the sweet wheat and really anything from Barton. Prefer the FP, though, the foolproof version. All right, the Auburn Tigers taking over on the 25. They're going to start with a little play action. And they actually caught the ball, and they get 9.5 yards out of it. That's good stuff right there. Go ahead and change this to first quarter. Since the you guys are wrong. It says A. Troxel at left tackle. Guess what? He didn't start, guys. Sorry. It's okay, though. We all make mistakes. Oh, they're going to call a false start. Who's the offending party? I was looking up stats here. Yeah, it pisses Brian off so much. Brian Harsin. I know, it just drives him absolutely insane. That's what I was talking about earlier about. It must have been counsel. About being a football coach. I'd be like, geez, guys, every yard is hard to get. And now, nice little bounce there. He read that as, let's see, bang, bend, bounce is how you read that handoff. And he, I guess he banged a bend it in that scenario. My man, the pipe layer. You guys have a big game today. Nick is our friend that we met in Punta Cana. He is a Purdue fan. Purdue is playing, I believe, Iowa today. And appreciate you, bro. You know what time it is. Again, we're pulling for those Boilermakers against the hated Iowa Hawkeyes. Oh, is that a catch? Is that a catch? That's a catch! Guys, we've had 2 catches in a row. The first one was an easy one. The second one, that was somewhat hard there. Right against the boundary. Ooh, I like that little concept there. Yeah. That kind of gets those defensive backs confused and picked up a little bit there. Nick, appreciate you, bro. You know how I feel about you. And Daphne. Say hi to Daphne for me. Man, Auburn's had a few. Look at that. Bo stays in the pocket instead of running away. Let's see, that's a throw to Luke Deal. Bo, that's definitely a scenario where Bo usually would try to escape that. Hey, also good competition there with Killian Zier against 55, Trey Williams. I thought he had good, as they would say, as coaches would say, he sunk his hips. Little doubles formation here. Pre-snap motion from Tank. See what that does is it just kind of displaces. The linebackers aren't sure what to do with that. They're playing games with Hunter Henry on that. Or Bumper Pool. I don't know who's in there. One of those inside linebackers. That's some really sharp play calling so far, guys. I really like what they're doing here. I like the tempo. Looks like Wes Mack is thinking the same thing I am. I like the tempo, and I like just that it's quick, you know? Look at that. Bo's going to stay in the pocket. He lofts one up. Did we not say that early game? I said we need to see Javarius. Because they've been loving on Javarius, guys. And there you go. And you know what's weird about that throw? Was that, did you see how he kind of lofted it? He took something off of it, and he lofted it instead of like trying to zip it like he always does. And he gave him a chance to compete for that catch, and he made it happen. That's a hell of a drive. Is that the best drive of the year? That might be the best drive of the year right there. That was absolutely cutthroat right there. Great stuff. And there were a few plays there where I think Bo normally would run out and do his whole thing, you know. His whole Red Grange thing where he's just running with the ball out here, like just messing around. Jeff Cease's scripted first drive. Absolutely. I mean, that's a scripted type play right there. But it doesn't matter. It goes for 6. How about that? Let's go ahead and bump those Auburn Tigers up to 7 points, yo. Great start for Auburn there. That is a great way to take some of the nut out of that home crowd. Yikes. Let's see. Wes Mack says best drive of Harsin's Auburn career. I could see that. Frank G says, I've never seen Bo place a ball so perfectly. He lofted it was perfect. You're right. You could tell he took a little something off of it and lofted it. Beautiful. So that's how you do it right there. All right, let's go ahead and update these stats. I'm actually kind of fired up about updating these. I don't want to say anything, guys, but Bo Nix was 5 of 5 for 72 on that bad boy. You know, they were throws that he felt comfortable with, and they were actually catching them. We get to put TD on there. Touchdown action. My man. Crocodile. This is Javarius Johnson, go Huskies. My man, I think that's a reference to Hewitt Trustville. Lots of good players from there. I think so. Westmac says, I'm fired up, JG. Of course you are. Joseph Dowd says, who's Killian starting for? He is starting for Austin Troxel at left tackle. And I thought he looked good. The couple times that I saw him in Pass Pro that I could see in the replay, he looked good, man. He looked like he was competing and moving around real well. So that's great, man. Still early, though. Only played a few, that was a short drive. 6 plays, 75 yards, and 244. That's pretty tasty right there. Tank had 1 carry for 7 on that little zone run that he bent. Yeah, that's solid right there. And I don't think Auburn even got to a third down situation there. No, they didn't. That was all first and second down. They're showing a replay of what made this play work. So it looks like they're going 1 high, or maybe that's yeah, it was really 1 high. And Javarius just ran right past this guy, and that safety bit on some kind of a play action. Or was it an orbit? Sorry. Where's my... Where in the world is my remote? Oh, here it is. Something threw that safety off. I'm not sure what it was. I'm watching it again. Yeah, he got really weirded out by Malcolm Johnson was... Yeah, so Demetrius is definitely on an orbit, which they love doing. And it just really messed him up. Because they had Malcolm Johnson and Demetrius kind of running into that flat over there, and that safety thought he had to go down there and support it. And that was enough right there. That's just sharp, man. That's a savage play call right there. My man. Oh, it's Travis Jay's in the house. They got a rookie safety. I expect more bombs in this game. Attaboy. That's what I'm talking about. I didn't even know that. Good job. Jackson 3. No message offered, no message needed. Appreciate you, brother, man. Malik Cunningham playing left tackle for them. Also plays quarterback for Louisville during the later game. I'm just kidding. It's not really. Appreciate you, Jackson 3. Crystal's pulling for a 3 and out. It's a good start right here, Crystal. Derek Hall in there. Making a play. It's going to be 3rd and 3-ish. 3rd and 4-ish. Somewhere in that range. Nehemiah Pritchett, what a great story he is. That's the guy that Kevin felt really, really strongly about, and Gus was trying to, wasn't necessarily going to overrule him, but he delayed the scholarship offer to Nehemiah. KJ with the keeper. Oh, and he just trucked McCreary. McCreary was playing too high there. He did make the stop, but he got hit pretty hard on that one. That's where you got to worry about KJ Jefferson. I mean, in that sense, he's kind of like Cam. He's built like Cam. And I think he can run with that same kind of authority. I don't think he has the passing ability that Cam Newton had. But they're really fired up to have him. This is not good, guys. This was a little bit of a tunnel that they threw to 16, and he got through a little too easily there. Can't really blame the pass rush on that one. Kind of a bad angle from Puckett. He might have been expecting somebody to have outside, though, on that. Missed tackle from 21, yeah. All right, so with that, Arkansas is now at the, plus 36. Smoke lit up is what Tiger Pride said, yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's still going to be a long play, even if Smoke makes the play. Holy cow. Whoa, Chandler Wooten killed that kid. I don't know how kids get up from licks like that. I really don't. If that happened to me and you, we'd be down for a week. Coach Hunter texted in. All right, 2nd and 9 is what I'm looking at right here. Yeah, T. Roy says woof or smoke. Yeah, yeah. All right, it's going to be a one-on-one. Not too bad. By Darius Knighton. His angle could have been a little bit better there, I think. But his reaction wasn't terrible. And Nehemiah did enough. 3rd and 3 again. By Darius Knighton, of course, the young man who transferred in from Southeast Missouri State, my mom's alma mater. Located in Cape Girardeau, Missouri, about an hour and a half south of St. Louis. My mom went to high school in St. Louis. Saint Louis, some would say. That's a play right there that Gus loved to run. He loved that play. He just had an absolute, I'll just say he liked it. I know it's a family-friendly show. Ambitious Engineer says 19 is awful in open field tackling. I think that situation there, the one you're talking about, that was just a slightly bad angle there. He's generally okay, though. Generally. He hasn't had a great drive so far. My man Leif says, War Damn Eagle, y'all. Just don't tell my wife. Leif's one of our friends from the Ole Miss side. His wife actually is an Arkansas fan. And so sometimes that gets hairy, like last week when you got Ole Miss and Arkansas going head-to-head. We love you, Leif. Leif was such a huge member of what we were doing when we were doing the quarantine shows back in the old days. Was that a year and a half ago now? And Leif's an absolute stud. Glad to have you here, brother. 2nd and 12 is what we got. KJ Jefferson. I thought that was going to be picked off. Roger read that really well. That's a 3rd and 12. You probably think KJ Jefferson would run that ball right there. It seemed like he had enough room to at least pick up 5 or 6 yards, but he didn't. Daniel M., that was a roller coaster of a post there. It says, sitting in the hospital in Nashville. I was like, oh, shit. He says, less than 24 hours since my wife birthed our second. I was like, all right. Outstanding. Big ups to your wife. That's a tough job there. Says, watching Auburn kick butt on what appears to be their first flat screen ever invented. The hospital hasn't updated their technology lately, huh? All right, Auburn swarms nicely on that little outlet play. That really, to me, indicates great coverage downfield that they had to make that throw on, 3rd and 12. Look at Romello Height. Dropping into coverage and really making that play. Nice job. Guys, they're playing a little bit. They're playing a little bit. This is good. I think ideally they don't give up any points here, but it's going to be a 44-yarder. Hunter was saying in the pregame, or in the Know the Enemy, that he's pretty good. And sure enough, he hits it. So that's 3 points for them. Anytime the other team scores, I give them one of these.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
Matt says, is it too early for bourbon, JG? Hell no. I've already had a couple drinks. I'm drinking this 1792 sweet weed. I love this stuff. I recently picked up 3 bottles of it through a friend. If you're watching, friend, you know I love you. And I think this stuff's delicious. And I mentioned earlier, my granddad used to work at the 1792 distillery in the 60s and early 70s. So I have kind of a family connection. My dad was born, he's from Marion County, Kentucky. He was born in a town called Raywick, which is the next little village up the road from where Maker's Mark is distilled, which is in Loretto, Kentucky. It's in that same county. I think Loretto's actually in the Bardstown County, Nelson County. But my dad's from Marion County, is the next one up. That's where they make the Yellowstone, is in that county. And he went to high school in Bardstown. So I know the area pretty well. Joseph D says, what's wrong with trucks? we don't believe anything's wrong. We just feel like because he's listed as the backup and he was out there warming up. So, if he has an injury, it's nothing too bad. But we think that they just decided to make a change on the offensive line just to kind of change things up a little bit. So that's kind of what's going on. And honestly, I mean, they've only played 6 plays on offense so far. They got the touchdown pretty easily and quickly, but Troxel was doing a terrific job in pass pro. Again, small sample size and whatnot, but yeah, it looked really, really good. Snobburn says, is Bardstown Fusion any good? So I love me some Bardstown Bourbon Company stuff. All of their stuff is good. The Fusion, which is that blue-gray, I don't have a bottle with me here, but it's kind of a blue-gray sticker on the front. It's their bottom tier one. You'll see that. I think I saw it yesterday ABC for about 55. I mean, it's good for 55. There's probably better. For me, it's the Discovery Series, which is the red one or the maroon one. They also have a Pfeiffer Pavie, which is like a brown sticker, which I have 1.5 bottles of. That stuff is insanely good. The Fusion to me is solid, not awesome, but it's good. It's just not super, super good. Let's see. Yeah, Daniel Pieces 0 looked pretty good on the first possession. I completely agree. I thought he looked good. Again, it was only 6 plays, though. We'll see how he looks here on this possession, too. But, just in a general sense, like Arkansas's defense is not super nasty. I mean, they're okay. But, I mean, the way that Auburn was playing against Georgia last week, I mean, Georgia might have the best defense in the country. So this is definitely a step down. Keys to the game for CBS is run the football, which we talked about before the game. I think this is the game that they start doing some of that. Make KJ throw. Make KJ Jefferson throw the football, which he did. Yeah. It's crazy to me that Arkansas pulled him out of Mississippi when sometimes you miss him. I mean, I'm not saying Ole Miss would play him over Matt Corral. They wouldn't, but it seems like you would try to get him. What team are we watching? I don't understand this. Bo Nix stays in the pocket. Now Killian got beat on that, but fortunately he won the first stage of that battle, and that was enough. Bo Nix hangs in the pocket, hits Shanker on a little seam route there, and that's a first down, guys. We got Tyler Fromm in the game right now. Tyler Fromm with a nice block. Give the ball to Tank. I think he's up to double digits now. Wes Max says, my girlfriend just asked why we say War Eagle when we're the Tigers. Do I just part ways now? I've had that conversation a few times. I think we all have. I guess it just depends on how hot she is. I'll let you decide that one, brother. That's not really for me to decide. Let's see, Leif says Ole Miss recruited him as an athlete, not a quarterback. Interesting. Footnote there on KJ Jefferson, who's from Sardis, Mississippi. That was kind of a confusing concept there. So it's like this play action. They were trying to run that. They kind of flooded it a little bit there, and they had like on a levels concept with the tailback short, Demetrius long. But it almost seemed like the routes got to the boundary too quickly. And it just didn't leave Bo much of a window to make a play on that. A. Robinson says, doesn't matter how hot she is, run. Hey, man, maybe he just met her like 3 weeks ago. Look at Bo staying in the pocket. Look at Bo making a... No, Landon, no. So Bo made a great read there, right? And Landon was open, and then he just kind of got his body contorted in a weird way and fell down. Kind of took himself out of the game. Oh, damn, if Landon gets himself... It's a missed opportunity. And also good for Arkansas for getting on him quickly. Landon King's still in the game, though, right? I'm with you, Wes Mac. I think he should have had that. I think Tiger Pride's saying that if the throw's a little bit better. Yeah, that's true. I think a lot of guys, more experienced player. Oh, they had a chance to get that. More experienced player maybe is able to turn his body and shape his body better for that. But again, good read by Bo. It's good stuff. Auburn RN says, King going to be a beast. I 1,000% agree with you on that. I think he's going to be an absolute beast. He's going to give you that, in my opinion, that Lutzenkirchen ability where he can block a little bit, but he also is a really good route runner and catcher of the football. And I'm telling you, Lutz is, I mean, rest in peace, obviously, but he was a terrific player at Auburn. Dion says throw was late and behind. Yeah, it was a little bit of a late read on that. I mean, I think that was his third or fourth option. But yeah, the throw, it was a tough throw because of the way it was all breaking down, but you got to loft it a little bit and give him a chance to kind of get the ball moving, get his body moving forward. A. Robinson says, are we going to lose 10-7? What?
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
I don't know. I don't know about that take, bro. I know you're just teasing them. Westmac says, I'm not a fan of the designed rollout plays. Bro, I mean, here's the thing. I think Bo, if you ask him, hey, Bo, what would you prefer to do? I think he would say, I prefer to throw on the run. He's pretty good when he's on the run. And so I think they would prefer to him to be designed on the run than just freewheeling on the run. Yeah, Stoop Up says King Landon, number 40. I just caught that last pass. Is going to be an issue for defenses in the seams as he matures. I think he's going to be a problem for them everywhere. I think he could end up being like Darren Waller. I'm going to turn my fan on real quick. 49 minutes to midnight says, are we thrown to a wideout yet? Absolutely. The touchdown was to Javarius. And I think Demetrius had a catch on that first drive, too. Oh, yeah, he says didn't watch the first drive. So they had a long touchdown throw to Javarius Johnson on I guess a skinny post route. And then, Demetrius, I think, had a catch on the first drive as well. It was a really nice drive. I'm sorry you missed it, bro. There he is, Sardis, Mississippi, home of K.J. Jefferson. I didn't realize it was that far north, though. Tank is now 2 carries for 9 yards. Maybe that rushing thing is not going to come around like I thought it would. And then we haven't seen Jarquez yet or Sean Shivers. Just for the sake of keeping the stats correct, Arkansas has rushed 5 times for 30. And KJ had an 18-yard run on that one. So, and then Auburn had a nice little play there from Arkansas to start that drive. Auburn is 0 for 1 on third down. And Arkansas is 2 for 3 on third down. All right, looks like we're updated there. All right. You can't fault the coverage for Jalen Simpson there on that throw. You could fault a little bit better. You want to pressure KJ a little bit more than that, but it's kind of a quick throw out. Now, you don't want to see that right there. Somebody lost control of a gap there. Let's see who it was. Is that Leota? Can't tell who that defensive end was there, but nobody's scraping. Defensive end completely got washed down, and then Chandler Wooten just got picked up by a pulling guard. And there's just nobody there. Knighton got picked up by a blocking tight end. So it's got to be Smoke. Just a good call, I guess. I don't understand, though, if you're gonna be a defensive end on the play side defensive end, and you're gonna crash in, you've got to make sure that somebody's gonna scrape over you. Marcus Harris with a nice chase down tackle. It's going to be 3rd and 4, I think. Let's see our pass rush. LOL. Yeah. Yeah. I think that to go back to an earlier thought, though, I think Landon King's going to end up being like Darren Waller from the Raiders, who's not a very good blocker, but he's a really good attacking tight end. All right, they're going 5 wides, 3-by-2. Auburn's spread pretty thin. Yeah, this is the problem. KJ's getting out a little bit, but he's also going to try to make that throw, and it's a real duck. He ain't going to catch that. So you got 4th and 3 at what, plus 45? This is probably go for it area right here. And I think the best call for them in this situation would be some kind of a he made the catch, but he was out of bounds. Some kind of an option, like a read, because KJ, even when they know it's coming, can be hard to stop. He's such a big, lumbering dude. They are indeed going to go for this. They're plus 41, 4th and 3. No, they're going to punt it. Never mind. I take it back. Boy, I bet there's some boos out of that one, huh? That's normally you would think that's a terrible punt, but considering where they were on the field, that's probably a perfect punt. It gets Auburn backed up to the 7, I think. Yeah, -7. Oh, yeah, this Aaron Charlton guy, he passed away. They were actually talking about him on the NFL broadcast on Thursday night. He was one of their statisticians that worked in real time with the broadcasts. And it kind of weirded me out because he's only 1 year older than me. I was like, dang. Guys like that, man, are so crucial to broadcast teams. They work just like a spotter in NASCAR. Jeff Cease is really close on the non-catch. Yeah, it was pretty damn close. I mean, it was a hell of a catch, honestly. But he had just kind of had to dive out of bounds to get there, and his feet popped up. Hey, listen. Robert S. says we didn't break. Hey, it's ones and zeros in this business, guys. And that's a 0. They didn't get it done. Oh, you guys are watching the UCF. Looks like Chip's also watching the UCF Cincinnati game, thinking that Gus is going to pull one off. Robert S. says, got to sustain a drive here, or they'll drive down and score on their next possession. All right, I'm going to write that down, bro. Robert S. says, got to sustain or bust. All right, we'll write it down. I got you written down, brother. I might mention this on the bunker of the day. I'm going to basketball here real quick, but I looked at Zepp Jasper's numbers from his days at Charleston, College of Charleston. What am I talking about? I didn't realize. Now, Auburn runs high ball screen offense. It's kind of what they do. That's BP's thing. I didn't realize that Zepp was like running that exact same shit at Charleston and doing a hell of a job of it. Last year as a pick and roll ball handler, which is a type of play where point guard rolls off a screen. It can either be a ball screen or a traditional screen, and then make something happen off of that, which is kind of what Auburn does, right? He was in the 93 percentile in all the country last year. So he averaged like 1.1 points per possession in that type of scenario, which is really, really good. I didn't realize he was that good at that particular kind of play. And those are little subtle things, right, that you don't necessarily pick up on when you say, oh, well, they went out and got this guy's up. We're back to the game very abruptly now. Jarquez, first down run, gets out about 8-9 yards. Anyway, Zepp. Zepp is going to be an absolute revelation for how this offense works on the basketball side. Doug D says, what's the word on Flanagan? Any better health-wise? Absolutely. He's off the scooter. Saw him and talked to him on Tuesday, I think it was. Ooh, doing a little traditional pitch play there. Jarquez ran into 17. Great play by Clark there. So he's off the scooter. He's still in a boot, but it's a shorter boot. It's not a super long boot. Listen, man, he dodged a huge bullet by having just a partial tear, and not a rupture. So I think he's gonna be good. I think so. We're in the middle of October right now. I think that he will probably get full clearance in the middle of November, something like that, or at least he can start doing real basketball drills. And I think at that point he's just going to be working back to fitness. I think he's going to be good in the middle of December, which is when they really need him. Auburn's got a 3rd and 1. They're going to pack up. They're going to be in the I formation here. I like that. Oh, Jarquez couldn't quite get there. It's not his fault. Too many dudes, man. Man, that was I don't understand. Luke Deal got absolutely annihilated on that play. Now, they're trying to say it was a fumble. I couldn't see it. I was blocked on my view. You know, guys, that's a fumble. Depending on, I don't know if the play was whistle dead when he was getting suplexed. But based on what I can see here, without any, no, they must have blown it dead. Yeah, Patrick Pieces aren't suplexes illegal. Yeah. Chaz says, "What's the deal with TD?" I mean, really, all I feel comfortable saying on that is he's dealing with a technical issue. He's not hurt, and it's just taken some time to get the paperwork done here, there, and everywhere to get him at least an answer from the NCAA. I'll be honest with you guys, I'm pessimistic. Okay, they're reviewing the play, I guess, for the fumble situation. It really just depends on the if that was whistled dead. All right, they will continue to watch this. I mean, the ball definitely came out before he hit the ground, but he had kind of been stopped, and it was just, it almost seemed like that was superfluous. I can't listen to Gene Steratore. I mean, I could, but I'm listening to you guys. Yeah, D. Lucky says, horrible effort by Deal on that block. Yeah, he that was bad. That was a really bad miss. I mean, the ball's definitely out. I think Nick's kind of knew what happened, too. If you watch his reaction, he was like, shit. It's pretty impressive strength from Stewart, though, huh? I mean, damn, just pick that dude up. Late B says Arkansas fans believe they get screwed more than any other fan base. You could just put a blank there. Like, blank fans believe they get screwed more than any other fan base. Everybody feels like they get screwed. I don't know Arkansas fans that well, honestly. Rob D says illegal tackle. I like that. Yeah, everybody's saying weird timing for a timeout there. I don't know, man. I don't know what to think about this. Okay, they ruled the play dead. So I was going to have a chance to punt out of this. And Sam Pittman's going to be livid, but yeah, they're pissed. Keto says, so we can suplex now. Of course. It sure seems like some people got away with that one, huh? Patrick P says, wow, Arkansas fans just got screwed. I don't know, man. I mean, if his forward progress had completely stopped and they had blown the play dead, he's lucky he didn't call for a personal foul on that. Just throwing that out. All right, let's see what Oscar Chapman could do. This guy has been really good with his back against the wall, so to speak, as it is right now. Auburn they changed their punt protection formation there, which makes me think something's going on later. There's a reason they did that. They're going to fair catch that ball out of bounds at about the 50. So not a great kick. Oscar's usually really good in those situations. Let's see where they put this. 48-ish? Guys, we don't need to see the replay again. The 15th replay. Come on, yo. I'm with Wizard Dragon on that. He said, well, it's obvious that forward progress was stopped. That's kind of how I see it. But Jesse says, I wish Auburn would get a good punter. Man, Oscar's usually really good. That was not a good kick right there. But typically when Auburn's pushed back and you need him to be really good, he's really good. Oh, wow, they gave it to Arkansas on their 49. That's a nice spot. It's a designed quarterback draw and a nice open field tackle from Sir Zacoby McClain. I thought he'd gotten hurt there. My door has mysteriously opened. Oh, my goodness. Wow. No. We got a little boardage. Oh, Arkansas. Oh, goodness. First down run. Auburn's run defense has been pretty questionable. Look at J.J. Pegues in there playing. This is early for him. Usually we'll see him a little bit later in games. So he made a mistake there. He did a good job of eluding his blocker, but he got out of his lane, and that run went right through his gap. So that's a mental mistake right there. That was the wrong read, I think. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, it should be in there. I'm hoping so. Have you already gone? Okay. Don't get off that. No. He was already sniffing it, little bastard. There we go. Wow, we got some goodies there, Miss Courtney. Thank you. Yeah, these runs are just too... Auburn's getting displaced too easily in the front there. I'm sure Hunter's going to talk about this a little bit. I'm surprised. That's Marquise Burks in there. He's usually not known for that. Is that the end of the quarter there? Move on to the second quarter here. Let's see what we're looking at here. Bo Nix currently 7 of 8 for 88. And Tank is 2 of 9. Jarquez is 3 of 9. And Arkansas's rushing is 13 for 74. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on there. Definitely had some rushes. 49 minutes to midnight says it's okay. They're almost to the 35, and that's when Mason starts calling actual plays. Prior to that, it's just like, all right, guys, get it done.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're knacky.
Oh, I hate using these, but
We got plenty. I found a whole nother box.
these are our napkins from our wedding. You see that? Courtney and Jay, August 9, 97. How about that, huh? We still have some. We still have a lot. That was a few years ago, too. Yeah, that was good.
Good.
Thank you.
Some more balls.
Oh, and the bugles, too. I want to talk about this. These are bugles, potato chips, or corn chips, I guess. And my wife got some of these. I don't even know why you bought them. Like a month ago. You just happened to see them, I guess.
I saw 'em, I said, oh, bugles.
Bugles. These are so good, man. To me, like, this is the goodness of Funyuns minus the stink.
You can put them on your finger.
Huh?
Put them on your finger. And
She says you can put them on your finger.
it's a witch's finger.
Thanks, Courtney. That's great. Hey, don't give me a wet willy. Don't do it.
Pick up your nose.
Don't do it.
You pick your nose.
She broke it and fumbled. Terrible ball security. Terrible bugle security. Let's see. Auburn Dad says, wonder if we see Hunter anymore this game because he sat Tank when he fumbled. Yeah, I doubt it. No?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back in a couple hours.
Damn. Okay.
I go to the strip.
I understand. Duke says our D-line is not getting set. They are standing straight up, playing high, huh? I hadn't actually noticed that. I wouldn't necessarily notice that in real time. But, yeah, that's a problem. It definitely looks that way. Crystal says, yeah, the bugles make good fake fingernails. See if I can get one. This is not a good one to do it with. Oh, it broke on me. Crystal, I can't find a good one. There we go. Thank fingernail. God. My chip security's bad, too. Daniel P. jumps in. Let's see. I know where this is going. This is, are you even eating bugles if you don't make witch fingers? Well done, administrative assistant. Wow, okay. Very, very good. Good stuff there, Daniel P. I didn't ever think to do that. Honestly, I just eat them. Oh, look at that nice stop on defense there. Smoke made a nice play. So did Zacoby. Marcus Harris in there as well. Hey, you just got a super chat, basically.
I did.
Yeah, Daniel P. says, are you even eating bugles if you don't make witch fingers? Well done, administrative assistant.
Thank you. Exactly.
Sounds like I know somebody's got a front Who got the front edge on the cup today, huh? Hey, will you turn it down 1 degree? Thank you, ma'am. Oh, yeah. Mobile Alum 90-1. Hey, what's up? Hey, JG, what's up? Not the game I thought it would be. Yeah, not yet. They've been playing. Oh, that's not even close, yo. It wasn't. It was short and wide. I bet there's a joke there somehow. All right, so this holds at 7-3. And Auburn's defense, again, getting it done. Oh, they're going to have to go through this that situation again. Look at DJ Williams. Yeah, I think that Arkansas really legitimately got screwed on that one last year. That's my opinion. All right, ambitious engineer. Let's see. Robert S., if we recall, he said that Auburn had to sustain that last drive or Arkansas was going to score. He came pretty close. If that ball had gone in, he would have gotten right. So we'll check you again, Robert S., see if you're right this time. We'll see if you're right this time. Auburn already back to work, 2nd and 5. CBS has been having trouble with this. That's the second time they've preempted an Auburn drive with commercials. Auburn doing they've gotten into a tight bunch over there, haven't they? Ooh, I like that. I like that blocking on that play. It didn't work out that well, but it was a cool idea. Auburn got about 2 on that. You're looking at a 3rd and 3. I like those tight end exchanges. Like I can put a lot of pressure on a defense. Frank G says, what was the big deal about that play last year? So he fumbled the ball and then he threw it down, which to me is like, just like you're throwing a live ball on the ground, like a tailback just throwing the ball down. That was 0 yards on that run. I made a mistake there. Look at that. It's like it's a whole different team, you guys. Is that Landon again? Fuck yeah, it is. Landon King with a little seamer out there, and Bo stays in the pocket and delivers the ball. That's a mix-up there by Arkansas big time, and Landon did a nice job of just sitting in that seam, in that space, catching the football, and getting downfield, adding about 6 yak yards on that. Good stuff. Another tight end exchange, going to the field side this time. That is the worst. Of all the players on that pattern, that was the throw I would have made last. And it was the first pass he made, but it worked. They got 6 yards out of a very difficult throw to Luke Deal. He had somebody on the field side of Luke Deal who was wide open. I don't know who it was. I'm sorry. Auburn back on the move again, 2nd and 4. Look at this, guys. Who is – oh, it's Shed Jackson, though. He got 4 or 5 yak yards out of it, though, and that's another first down. Wes makes a joke about tight end city, but guys, for real, man. They're getting a lot of mileage out of these guys. I'm telling you, we got reports in August that Landon King was the real deal. And this guy who was telling us about it was like, when this kid understands like kind of what to do, he's going to be a mess. Good second effort there by Tank to break away from one tackle. That's a great first down run. Gets them to about 2nd and 4, 2nd and 3. And they're like plus, 18 right now? I mean, I've been telling you guys these last few weeks, Bobo's been doing a great job. He's doing more good work here. It's been a really nice drive. You got Shanker flexed out to the boundary. Oh, we just moved in. Oh, look at the little juke. Are you going to call that? Is he going to call that? No. He's going to put it at the half-yard line. That is a great move by Tank Bigsby right there. Absolutely great move. What a baller, man. Yeah, he was dragging the ball behind him. If he had an opportunity to put the ball ahead, that's a touchdown. Auburn gets a 1st and goal from like the half-yard line. I don't think they made it on their first run, but they've gotten even closer. Now they're like, 6 inches out. Let's see what's going on. Tayshawn Manning in there, by the way, at left guard. I don't know how long ago that transfer happened. Did you guys catch that? Has he been in there this whole drive? Council had that offsides on the first drive, and they may have made a switch right then. I don't know. Someone asked earlier if Pegues would be in the game on offense, and here he is right now. He's lined up. Let's see where they put him. Probably as an H. No, he's an attached tight end. Plus he's got Luke Deal outside of him. That's going to be close, but I think that's going to be in. Yeah, they signal touchdown on that one. Whoa, sorry, guys. Guys, I'm telling you, they're doing work. They're doing work. That's a great drive. That's going to be hard to overturn. I think his momentum pretty clearly got him in. He's not down yet. I mean, that's close, but I mean, yeah, whatever. They have effectively taken the crowd out of this game. Yeah, this is going well, man. Let's see. Auburn's had 4 possessions now, and 2 of them have been really good. Yeah, that's their 4th possession. That's 2 really nice drives, man. The first touchdown drive was six plays for 75 yards and 244. And that one right there was 9 plays for 65 yards and 418. So, I mean, you're not necessarily grinding up time, but you're getting it done. I mean, jeez. And Anders goes ahead and puts that up to 14. So 14-3 on the road. And have effectively taken this crowd out of the game. And Eric E., one of the 2 best Easterwoods, well, if you include Brad's wife, one of the 3 best Easterwoods in all of northern Alabama, says, where's this team been? I just kept feeling like they had it, I said this before the game. I just felt like this coaching staff, these players are getting the best coaching they've gotten at Auburn for sure, top to bottom. And I just feel like the staff is getting better. I felt like Bobo learned from the Penn State. I know this is a hard concept to understand from coaches at Auburn, but I think he learned from some of the mistakes that he made at Penn State. And he's learning from them. These are solid drives. This is just doing what they're giving you and getting it done. I mean, period. That's good work. Got a super chat coming through from Sam H., who's always here with us. He says, great drive. I'm going to give you one of these right here, bro. Give you an applause for that one. Yes, that was an awesome drive. Really, really nice. Abby Kren gives it a hell yeah. Jeff C. says yes. Fat Crack asked if I saw a super chat. Did I miss one, bro? I know I've called out a couple from you today. If I missed one, I'm sorry, bro. But I'm sorry, Fat Crack. I did miss one. I apologize for that, brother. I think that was when Courtney was in here. It says, can we script 75 plays, please? Hey, man, seriously, that drive right there, the one that just ended with a touchdown, I mean, that's the kind of stuff you were looking for, Just thoughtful plays, left, right, just going right at them. It's stuff you love to see. And Frank G says it looks like Arkansas is BDB's Super Bowl, too. It's the Gus Bowl, but it's Brian Harsin style. He sounded like an assassin, and I'm not talking about Christian. I'm talking about a real assassin on the Tiger Talk this week. He sounded really, driven. You know what I mean? Really into it. All right, Bo Nix, you guys are going to shit yourselves when you see this, but he's 10 of 11 for 124. Wow. Tank is now 8 carries for 38 yards, which I think is his highest rushing total in a while, which is crazy to think about. Jarquez is still 3 of 9 because that was a tank drive right there. Let's see. Arkansas's rushing totals. Want to update those. 14 for 73. Kind of going backwards there, huh? Yeah, I these third downs I haven't updated here in a minute. I apologize for that. Third down, they are 2 of 5. Auburn is 1 of 3. All right, Auburn's kicking off now. And I've just updated the stats. Fat Crack, I appreciate you, bro. Sorry, I would never miss you on purpose. John D says, according to ESPN Gamecast, Auburn with a 73% chance to win. Don't ever bring that up, bro. You're trying to jinx them. Look at LSU getting ahead of Florida. That would really surprise me if LSU won that game, but we'll see. Julia says, I need a diaper. I missed you. You had some good ones last week, too. Glad to have you here, bro. Let's see. Travis J says, I only wish badly on UCF, not because of Gus, but because of little kitty cat Bryant. Wow, and his mom telling you to slurp on several knobs. Well, not necessarily you, but you know what I mean. Are they going to call an offsides on the Razorbacks? They are. It's going to be a 1st and 15. It's not getting any better for them right now. Really, they've only got one thing going for them right now, Arkansas does. I'm not saying they can change. You can, of course, but their run offense has been a little bit better than I thought it would be against Auburn. Passing-wise, KJ is what he is. He's okay. Tyler Pieces, where's the game? It is on CBS National. So I don't know what channel that is in your area, but you probably know where that one is. He does not have anywhere to go right now. He did actually end up having somewhere to go, but the throw was high. That's one of the things with KJ. He's a good player, but he misses a lot of throws. He doesn't have a lot of subtlety to his passing game. And he just missed that throw right there to Treylon Burks, which is not easy to do. 2nd and 15. They still got him behind the chains here. Boy, that was I couldn't tell exactly what that run concept was, but it was conceptual enough to get about 13 yards on that. That might have been a draw. I was a little bit late to see the start on that. Regardless, they now got a 3rd and short. Again, the run game. That's where Auburn's had trouble. Stemming the run game. Auburn playing press to the boundary side here. He's not looking that way. Okay, a little gamble there. Was that Knighton? No, it was Puckett. A little bit of a gamble going for the either tip or the interception on that comeback route. Missed it. And that was probably not a good gamble because I don't think he was ever going to get his hand on that. He just wasn't there. No, I'm good. Thank you. All right, there you go. Another crazy throw. I mean, was he throwing that out of bounds? Nobody's going to catch that. 2nd and 10. Julius says, what are you drinking today? Great question. I'm drinking the 1792 Sweet Wheat. One of my favorite pours. This is not an expensive bottle. Sometimes it can be a little bit hard to find. But and I had to get this one through a guy. But I think it's delicious. I love it. All right, so Arkansas is looking at a 3rd and 6, 3rd and 8. Auburn's going in. It looks like a traditional 4-3 look. Pass rush is still horrible. Jacoby probably have a hold on that play, though. Jacoby lost sight of his pass rush responsibilities on that. He left a huge gaping hole where he should have been standing, is what happened right there. A man with no name, also known as Jack and Hagar, says, fire Gus. Jay, thanks for the stream as always. Team looks prepared. Ward Mingle, they sure do look prepared. Let's see, is this going to be a hold against the Arkansas Razorbacks? It is not. It's going to be against the Auburn Tigers. Ay. Thank you for that, a man with no name. Mark Carroll says, Voodoo Wings for halftime. Rex needed. Wow. Are you in Mobile? I wonder if my daughter's working. My daughter works down there a bunch. She works either register or drive-through at the Mobile location. Her name is Maddie, and she will beat you up because she's a very tough and strong individual. However, boy, I would probably go for the Niner boneless. We also call them saucy nugs because boneless is a misnomer. What is Smoke Monday trying to say by pointing the other way? I would get the Niner saucy nugs, and I would probably get mango habanero. That is technically the second hottest. Oh, Mark's saying Auburn. Doesn't really matter. That's technically the second hottest, but it's not that hot, really. It's just tasty. Oh, no. Marquise Burks is down. Let's see what's going on with him. So he's grabbing his left knee or his left or his hamstring over there. Or calf, I should say. I don't know what he's grabbing. Marquise had a great start to the season. I mean, like insane for the first 3 games. He's cooled off a little bit the last 3 games, and he's never really taken the starting job away. But he's been a really good backup. I would argue one of the best backups in the country at that position, and so that would be tough if he was down for any extended period of time. We'll see what happens there. Frank G says he feels like the defense is making a lot of small mistakes. Yeah, I could see that. Mark P was jumping in as well, saying he would get the teriyaki wings with the side of the hot sauce. Interesting twist. I would consider doing that. And I hope Rockstar is working the front desk at Auburn for you, Mark. Rockstar, he looks like a 70s rock star. You'll know him if you see him. He does a great job up there. He's very quiet, but he's a hard-working dude and cares about doing a really good job. So for me, I would go mango habanero, but that's just me. Let's see. Rain says so. Smoke is a C+. He is what he is. Abby Krenz says, is Moultrie playing today? Dude, no chance. Moultrie, again, is in technical timeout, we could say, and he is not going to be playing. No. It's going to take some time to get this sorted out. The problem is that, we're getting to the second half of the season. I think this is the midway point of the season. Ole Miss will be the absolutely most optimistic scenario. I would be surprised if we see him in an Auburn uniform again, but that's just how I see it based on what I know about what's going on. Julia says, good, inexpensive bourbon called Larceny is what you're drinking. A product of the Heaven Hill Distillery, which is delicious as well. I've always felt like the Larceny. Okay, good news. Marquise Burks is up and walking on his own. That's great. It doesn't seem to be particularly impeded, so that's really good news. He usually gives you, 30 backup snaps, and they're good. They're good backup snaps. Snobburn says, does Rockstar know his name is Rockstar? Absolutely. I call him that every single time I see him. I said, my man, Rockstar. And he goes, And I joked with him. I was like, you don't know anything about actual rock and roll, though. Like, for instance, can you name a song by Boston? And he was like, yes, I can. Peace of Mind. And I was like, what? I mean, the kid's like 20. I don't know how old he is. He's 25 at the oldest. So I was pretty impressed with that. Some dude says, I now have video proof Auburn is finally utilizing a tight end. Dude, they've been using him all year, but I get you. This game has been particularly good as far as pass catching. I think they have 3 catches now. Let's see. Landon has 2, Luke has 2, and Schenker has 1, so 5. Yeah, that's great. Are they going to mark him? No, first down. Okay. He was right there at the marker. Let's see. What happened to Moultrie, Julia says. Without getting into too much detail, just compliance issue. Yeah, Auburn Dad said compliance. Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't really want to get any deeper into that because honestly, I don't know all the specifics. I think it's a complicated situation. All right, there's Pegues again. I thought he did a pretty good job on that play. Busy day for him. Playing on both sides of the ball. Playing on both sides of the ball in this half, no doubt. Chaz Music says more than a feeling. That would also be a correct answer for a song by Boston. Smokin' would be another one. Long Time. Amanda. Cool the Engines. What else can we say? What's that song for their second album that's really good? Oh my God, I'm missing it. You guys, I'm sure you guys will come up with it. All right, run a little QB power right there, and he's going to get close to a first down. Yeah, if he's short, it's going to be like inches. It's going to be like 4th and inches here. Yeah, I'd probably go for that. Damn, that coach is so tough. He's got his fingers taped. Oh, he's doing that for play calls, I guess. Kind of like a catcher would do. Jesse Williams says, the Auburn defense gets run through more than the Arkansas cheerleaders. You must be talking about their positioning on the field. I don't know. I don't know, man. No, they're going to mark him short. They're going to mark him short. I'm telling you, if he got this, he got it by a hair. He's short, man. If that line on the TV is correct. And that was his third opportunity to get in there because Auburn hit him behind the line. Who was that? I couldn't tell who had the first push on that one. Did a hell of a job. Oh, I like this overhead cam. That's pretty cool. That's a first down Auburn Tigers, guys. That's a first down Auburn Tigers. What a defensive hold, you guys. Wow. You can go in here right now and just knock them out. I'm telling you, Auburn goes out there and puts together like a touchdown drive that finishes off this half. It's it, man. It's over. You go out there right now and you put together a 5 or 6 minute drive that gets a touchdown, it's over. It's over. I don't think Arkansas would have enough intestinal fortitude, considering the situation that they're facing today and also what's been going on with them lately, that they would be able to rise up and get you back. I don't think they have the players to do it. Man, who was that? Was it Marcus Harris? They had that initial hit. Man, it's really close. I just hate that we kvetch over these little itsy-bitsy little, you know what I mean? I know it's a game of inches and shit, but do we have to do this? Man, great job by Marcus Harris just to create that problem for him. 5 couldn't really get going because he had to sidestep right off the bat. It was also Colby Wooden also was involved in that. I have to go through this again. Jeez. Chip says this team was running up down the field last week. Is that a function of the Ole Miss D still sucking? Hey, Leif, if you're still on the if you're still in the chat, let us know about that because I didn't get a chance to see that game. That game was going on concurrently with ours last week, so I didn't get a chance to see it at all. I mean, Ole Miss's defense is not awesome. I mean, it was just poop last year, and now I think it's okay. I'm a Tiger Pride on this. I just don't see it. I haven't seen an angle that would overturn this. And AU Taxon says, how are they going to review that? I'm with you. I just feel like we're no, sir. Holy shit! Now hold on. Al Jackson is definitely out there right now. They've changed this lineup up a bunch. Oh, you got Broham, Alec Jackson. They've changed both guards now, haven't they? Or is that still KJ? I'm sorry, that's KJ. Uh-oh. Oh, he's one. Oh, man. Some dude says, Jay, I love this channel. I now watch it every game. Thank you. Appreciate you, bro. I know I had a super chat up here coming through from my main man, Daniel P., who had another one. That was your third or fourth today. I appreciate you. He says, I know we aren't great. Still a step behind the Bammers and Humpers, but I think we've got a solid team. I'm telling you guys, the coaching has been really good for this team. These coaches, these players are getting really good coaching. 2nd and 5, and that should have been probably a 20, 25-yard gain. Just a great individual play by Arkansas. Bo stands in the pocket. That was a weird throw. That's the first one that I thought was not so good. Looks like we're going to have a PI, though. So that's good. Did you see that Arkansas guy going like this? If Auburn scores a touchdown here, I'm doing my full Will Muschamp. All right, got a little PI action. Yeah, Chris S. says nobody complains about the coaching now. Yeah, I mean, even like, a couple weeks ago, or even the Georgia game, when things weren't going all that well, I don't think anybody was complaining about the coaching. They were complaining about, there were a lot of things to complain about. Nice tackle right there. It's a really nice tackle. Well, it was good. I take it back. That was kind of weird. I couldn't tell what happened there. I thought Slusher made that play, and then he didn't. Oh, they're saying his knee was down. Wow, I can't believe that they had the balls to make this many changes on the offensive line. It's great to have Zier in there now and Alex Jackson at left guard where I think he belongs. Luke Deal has played a whole bunch of snaps today. This was definitely a design play right there. What was that? He bounced off bumper pool and then just acted like a grenade had gone off. Was that not funny? Third and 5. Here we go. Auburn going to 3-2 here. He's got to have somebody, and he does. Look at that. He's making another throw on the seam, guys. I love he holds the ball up like he just got knocked over at a skiing, when he's on your water skis. And you're taught to put your hands up so that the driver can see that you're okay. Great throw. Route's right where it needs to be. Good depth. Shed Jackson, ladies and gentlemen, first down. Look at that. LO 4 times says LSU's threatening to go up 21-6. Wow, I had no idea. That would be crazy. Arkansas is concerned about something, but whatever it wasn't that. Malcolm Johnson Jr. gets on the board with a decently difficult catch there. Ball was away from his body and used his hands to catch it and turned it upfield. Nice, I like that. 6-7 yards. Look at that Arkansas fan trying to get some information. What does this mean? Another tight end exchange. J.J. Pegues is in the game. No, never mind. I take it back. It was Broham. So they exchanged to the field side, and they ran into the boundary, trying to change their tendency a little bit, and that didn't go so well. I've been doing a lot of tight end exchanges today, excuse me. Robert S. says they must have gotten some pine tar. All right, 3rd and 4. Now, a conversion here would be huge because this basically would take away Arkansas's ability to retort anything in this half. Oh, double. Oh, God. So that's going to be an interception, I think. Yeah, it is. But essentially it just goes down as a punt more or less. I mean, they're going to get the ball at the 15. I don't know if they would have gone for it on 4th down there. But it does give them a chance now with 2:53 to go. They might have gone for it on 4th down. I think that was the same play that they ran against Georgia that worked, but Bo didn't throw it. This time looks like they're going to Xavion, but it was that planned double move. Let's see I didn't see the route as it was happening in real time. It didn't really look like a double move, actually. I think about it. It just looked like a go route that he was pumping on. But that's just an interception, period. I just don't know. I don't think he was open. I don't think there was any throw that was gonna go in there. And so in that sense, Canoe Man's right when he says that was horrid. I don't think it was necessarily a crappy throw. I think it was just a bad decision. I think it's a bad decision. Yeah, Christian kind of came up with the same concept I did where he said it's basically an arm punt. But, so it was 3rd and 4 or whatever. If you just, let's say you'd run the football and gotten a modest gain, you look at a 4th and 2 from plus 40, you probably go for that. It's kind of a different scenario. I don't know, man. And if you have 1 minute or less in the half, I don't think it matters. But with almost 3 minutes to go, you're giving him enough. You're giving him enough time to make a retort. I don't love that. Jared P says, where's Kobe Hudson? He's playing. I don't know what to tell you. I think he's had 2 catches today. Let's see. He said 1 catch. He's been out there a bunch, though. He's credited Auburn with somehow 2 drops, but only 1 player. So they have Tank with a drop. So I don't remember that one right off. Let me update some of these numbers. Bo is now 12 of 14 for 141. TD interception. Tank is now 10 for 43. Not enough Tank, in my opinion. He's shown some real promise, I think, out there. They just haven't really gone to him as much. Jarquez is now 4 of 8. He's kind of going backwards a little bit there. And Arkansas's rushing attack is now 23 for 109 and counting. All right, those are updated now. Not a Mouse says, JG, I've seen you put on chapstick 1 time. Haven't seen you put on chapstick 1 time today. It was about time, bro. Good call. Let's see. Chris says that looked like the same play Bo abandoned last week, but was 100% committed to throwing it this week. Only this time there wasn't a double move. Exactly, Crispy. That's exactly what happened. He was kind of like thinking, I'm not going to do it again, and then it was a bad decision. Arkansas now minus 38. Oh, they got through. Colby Wooden finally got through to get KJ Jefferson. People on TV would say that the quarterback's got to have that clock. You hear about that a lot. I think KJ's clock should have gone off before that. But that's to Auburn's credit and also to Colby Wooden for fighting through a double team there to get that sack. Nice job. 2nd and 18. Now all of a sudden you're in a situation where if you can get them to a negative play or an incompletion right here, you want to consider maybe calling a timeout and trying to get another. Yeah, that's a modest gain right there. So it's going to be 3rd and 18. I would consider taking a timeout here and stopping the clock. Which is, I believe, what Auburn just did. Yeah, good idea. So you get a stop here, you call timeout again, and now you're definitely get a legitimate possession there. And all set up by a really nice play by Colby Wooden. The guy with 2 names says, "Damn, your feet is ahead." I'm sorry about that. I can delay my show if you want me to. I mean, if all of you guys think that I'm ahead, then I'll just hit pause and I'll wait like 20 seconds and we'll get it back. I don't mind. Y'all tell me if that makes sense for you. A.E. Robinson says Gus down 28-0. Well, as I said on the bunker, if Cincinnati was located in the state of Arkansas, I guarantee it'd be the other way around. That's a big game. I'm from Arkansas. Robert S. says, I love Harsin's aggressive mentality. Glad we're taking a shot. Hell yeah. I like it too. I'm with you. Harsin's not soft. He'll go for it now. Ella says, no way Gus wouldn't. No way Gus would just be trying to get to the half. That's exactly right. Solo says I'm behind him. So Crystal's ahead of me. Some of y'all are behind me. Some of y'all are ahead of me. So, ooh, I was a little bit behind myself. Sometimes I go and I rewind and look at those plays and I forget to go back to live. So I was a little bit behind too. We'll see what happens. Chris says Gus might not make it at UCF. Yo, I'm starting to think that a little bit myself. I mean, there's no way T. Will's going to make it. They're already really mad at. Oh my God, this Ohio quarterback is going to run that the whole way. Oh, he sure did. Good golly, Miss Molly. Former Auburn beat writer Andrew Gribble, who now writes for the Cleveland Browns, is a graduate of University of Ohio, the Bobcats. I like to cheer for all the alma maters of my beat writer friends that have come through the Auburn team beat, so that would include Ohio University. My friend, let's see, we had a couple Missouri guys, Dave Morrison and Joel Erickson, who now covers the Colts for the Indianapolis newspaper. They are Missouri guys. Dana Sullivan, who used to write for the OA News, I believe she's an Ohio U girl. I think. Miss her. She's a lot of fun. All right, 3rd and 17 is what we're looking at. 1:57 on the clock. Oh, man, Auburn had really – so they're going to convert that. And I don't know why you're – I take that back. The spot was horrible on that. Auburn had pretty good pressure on that, honestly, but he got out of it. Did they give them a first down on that? Well, that was short of the marker where it was on TV, which isn't necessarily an official thing at all. They quickly got that next snap off. I thought he was short too, Robinson. I really did. And they got the next snap off so quickly, I don't know the review really was able to take hold. The spot was definitely short of where the marker was on TV, but moving on. 2nd and 10. They're at minus 48. Oh, God, it was a horrible missed tackle. Who was that? Echo Leota was just kind of loafing on that. And I can't tell who missed the first tackle there. It was JJ. JJ and Derek Hall both should have had him down. 3rd and 1. I don't know that he made that. It's going to be close. Boy, if they give up a 3 on this, good golly, Miss Molly. Yeah, Tiger Pride said JJ whiff. That's kind of what I saw there. Eku, I thought he kind of loafed on that, though, which you don't normally see. That was a cool little play. I like that. It was like a retrace motion for the tailback. Auburn used to run those fairly often for Cam Martin back in the day. Actually had one similar to that in the game at Georgia maybe 4 or 5 years ago. It should have gone for a huge gain, and he dropped it. That was the game when you had the graphic up on the page. It was like, drive, punt, 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 punt. It was that one. 49 minutes to midnight wants to know, why are we trying to hit the huge quarterback in the chest? It's a fair question, sir. I don't know. It must just be instinct, you know? God, it seemed like that play was like not going. Everybody's going half speed. Looks like Romello Height got a good lick in on KJ Jefferson there. Good golly, Miss Molly. Is that an illegal sub? Yeah, Eku Leotas looks like he's going off the field. Oh, and Derek Hall too. That has been an issue. It's been going on for a few weeks now, where Auburn is getting late calls in on defense. They don't necessarily result in an illegal sub like that, but you can, more often than not, well, I hate to say more often than not, more often than you would expect, you can see them kind of have their hands up and they don't know what the call is late, just as the offense is about to snap the ball. Not today necessarily. Oh, I love these plays, man. Little shovel pass. Those catch people off guard so often. Love that play. That's really, really clever. Auburn actually did a pretty good job considering how weird of a call that is. All right, they're down to like the 18 now. 31 seconds to go. This is a little annoying here. Not gonna lie about it. A. Robinson says, "God, this defense sucks." Yeah. Not a mouse. I'm with you, Bo. I'm with you on this. I don't think the defense sucks. Some parts of it annoy me, just like they annoy you all. Let me make sure I get these third down numbers right. Auburn is 2 of 5. They're 6 of 10. Six of 10 is just a little on the high side. Leif Beast is an Ole Miss fan. I would take y'all's defense. Well, there you go, guys. That's all you need to hear right there. It's been weird. Patrick P says, who was Harson's D coordinator at Boise? I believe it was Schmedding. Oh, God. I don't know how he gets up from plays like that. I just don't know how you get up. It just hurts me to see that. Roger McCreary just absolutely drilled that guy as he was jumping up for the ball, but he made the catch. To his eternal credit there. I don't, dad of 3 girls. I don't know what you mean. We could be down 17-14 before we touch the ball again as they get it out of half. Oh, I see what you're saying. Need to stop. Good point. I got you now. Jesse Williams says Brandon Marshmallow. LOL. What is that? What were you all talking about? Oh, Blake R says, I hate to admit Brandon Marshmallow was right about the defense, but he was right before the season started SMH. Speaking of former beat writers, he's an Arkansas guy. Brandon is. He's probably not somebody that I'm cheering for, though. I didn't dislike him. I just didn't. I didn't get along with him real good. Which I don't usually say that. Most beat writers I get along with real good. So it goes. Hell yeah, more commercials, Wizard Dragon says. Yeah, just what we need. More commercials. Okay, so UCF is now leading 35-0. I'm telling you, these fans are not going to take this shit. They're going to be so pissed. I don't even know if T-Will's going to make it through the year. They're showing a replay of that hit that McCreary dropped on that wideout. Oh, my God, it just looks like my back would I'd be out for a month. He was trying to jump pass, and they got it. Dad of 3 girls might be onto something here. That's a really creative play from KJ Jefferson, and that's to his credit personally. It was going to be a pop pass, and it was defended, and so he landed, and then he just decided to jump again. And then he was open that time.
I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
PAT is good, and that makes it 14-10. So as Dad of 3 girls shrewdly pointed out earlier, Arkansas is going to have the ball coming out of halftime, so Auburn's got, 55 seconds. I take it back, 18 seconds. That's not going to help. Melee says QB traveled up and down. There's one that's kind of out of nowhere. Nonamouse says, I hate Aaron Rodgers with the white-hot intensity of 1,000 suns. I think it has to do with Olivia Munn. You're mad that he dumped her? Because she is pretty hot. And Danica's hot, too, although I think Danica has a lot of baggage. Daniel P. jumps in. This guy's been a super chatting fool all day long. I'm a fucking fool. I mean in a good way. Pretty sure that was traveling. Basketball school. Arkansas double dribbled. Some dude says, I say we replace Auburn's Eagle mascot with sublingual nitroglycerin. That is a joke that is so subtle that I don't even get it. That's weird, man. I thought Auburn was one possession away from truly putting that game away. When it was 14-3 and they were kind of pushing down, you know. Kenneth says Smoke should bulk up and convert to to outside linebacker next year. I guess you mean NFL. He ain't going to be here. But, yeah, he's definitely more of a linebacker, isn't he? Travis J says Olivia Munn is Megan Fox level of hot. Yeah. All right, so they give Tank just kind of a basic run up the middle. He gets a couple yards, and that's going to end the half. So, you know, to me, that's kind of a womp-womp into the half for Auburn. They had some really, really good moments, but really did not handle the end. Did not handle the last 6 or 7 minutes of the half well at all. I mean, I thought that last drive, well, you know what I mean, the last real drive with about 6 minutes to go was going well. You had a 3rd and 4. They go deep down on a go route, gets picked off at the 15, and you're thinking, okay, I mean, the 15, they got to go 85 yards. Well, damn if they didn't do it. All right, let me see what Hunter, if he wants. Let's check in, make sure that Hunter's good. He's texted me earlier, so I bet he is. Dad of 3 girls says totally limped home. A. Robinson says terrible end of the half. I agree, really, really bad. Not well handled at all. Julia says Bigsby has tanked the last 4 to 5 games. I don't personally think that's fair because they're not giving him many opportunities, really. He has 11 carries for 45 yards today. But, I mean, like, it's just like they never really give him a chance to get in a rhythm. He had that one drive where he had like 5 carries, and I thought he was playing pretty well, and they kind of started throwing the ball a little bit more, and so he doesn't get a chance to really get in a rhythm. I don't know if it's really his fault. Arkansas rushing, by the way, 27 for 121. I mean, to me, that's been really what's been going on here. Although KJ Jefferson made some really nice throws during that last drive for sure. Make sure I get these third down numbers up correctly. 6 of 10, 2 of 5, so those numbers are all right. So all the numbers you see up on the screen are correct and accurate as we go into halftime of this game where Auburn, I thought, played a hell of a game for a good portion of that half, but it takes the whole half, you know? Michael P., my man, says 21 is the stink, yo. I have a suspicion that Michael P. is somebody else on the bunker. I think you could change your handle, Michael P., like on here, if you wanted to be known by who you are on the bunker. All right, yeah, Hunter is ready to go. So we're going to go straight to Coach Hunter. See what he thinks about this half. I know he's going to be disappointed with the way they finished. That's for damn sure. See if I can find him on my list here instead of having to dial him up. I should have him programmed in, and I don't, so I'm going to have to dial up his number here. It's silly. I should know better than that. All right, here we go. I do have him programmed in here. Why?
JG.
What's up, Coach Hunter?
Hey, man.
Man, what a stinky finish to the half, bro.
A little bit of self-destruction right there in the last few minutes, you know?
Yeah, just kind of on a few fronts, right?
On a few fronts. They had a chance to completely seize momentum, you know, and really put this thing close to being out of reach. And self-destructed on both sides of the ball right there down the stretch.
So let's start with Bo's interception there on a 3rd and 4. You probably think that's the wrong read, right? I mean, he's thrown into a bad situation.
Definitely. Which Arkansas, to give them credit, they had it covered extremely well. You know, I'm not sure what the backside of the read was, but you throw the back shoulder fade to the outside receiver to the wide side of the field, which is the longest throw you can possibly make, while the defender, you know, is aligned with pre-snap inside leverage, meaning the only chance you've got is to put it over his head high and outside, which means you're throwing that thing 50 yards.
Yeah, you're right.
50 to 60 yards. And that's just a really, really tough throw. I would love to have seen them come with the sprint out right there, or the empty quick hitters that were working well. I don't know. That was a little bit of a disjointed play call. Thought for the most part of the game, the play call did really, really well.
Do you have a problem with the fact that Tank only gets, I think 11 touches that half, and I think 5 or 6 were on one drive? It seems like he just gets a couple here and a couple there. It's not really a chance to get going.
Yeah, but, two things. The other stuff's working, but, two, when they go to the bigger sets, the 20, 21, and 12 personnel sets, they're kind of getting their butt kicked up front a little bit. The fumble, overturn, whatever, where Jarquez got slammed, the backside 5 knifed right across the tight end's face. The guard was confused, didn't know who to block. So I'm not sure they have a lot of confidence in those big sets and pounding it inside. Don't think Tank looked real good bouncing that thing outside, making the guy miss a couple times, which he looked like what everybody expects him to look like. So feed him a little more, I guess.
Defensively, what are you seeing out there from Auburn?
Inconsistency. Some guys playing really hard, and then there's a couple guys playing bad football. 31 for the first half. You could almost play with 10 guys on the field and get the same result.
Ooh.
He was brutal in just about every aspect. And you don't want to bash him, but you've got to get, especially out of a senior captain, you've got to get better football out than that. And I don't know how you lose Burks on that 3rd and long. On 3rd and 17, I don't know how you lose the best player on the field. And they lost track of him, let him hit that deep drag. Up front, Hall's not having a very good day. Wooten's playing his butt off. Leota's playing hard, but he's kind of getting contorted and playing with bad body leverage sometimes and losing some gaps that he should negate. Nine's being very, very active. There's blockers getting to him a lot, though, and he's not a very big guy to defeat that. So that can be a little troublesome in the run game.
Yeah, for him, I want to talk to you about this because you played linebacker. You know a lot about that position. A guy like Zacoby is a little bit smaller. Does he have to change how he plays relative to a big old dude? Meaning, does he have to elude blockers or keep an eye out for that more?
It's just, you don't want a linebacker not to be a linebacker. You don't ever want to have a guy that jumps around blocks because that creates an extra gap when you jump around a block. But you've got to protect them. Like, you've got to make sure that your interior defensive linemen are gap aligned, not center shot, so that they are occupying 2 guys and they don't let them climb quickly. It's when you've got small, fast linebackers, you protect them and let them run to the football with your alignment.
Yeah. There was a play there. It reminds me when you talk about you can't jump around blocks. There was a play there where they ran the ball up the middle and J.J. Pegues had literally jumped around a block. Like as a 3 or whatever he was, a shade 3 in that situation. Is that something you just cannot do?
You can't do it at all. That's a selfish play, and it's more common in guys like Pegues who don't have a lot of experience and time on the field at that spot where you're thinking, I can outsmart the technique. You can't outsmart the technique because when you try to outsmart the technique, you create a problem for somebody else.
Yeah, can't do that.
No.
And then, again, defensively, so the interception still puts Arkansas at minus 15, and then they went 85 yards and got that. To capitulate right there for the defense, that's a crucial series of failures.
It is, and it started with that 3rd and very, very long, and then you had the face mask penalty on McClain, and then you had the substitution penalty, and was there a 4th penalty on there?
I don't remember. The substitution was bad.
There was at least 3, yeah.
Now,
at least 3 penalties right there.
You're a defensive coordinator yourself. Do you, when you're playing a game, do you make sure you got to get your calls in quickly? Is that a really important thing for you?
They've got to. You've got to adjust with the tempo of the game. When a team adjusts tempo, then you've got to have built-ins or autos in to where your calls are based on formations. So as soon as they align, you're aligned to their alignment, and you attack the tendencies of the alignment. You're not going to be able to make any specific or exotic calls versus tempo. Everything's got to be built in.
Okay, I got you. And then when they made that substitution, when they got in substitution fraction, they had 2 players on the field that they shouldn't have had. It was Echo and Derek Hall. What's that?
I think they jumped to the conclusion because Arkansas had been really consistent with their offensive player rotations as far as who was coming on and off the field on every down and distance. And Auburn kind of got in a pattern of subbing when Arkansas subbed based on that pattern. And you'd seen it kind of slow the tempo of the game down a few times earlier, the trade in substitutions. And I think Auburn just kind of got ahead of themselves and went ahead and went to sub based on that pattern before Arkansas subbed out.
Gotcha. Mental error there.
Yeah, just getting ahead of yourself a little bit.
There was a question here in the chat, or actually a statement, just saying he hadn't seen a defense this soft since Ellis Johnson. Do you feel like the defense is in fact soft, or what's really plaguing them?
It is a relatively passive approach today. You know, there's not a lot of downhill. It's playing a very cautious style, and I mean it's only conceded 10 points, so you can't say that it's not giving up a ton, but at the same time, it's not attacking Arkansas, putting them in bad situations. You know, there's a lot of coming to rally on 3 and 5 yard throws. And I think Jefferson really could have had a lot more in the run game sometimes if he would have committed to tucking the ball and running, because they're not keeping that extra guy in the box. They're not bringing that backside pressure for when he pulls it, there's somebody right there in his face. It's a very, very patient, I guess that's the nicest way to say it, approach to play in this offensive scheme.
And that's not normal these days. I mean, because you as a defense coordinator, you put a lot of you talk to your kids a lot about pressuring them, like being on the attack, right?
Yeah. You like to get hands in the dirt. You like to get people in the box, and you like to force the other team to have to make plays that aren't easy. You know, you don't want to give them easy. And I think that's what hurt Auburn on that last drive is they said, all right, we're going to not, other than that long pass to Burks on the 3rd and 17, we're not going to give up anything big, but the 5 and 6 yard plays were easy until easy culminated in points.
There was a question also from Poppy Clan who wanted to know, is it a minus that Derek Mason is in the box as a defensive coordinator? A lot of times we see defensive coordinators on the field. I know you coach from the field, but is it tougher to kind of keep your kids tough when you're not there?
It's personality and it's staff. You know, it's what kind of coordinator you are, who the energy and urgency guys are on your staff, and who the communicators are. You know, if Mason feels like he has to be the brain, you know, and be kind of in that omnipotent position to see everything to make sure he gets it right, then that's the right place to be if he's got those communicators and energy guys that can convey what they need to know from a knowledge standpoint and put in what they need from an energy standpoint on the sideline.
Yeah.
You know, and there's not a right or a wrong right there. It depends on what you've got around you and what you need to do.
Word. I think maybe he's misassessing some of the guys he has on his sideline, but we'll have that conversation another time.
I agree with that 100%. I think there is one specific position group that's really, really struggling with sideline communication.
Linebacker.
Part of it, yes.
No comment. Okay. Hunter, man, you're so awesome. You do the know the enemy pieces. You're a great poster as well. You're the Bunker's best poster, and also you're a great halftime caller. You're like the Swiss Army knife of AuburnSports.com, and we love you, bro.
I don't know about that, man. I just like football.
All right, man. We will talk to you after the game, and hopefully have some better news on that end.
Yeah, hopefully we can hold on to this lead.
All right, brother. See ya.
See you, Jay.
There he is, Coach Hunter. We love having him on, defensive coordinator at Stanhope Elmore here in the state of Alabama. Generally a very good defense, as you would probably expect the Mustangs, and doing work for sure. He doesn't hide who he is. He is the son of a Hall of Fame coach here in the state of Alabama, and Hunter, by the way, played linebacker at Troy State, is what it was called back when he was there. Would have loved to have played at Auburn. He's a little undersized, but don't ever tell him that to his face, because if you ever meet him, you'll know what I'm talking about. He ain't tall, but that sumbitch could pick you up and tear you in half. So, CJ, appreciate the super chat, bro. He said, haven't seen a defense this soft since since Ellis Johnson. Can't give up 3rd and 17 and expect to win, which is totally agree with that. Had that answered by Coach Hunter on the call, so appreciate that, CJ. And really, he kind of agreed with you. He was thinking that, there weren't quite enough, not enough energy and intensity from the defense is kind of what he saw out there. Some dude says you need to be an Irk Russell kind of defensive coordinator. Obviously, the celebrated and Hall of Fame former head coach at Georgia Southern, who came up with the GATA term, which is get after their ass. That's when you see that on their helmets. That's what it means. Patrick P says, bring Muschamp home. Miss Muschamp home as DC. Better than special teams backup coach at UGA. Listen, you're wading into some dangerous territory here for me, because I love me some Will Muschamp. He's one of my all-time favorite people that I've ever met, football coach or not. But his last tenure at Auburn as defensive coordinator was not super awesome. I mean, it wasn't like he had everything on lock. And I don't know, man. I just don't know. Patrick Peace of Cliff Weller's D. That's funny. Yeah, I misspoke there, but it was actually kind of funny. And very good on you for picking that up as I did that. Corey Dub said, would love to meet Coach Hunter. Yeah, you guys would get along good, man. You would be jealous of his physique, though. He's a bad he's a bad man. I'd love for him to have my back in a fight. Actually, he would probably just put him in the front and let him handle it. Wizard Dragon says, I come here for Jay during the games, but I stay at halftime to hear Coach Hunter. Hope you hear that, Coach Hunter. Stephen Lisenby says, Will Muschamp cussing during the Arkansas game was classic. It sure was. He said, boo! Knock these motherfuckers out. That's what I'm talking about. Knock these motherfuckers out. I still say that when I'm watching the Raiders games. Tough week to be a Raiders fan for me. Yeah, it happens some right. Poppy Clan says, Poppy Clan, you changed it. Attaboy. That's what I'm talking about. Says, bring back T. Will. Just kidding. Yeah, I'm worried about T. Will a little bit. I noticed, so they haven't been good on defense, talking about UCS defense, and then he turned his Twitter to private recently, which is kind of you usually only do that when you're just having trouble, you know? So it was weird. Spicy Piece is so strange we can't run the ball when Ole Miss dropped 300. Yeah, a little bit. You know, Hunter and I were talking just a little bit on that call, and Hunter's not on there. I want to get to the assassin, too, because we haven't had a chance to hear from him today yet. Looks like she might have dropped that. They haven't really given him a chance to get going, though. I mean, honestly, I don't think if you give Hunter or Tank, 2 carries a drive, I don't think that's enough. I think you have to invest a little bit more in him. I'm going to give the assassin a call real quick and see if there's anything there. Keith M. says, JG, not a fair assessment on Boom. He laid the groundwork for the defense to turn around. Yeah, I don't want to give him too much trouble here. I'm generally a big fan of my main man. I think a whole lot of Will Muschamp. You guys know that. Looks like we may not actually get Christian on this. Giving him a call and he's not answering, which concerns me a little bit. Maybe he doesn't know the number.
An automated voice.
All right. No go on that one. 6. Hello?
Who's that?
Nah, you calling JG again.
Oh, my bad, man.
No problem. That was Coach Hunter, but it didn't come through as Hunter. That's weird. Huh. It happens sometimes. Yeah, Crystal says, I'm not a Raiders fan, but Gruden, in my opinion, got screwed. I don't really have a comment on that. I totally aside from that, I like Chucky. This is a dude, but as a coach, he was very frustrating to watch. So I'm not necessarily brokenhearted that he's leaving or he's gone. And maybe Rich Bisaccia will end up being better for them. I don't know. I just wish they would draft a little bit better. They've had some really good hits, but, man, they've had some bad misses. All right, I did try to catch my main man Christian there. It may be on a bathroom break or whatever right there. Adam C. says, I liked Will Muschamp as a coordinator, but not as a head coach. Well, hell, yeah, you've gotten plenty of chance to see him. He's been a coordinator here twice, is that right, or was it 3 times? Nah, he was a GA here the first time, so he wasn't a coordinator. Hornicius jumps in, says, Jay, would you say it would be enough touches if Tank had 22 at game's end? Well, he has 11 right now, right? So that means only 11 carries for the second half. To me, that would not be enough. But Kenny Irons is the one who got me talking about this or got me thinking about it as a much younger reporter when he would say things like, I need more carries. And I would be like, well, explain to me what you mean by that. And he would say, I need a rhythm. I need to get hit. I need to see how they do things. I need to see how this guy attacks me. He tries to tackle me and kind of learn how to adjust to it, and I need a certain number of carries just to kind of get in a flow of a game. And so ever since then, I've always kind of thought about that with a tailback. Like, you got to feed him every single game and give him a chance. I mean, if you have a guy that you feel like can change the game, which I think he can. Yeah. Keith M. says, love Gruden as an analyst, meaning a television analyst, but not so much as a coach. Yeah, he's frustrating. This is my first year as being a Raiders fan. I mean, I hadn't really been a fan of an NFL team prior to this. And, I like the Browns, but I never really fully committed to them. And then I'm fully committed to the Raiders now with my friends that live across the street. And it's been frustrating because Chucky's annoying. He can be really annoying. Let's see. Love the Cat says, was Hunter trying to call Zach Etheridge? I don't think it was that Zach. That was weird because I thought it was Hunter's number, but I thought it would have come up as Hunter, you know. Some dude says it was a private email talking about Gruden again. I don't have much of an opinion on that. I just don't like, you know, the things that came out are, it bothers me. And if I was like Carl Nassib or I was, God, there's a lot. He pretty much insulted everybody in those emails, so I would feel pretty weird about it. Elijah Dilday says, Arkansas without their best safety, what the heck? Dude, hey, man, Auburn's passed the ball pretty damn well, honestly. And I think we've been talking about how they've accentuated that to the exclusion almost of Tank, although I don't know if that's fair. Now that I look at it, I mean, Bo's thrown 14 balls, and Bixby's had 11 carries plus Hunter's had 4, so Auburn only had 30 plays that half, which is probably a low for the whole season for a half. I mean, but they averaged 6.6 yards per play, so they're stoked about that. But they just need to possess the ball a little bit more. All right, so we're kicking off the second half here. And Hornatius, appreciate you, brother. There's Jenny Dell, ladies and gentlemen. A sideline analyst that we all love and adore. Skip has a good point. He says, JGD, if your worst emails came out, would you still have your job? Now, in my case, that would not be a problem because I've always kind of been of the opinion that emails get out. Not through a not through a federal investigation, but stuff gets forwarded and passed along, and I always think about, okay, how would this look if I had this exposed to the public? So I'm very careful about that. But if you went so far as to, like, you know, text messages that I had with my friends and stuff, yeah, I'm sure there would be stuff discussed in there that would not be that would keep me from having public office. That's for sure, because I just call people names and stuff. Yeah, let's see what happens here. They're going to call a personal foul. Illegal hands to the face on D. Hall. That's not a great start to the second half there. I'm also just one last thing to say about the Gruden email thing is it's really hard for me to believe. The NFL came out yesterday, I think, and said there's no more indications that any current coaches, said anything. Just looking for the penalty there. Said anything, crazy or whatever. That's how in the world would you know that? 650,000 emails you've poured through? Really? But they haven't done that. All right, moving on. A little bit of an option run there. KJ Jefferson had the keep and got about 3 yards. Nope, got 1 yard, 2nd and 9. All right, now they're playing a little bit better there. That ball came out. That might have been a situation like it did before with Jarquez, though, where he was stopped. That's going to be a 3rd and long, guys. It's going to be a 3rd and 9, 3rd and 8, something in that range. 3rd and 9, yeah. So they need to hold right here. They're right at midfield. So if you're able to get an even play or a loss here, you're definitely going to force them into a punt situation, which would be a dub for that possession, no doubt about that. Data 3 Girl says no hands to face. I tend to agree with you. That's what I saw in the replay, but wow, they had a big cluster up there, doing a lot of exchanges here. 3 receiver exchange. Well, technically a tight end, a wideout, and a tailback. Auburn looks like it's got it covered, though, although Smoke was trying to call somebody to get back. Pressure is horrible on this play. Good God, Eku. Ugh. What the hell, man? Eku Leota had him. And Jacoby got blocked by the umpire. That's frustrating. That's really frustrating right there. Auburn has done a generally good job on tailback runs, but, man, the quarterback runs have just absolutely mind-screwed him. Good golly, Miss Molly. Robert S. says we cannot control gaps. Haven't seen that since Roof and Van Gorder. You're absolutely right. Just the discipline on the pass rush has been horrible. And also, playing the run, particularly with KJ. They're doing it right there again. Oh, my goodness, dad of 3 girls. It's almost like you should do this for a living, bro.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
You got to give him credit, man. That was a great throw and a great catch for the touchdown. But, man, 49 minutes to midnight's right on the money. It's 3rd and Mason on that. And, I mean, golly. 3rd and 9, and they allowed a conversion. Shit. Man, that's crazy. I cannot believe what's going on. I know somebody else who's really pissed about it. It's going to be Hunter. He's like, what? And I can't even, like, the play there, the run, the quarterback scramble that converted that 3rd and 9. Where Jacoby ran into the umpire, like he wasn't going to make that play anyway. He was over pursuing the quarterback like a crazed man. He would have had to do like a swinging arm tackle from behind. I don't know, man. Chris S. says the interception was big, talking about Bo Nix getting picked off late in the second quarter. Man, you couldn't be more right about that. Good golly, Miss Molly, man. Shh. Let's drink, guys. The good news is that Auburn's offense has generally been pretty solid today, so you think they could put something together. They've only had 1 3 and out. So you think they could sustain a little bit. Their drives in the first half were 6 yards, touchdown. Well, there's one. I take it back. 4 yards. No, they got a first down on the first play of that drive. So 4 plays, a 3-play, 3 and out, 9 plays, 65 for a TD, 7 plays for 37 that ended with the interception, and they had the very short drive to end the half. Arkansas has not had 3 and out either. 11, 6, 6, 12, 12, 6. So that's just a little bit, it's been bad here lately, hasn't it? Goodness gracious. Man, I can't believe how quickly that's turned around, 32 for 151 now for Arkansas's rushing. And KJ Jefferson has 10 carries for 62 himself. I mean, the tailbacks have about the same. Hell, they're worse. Same yardage, less, fewer, I should say, yards per carry. Jay Battle says, too early for me to drink the good stuff, JG. I got to go mow the lawn. This might be a good time for you to do it, bro. You can come back and check on us in about 45 minutes and see if this situation has turned around. But my goodness, this has gotten weird. Playing way off again. Oh, Zion just got run by, didn't he? Just got absolutely run by. Jeez. I don't know. Zion's the guy you want playing like as a man guy. I don't know, man. It's problematic, that's for damn sure. Let's see, they're 7 of 11 now on 3rd down. Come on, guys, that's just nowhere near good enough. Remember there was a time, I can't remember if it was early in Kevin Steele's career. Hey, God bless Nick Brahms. He's not a very good football player, but he's a damn good student, and he's a good dude, too. He's a guy that, 10, 15 years from now, when he's a commercial airline pilot, they'll be doing stories about him, successful former Auburn football player. He's just a really high-quality individual. He's just not a very good center. All right, so Auburn finally has the ball back. little quick screen on a 2x2. Got about 4 yards out of it. AU Law says our defense just got mushroom printed by Arkansas. I don't know what that means, but I like it. 2nd and 6. They're going into the I formation. Oh, you guys like that. They defended that pretty well. But Luke Deal is the third option on that play. Might be the second. Gets it into a modest gain. 3rd and 2. Man, I hope Dad of 3 Girls is still on here at keeping him eligible. He called this. Excuse me. He called this a long time ago. Oh, nice tackle by 27. That was a split zone concept, which I really like the idea. Because you're sending the H-back one direction, and usually the linebackers flow that direction. That would give kind of Jarquez a good launch. But 27 wasn't doing that. He was following the tailback the whole time and made a great play. And that's going to be a 3 and out. Who says could be ball game? Wes, man, come on, dude. You cannot commit these kinds of things this early. I realize Arkansas has a lot of momentum, and they've earned it with an 85-yard touchdown drive to close the half, but that kid's going to die. Nice coverage by Derek Hall downfield. I don't know what he was thinking. That kid should have fair caught that. Save himself a headache. That was not good. Dad of 3 Girls says, still here and I wish I wasn't so right. I'm telling you, you deserve an award for that one. I mean, I know you're not happy about it, but you called that. Wes says could be. No negativity, bro. Dual GR says really poor line. I'm talking about offensive line play. AU Texans says no blocking. I agree they got overrun there, but it was a very predictable situation. Not necessarily the split zone concept, but the fact they were going to run. I think Arkansas was just kind of gambling on it. And Auburn doesn't have the strength up front to run into the teeth of a defense and just blow them out. Chris says, one thing about Gus, he always had Auburn ready to play Arkansas. Jared says, is the O-line, the problem with the run game or lack of good scheme? Yeah, to me, it's not a scheme problem. I think they're just getting beat up front too much. And I also think in that situation right there, it was too predictable. Dual GR says, Deal is really struggling to block. Yeah, it's not really, I wouldn't say that's his strength. Dad of 3 Girls, look at this. He's trying to change the juju. He's now saying prediction will be up 28-17 at the end of the third. I'm glad you're trying to change this up, bud, because this game has followed you to this point. Yeah. We're glad to hear it, bro. Christopher B. says, it's probably just me. But personally, I think it would be cool if we could cover a wideout. That would be nice. You think about? I've thought about this before with James Owens. The guts it took to be the first black scholarship football player anywhere in the South or anywhere, period, is awe-inspiring, honestly. I say that because Arkansas was honoring their first black football player. And it reminded me of James Owens, who was the same player at Auburn. That was a really horrendous missed tackle from Roger McCreary. Good God, that was bad. Somebody pressure him. I'm about to lose my shit. Hey, McCreary came back and made up for it with that good lick right there and kind of forced an incomplete pass. Robert S. says he could close his eyes and throw it and get a completion. I'm telling you, with this pressure he's facing right now, or lack of pressure, yeah, you're right, bro. All right, they got that one handled. Smoke Monday going to get on the scene. Little help from Dre Butler playing a little shade 3. I like that. It's great to see Dre Butler in there playing a little bit, man. He had a really tough year last year, having the COVID, and he had a situation where the COVID just continued to kind of mess with him, and he had to fight through it the whole damn year, man. It took that long. Super chat I missed earlier from Chaz Music says the last 45 minutes. That's a hold on third down. Chaz, you were great luck, by the way. The last 45 minutes is the perfect example of how it feels to be an Auburn fan. It has been a frustrating period of time here. Absolutely right about that. Chaz, I appreciate you being part of the show, and I did not forget about you, bro. Corey G, who's you guys know is a legend. He's the one that won the Harsin hat early on, and even put it on a presentation in his home, which we love. The things you love to see. Says thank you for bringing it each and every week. Thank you, bro. I feel horrible with you in your case because when you won the hat, I was like, oh, no, I think we gave the hat to somebody that, isn't a member of the site. And you're like, not member of the site? I've been here forever. And sure enough, I look it up, and dude's been here like 20 years or longer. So my bad on that end, dude. Appreciate you, Corey. You know that. Okay, we did get a third down stop there. Oh, we got a super chat coming through from Hornicius. Says, stay positive, Bugs. Coming from you. Michael Dubbs says, have you noticed every game we start the first 2 or 3 drives scripted, pretty successful after that? Bobo just has no clue. I would disagree with that, but we're going to find out here, bro. If they look like dog poopy the entire second half, their first drive was bad, then you probably are onto something there. In general, I've thought they've been pretty good. Their best drive of this game, I think, was their third, so they may still – it probably wasn't a script territory, but they only ran 30 plays in the first half, so sometimes you do script out maybe 30 plays or so. I don't know. Tiger Pride says we now need a long offensive drive. I completely agree with you on that. Daniel P. said we. Did I really say that? I just mean like we, like, us. The brain drain family is what I'm talking about. Robert S., who I would nominate for offensive coordinator if something happens to Bobo, he says we need points. Very simple strategy. Dad of 3 girls, did they throw a flag on that? Let's see. The official stats do not indicate that there was a foul called on that because they're showing Auburn 1st and 10 on -27. This chick right here in this commercial, I'm showing this girl who's like in the lavender. She's got the same eye problem I do. She's got amblyopia. It's been corrected by surgery, but the people who have it, we know it when we see it. Look at what my eyes do. See how my eyes go the wrong direction? I'm telling you. I wear these glasses only because of that. My eyesight's actually really good, but my eyes go crossed. My ophthalmologist was like, well, we can fix that, bro. I can send you up to UAB, and we can do a surgery and get you straightened out, but you're going to have headaches, and you're going to not feel good for like a while. And I was like, fuck that. I'm not doing that. All right, let's see if my main man, who was that earlier that was saying that? It was Michael Dubb was talking about thinks that Bobo's not as good, after the script runs out. Let's see, man. Let's see. I'm curious to see if they can put a drive together. They've got to have a nice drive here. Is that it? You're trying to put together a statement drive and that's your call? That play hasn't been open all day. That little quick drag to the tight end, it hasn't been open all day. Not one time has that play been open. If it's 0 for 4, don't run it again. Try something else. Well, it's the same idea, but they executed it a little bit differently. They throw to Tyler Fromm. No, I take it back. That's Luke Deal, isn't it? Another modest gain, 3rd and 5. I do not understand that first down play. I do not understand it. And Chip is absolutely right. There's no PI when you're behind the line of scrimmage like that. I do not like that call at all. Blake R. got his Swoogan glass the other day. He says, cheers with my Swoogan glass to the fam. I'm with you, Keith. Scramble, and he threw to Landon King, and the throw wasn't perfect, but it was playable. It was good enough. That ball's got to be caught, and if it's caught, that's a 40 or 50-yard gain. Wow, Auburn got a nice roll on that punt. They're going to get them all the way down to the 11. That's a great punt right there. Wesley Steiner in there to get on the ball. Jacob Quattlebaum hustling downfield to get on that too. My goodness gracious. Blue Eagle says sickening. Yeah, that was a bad drop, man. You know, that kind of a drop there, and we like Landon. When nobody's hating on Landon individually. That's the kind of drop that losing teams make all the time, right? Is it a perfect throw? No. That is a playable ball, and you got to catch the fucking ball. You just do. You just have to catch that. You're on the road. It's a statement drive. You've got to turn this thing around, and you've got to catch that football. You got to catch it. Paul K., you're not wrong when you say bad pass. It was not a great pass, but you've got to catch that. You got to catch it. You got to catch it. Good question also, 49 minutes to midnight, sir. Where are the bow runs? It's almost like they've had a conversation with him, right? Where it's like, dude, stop running. Throw the frickin' ball, right? And he's doing it. And it was working for a while, and it's just not quite coming together the way they should, or you'd think that they would. Or you'd hope that they would. Daniel P. says, I don't know. That was a pretty bad pass to a wide open target. I mean, I think everybody's right on this. I think it's a pass that should have been better, and it's also a pass that should have been caught. 10-0 says we're going 5-7. Playing like this, I think you're right, man. You just don't. I think we're getting a kind of an illustration of what the difference is between a mediocre team, which this team is playing mediocre football right now. The difference between mediocre and good is not a lot, but it's there, and you've got to fucking make that transition from here to here. And it requires finishing tackles, and it requires catching passes that are imperfect. You have to catch that ball. Period. And it's that part they're trying to get to, man. It's that part is the reason Gus got fired. And that's the part that Brian Harsin is trying to shorten, and that's what's going to make him successful or not. It's a 10% difference. It's a 10% difference. Jesse Williams says it's frustrating to watch. Keith Evans with me on the pass. That's a frustrating series right there. All right. Good stop on first down right there. Roger McCreary again, getting physical, getting dirty, making a play. Marcus Harris playing a lot of snaps today. I mean, Colby plays a lot anyway, but Marcus usually splits time. I wonder if Burke's being hurt maybe affects that a little bit. Colby got in there again. That's 2. He really had to work for it, but that's the thing about him. His work rate's really high. He'll stay on it. Some of these other dudes will back off. He won't do it. Probably would have thrown that ball. But. All right, so this is another situation where Auburn's been bad defensively. 3rd and 15, 3rd and long. Arkansas has been pretty damn good in these situations today. Holy shit, is that a touchdown or is that a safety? They're saying touchdown, holy shit.
Touchdown, Auburn!
Get that. Get some. Marcus Harris. I was just shouting him out, man. Who was it that was in the chat saying they had to have a turnover? Somebody was calling that. Somebody was calling that, yo. I need to get some credit. I need to figure out who deserves credit for that. Wes Mack says, have to have a turnover and shift momentum, he says. Wes Mack, my man. Give it up for Wes Mack, you guys. I'm going to go ahead and change that score as soon as this PAT goes through. All right. All right. 21-17. Look at that, Matt. Data 3 girls might be on this again. Wes Mack, you get credit, brother. It's a good call out. Good call out. God, what a huge play that is, man. Huge. Let's see. So who gets credit for that? I mean, Marcus Harris obviously had the it's like Derek Hall got to him, didn't he? And he was also punching. That was a great play by Derek Hall. But, man, give Colby Wooden credit, too. Colby Wooden on that really, really long pass rush to get that sack on 2nd down set them up into a bad situation. Chris B says only happened because I logged on. Glad to have you here, bro. Data 3 girls reminds us still on track for a 28-17 tally by the end of the 3rd. He called it there early in the 3rd quarter. He thought it was going to turn around in the Auburn Tigers' favor, and so far it looks good. Crystal says, I swear this team is like a freaking light switch. One time they're totally off, the next time they're totally on the ball. AU Law giving my main man, Wes, credit for the shot call out on that one. It's huge. I'm glad to see you capitulating, Blake. It says I was wrong and being a negative Nancy before that. You all right, bro? It's a great pass rush, man. It's not traditionally great because they were slow getting there, but like Colby's had 2 really good like 2nd or 3rd effort sacks today. Really nice. Super chat coming through from Croc. I think Croc had one earlier too. Says disappointed in Hornicius' negativity. You shouldn't be. He has a permanent shout down on the rundown. Paul K says I wouldn't have called a blitz there for fear of the draw, but what a great time for a blitz. You're right, man. And they don't blitz much, but just kind of overran them. Excuse me. Appreciate you, Crocodile. I know Hunter's been what? Webcam, you're out of here, bro. Have a nice day. Get out of here. It'll run up the middle. They're going to get 6-7 yards on. Nah, Sam, they spam accounted me, but I spammed them right back, bro. He gone. He is gone. All right, so the problem there on that one was whoever had outside leverage actually did their job. But it seemed like there were 2 people trying to leverage that run, the run after the catch, I should say, and they missed him. Over-pursued it a little bit. They're going to call a penalty on Arkansas. Is this finally going to be a hold? See, 36 is busting his ass to get outside, and he got there. But I think that 18, well, he's getting blocked pretty badly. He got locked up on that pretty bad. So it ends up being a 2nd and 5 because the hold was so far downfield. So, at least they did call him for holding. All right, we got some good news. Mark C. jumps in and says, Voodoo Report, mango habanero was great. Good rec, JG. Hey, man, I'm glad you like that. I think it's delicious, and it's a taste that I don't find out there. I don't know if that's one of Jan's personal creations or not, but it's a really nice taste. I'm really glad that you got a hold of that. Although somebody had suggested, it might have been West Mac, I don't remember who it was, it said maybe try some teriyaki with hot, which sounds weird, but I might try that next time. If that was you, West Mac. I can't remember who it was. I love the cat says, where's Denton? Did you lock him in the cloakroom of his one-room schoolhouse? Hey, remember we gave him some, I don't know if you were here, Hornatius, we gave him some homework for last week. I told him he had to go out. Oh, no, another problem with the gap control. Gap integrity was a problem again on the outside. You're out of bounds, bro. I told him that he had to go talk to a chick on campus and try to get digits. And anecdotal evidence suggests he may have gotten, not that he didn't get digits, that he talked to a girl. Although his weird statement that he wanted to study Japanese swordsmanship really probably turned some chicks off. I don't know if chicks are into that right now. West Max says it was not me. It was Daniel P. My bad. Says it was me, Jay. Teriyaki and hot is the stuff. In your honor, Daniel P., I'm writing it down right now. I'm going to try that. That sounds weird, but actually I think it might also be awesome. All right, I'm going to check that out on the show next Tuesday. All right, they got 5 players to take down that tight end. They did take him down, but not until after he'd already gotten 15 yards, and Arkansas is moving the ball again. Now, see, they run that little flat route to their tight end, and they get a bunch of yards off of it, but Auburn can't get that thing going at all on the offensive end. See, they're spying him now, but they have their own little drop there. That was 15 yards down the drain. 2nd and 10. Tiger Pride says that's an Auburn drop, LOL. God, Auburn seems like they've gotten patented on these drops right here, right? Ball could have been thrown any better. Solo Tiger says, he dropped it. What a shame. Probably ought to update some of these numbers. I want to watch this play, though. He probably made the wrong read on that run. He got 5 yards instead of 10. Auburn's having trouble up front right now. A lot of trouble with that run, which you don't normally see. Usually Auburn's run D is really, really good. They're now 39 for 172, Arkansas is running the ball. God, get him. I messed this up. All right, got it straightened out there. I missed that play while I was updating those numbers. It says 4th and 3, so that's good. I thought that was going to get away from him. Can I please see a replay, CBS? Is there anything? Could you maybe just do that for me? Well, I got to keep it on here live. Looks like they're going to go for it. 4th and 3 at the 30. They're going to go pistol. Try to go one-on-one with Burks against Roger down there. Now they're going to run a speed option, and they are not going to get it. Marcus Harris again. That guy has been an absolute stud today. He has been so good in the second half. Or did I misidentify who that was? No, that was Marcus Harris, wasn't it? 50? Well, yeah. I'm sorry. It's 25 did a great job, too. Both of those guys shed blocks and made a play. But, yeah, Colby Wooden. Big, big play right there. All right, here we go. Dad of three girls. This is where it happens right here, buddy. This is where Auburn puts together a scoring drive and turns you into Nostradamus yet again. They ran a play just like this last week. Oh, shit! Dad of three girls, my man! You did this. You did this, bro. You did this. Where did I see that play? Did they run that play last week? I saw that play somewhere. It might have been another game. Shit, I don't know how the hell y'all would be able to answer that question. That kind of close-up, twist, turnaround handoff, it messes with people sometimes. They can't read what's happening. That's a little smash concept. Well, no, it wouldn't be a smash concept, would it? Because he's running a post. Wow, what a play, man. All right, we'll go ahead and add that tally to the board, yo. Dad of three girls, I'm telling you, this guy has absolutely saved the day, folks. Oh, it's a game of inches, guys. One more inch, and that guy taps that ball away, but as it stands, it goes down as a catch. 28-17. Wow, look at Harsin. He's finally happy. We don't see him smile very much, do we? He's fucking fired up after that one, huh? Dang. What a play by Demetrius. 71-yard touchdown, yo. I hate to tell you guys this, but Bo Nix, I mean, you guys are happy to hear it, but he's now officially 16 of 20 for 225. With 2 TDs. I mean, Bo Nix. How about that? Steve N says, Dad of three girls, let's go to Vegas. My man. Chip says, almost a D-rop. Wow. Wow, what a crazy change, huh? You got a defensive touchdown off that sack in the end zone and fumble and then a touchdown. And then you got a 71-yard touchdown throw from Bo Nix to Demetrius, of course, because everybody catches every deep ball and every ball is put right on them, right? And now it's 28-17 and Auburn's riding a wave right now. Of course, as we learned early in the game, being up, as Auburn was up 14-3 and we thought they were riding the wave then, it wasn't good enough. You got to continue pushing. So will this team learn from this? Will this team know you can't slow up yet? Got to have another touchdown for sure. Got to have another touchdown to feel at least even a little bit good about it. Nathan R. in the house. Oh, my bad. Nathan R. in the house. There he is. Jumping in. War Damn Eagle JG. Appreciate you, bro. Love that you're chopping wood over there, bro, or cutting wood anyway. Christopher C says that got BDB fired up. Yeah, man, he was really fired up. You don't see him smile very much. All right, little sweep action there, and Auburn's got a bunch of dudes. Finally, you see Auburn's defense kind of swarming to the ball there. Chandler Wooten fired up. He hadn't had a very good day today, but he had a really nice he was part of that big play right there. Another negative play for them. Was Hornatius, is he trying to play games here? If he never would have caught that if Korn was still coaching wideouts. He's just trolling you guys. Don't get mad. He's just teasing. He's just out for laughs. 2nd and 13. Pass rush again. Not very good. I'll give Chandler Wooten credit. He kind of held his ground and forced KJ Jefferson to run into him, basically. All right, 3rd and 7. A hold here would be nice. I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be nice and ask you, where the fuck is Ringo? It's from Boogie Nights, by the way. Nope. Yep. He's trying to hit somebody on a drag. It was defended. He pulled the ball back, and then he caught somebody else. I wonder if this is a mesh concept. Yeah, it was. And Auburn got hung up there. Boy, I thought they were going to kill K.J. Jefferson right there. He threw the ball out of bounds to avoid being killed. He was going to get impaled. Somebody was coming from this right side and was going to kill him. It was Eku. And Eku smartly diverted away. Another first down. On a 2nd and 10. I can't believe the trouble they have had stopping the run. I mean, it's like it's all or nothing. They either get 10 yards or they get 0 yards. Anonymous says, when is Papo back? So the goal, not saying this is going to happen, but the goal is that he's back for Ole Miss. This pass rush is just it's pathetic, man. He was open on that slant route right there, but K.J. Jefferson's throw was impossibly behind him. No way. 3rd and 9. 3rd and long again. Whew. 3rd and 9. It's almost like 3rd and long is like it's equivalent to 3rd and an inch. Got to have some pass rush here. Are they going to blitz? They are going to blitz, but it's picked up. No, I take it back. It wasn't a blitz. It was just that Romello Height was aligned as a linebacker and came in. They got the first down, of course. And then here we go again. First down, they run a ball. They run up the middle, and Tony Fair makes the play. He sure is a big boy, isn't he? I told you guys, I say it's too big. He can't play like consecutive snaps. Robert S. says zone blitz on 3rd and 9. I'm with you, brother. I don't get it. 2nd and 10. Let's see what they can do. They're going to hand the ball off up the middle again. I bet you Auburn's going to make a play. More or less. 3rd and 5. Probably give Romello some, give the credit for that one. At least he created the obstruction. Take back 3rd and 6. It's got to be a mental thing now. It's just got to be a mental thing. Colby Wooden, guys. I'm not Colby Wooden. Chandler Wooden. Good golly, Miss Molly. Dude, they're 10 of 17 on 3rd down. Ten of 17. God, what? 49 rushes for 209 yards also. Man, that's crazy. 2nd and 9, and it's going to end up being 3rd and 6. And then they'll convert it. Or they'll just convert this one right here. It's another just very simple run up the middle.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
You know, that's exactly what Hunter was talking about at halftime. That Jacoby is just such a small player that he can't afford to have quickly climbing linemen on him. And that's what happened. That center was able to climb to him immediately, and he's just not big enough to get off that block. Oh, I don't like tards now. Come on, bro. You know better than that. I don't like that phrase. They're going to try for the 2-pointer. Makes sense that would get them within a field goal. That is not going to go. Roger McCreary had really good coverage on that. It was one of those where it could have been a PI maybe or maybe not. Yep. KJ Jefferson's mom would like a PI, but she ain't going to get it. Dad of three girls, you missed it by like a few seconds, brother. I mean, you could argue that's PI, but I would have a hard time calling that. Okay, so Auburn maintains a 5-point advantage going into the fourth quarter now. That was the last play of the third quarter. And that's what we're looking at. Arkansas again running the football. We're shocked. 50 carries now officially. 50 carries for 219. I mean, guys, that's not necessarily a huge. 4.4 yards per carry. I mean, I think you'd like to have that under 4. It's not super bad though. It's just not great, right? It's not good, but it's not horrendous. But KJ also has 206 yards passing. He's 19 of 29, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. It's rare that you would ever hear me say this, just because I try to be honest with you guys. Going into the fourth quarter, Auburn has a quarterback with a higher passer rating than the opponent, which you don't see very often. He has a passer rating, at least a college passer rating, of 197.5 versus 147.9 on the other side. Auburn has 282 total yards. Arkansas has 425. Part of the problem there, holy shit, I didn't realize the disparity was, there's no way that's right. That number can't be right. That number can't be right. I'm checking this. Yeah, that number can't be right. There's just literally no way. Is that number right? That number might actually be right. You guys aren't going to believe this shit when I tell you this. You're going to think that I'm wrong. The number of plays run. Would you guys care to guess what the disparity is on that? Oh, shoot. I'm going to give you all a hint. It is the biggest disparity I have ever seen. Number of plays right now is 79 to 37. Can you believe that? Auburn ran 7 plays in the third quarter and scored 14 points. Yeah, Stoop Up says plays was 45-30 at halftime. I just couldn't believe. I felt like Auburn had control of the ball a little bit more than that. You guys are pretty damn close. I'm seeing a lot of these guesses. 79-37. I've never seen a disparity like that at Auburn. Ammo Tiger, one of our, if I'm correct, Ammo, I think you're still in Japan, right? He says they have the 10 minutes time of possession on his D is getting gassed. Boy, you're right about that. Time of possession right now, Arkansas is up about 10 minutes. Well, we'll call it 9 minutes. 27-18. But, man, Auburn's on pace to defend probably, 100 snaps today? It's going to be 90 no matter what. That is way too many. Normally you'd want to see them in the 70 range. Wow, I cannot believe that. I'm absolutely floored. Tenno says the number is right. Travis J. asked if Shivers. I have not seen Shivers today. He does not have any stats. I don't know if he's been in on special teams, but I have not noticed him. Yeah. One of my alma maters, Kentucky's playing Georgia this afternoon. I don't know if you guys know this. AU Texan says 79 plays in 3 quarters is terrible D regardless of the score. I don't think anyone's arguing with you on that, brother. The defense has been troubled, particularly on third down. Has been a particularly ugly situation. All right, Auburn motions John Samuel into a I, and they're going to do a pitch out of the I. I like where this is going. Oh, he went out of bounds. Just lost his balance a little bit. Feed him. Feed him right here, right now. Let's go. Let this be the job. Oh, a little counter. I like that. We had counter action. Actually, it wasn't counter blocking, but it was counter action from the tailback there. 1st and 10. That's a good run for Tank. If he maintains his leverage there, body leverage, he's probably getting more yards, right? All right, Kobe Hudson in the game. He's the one in they're going to run that screenplay again. At least that ball was the ball placement there was terrific. He's going to get 8 or 9 yards out of that. It's good. Back-to-back plays. Good chunks. I like it. I'm with you, Jesse. It says feed Tank. I'm with you. Tavares says go Wildcats. They appreciate your support, man. They're going to need all the support they can get today. We'd all love to see Georgia get shut up a little bit. Oh, got him. It's free play. And he's wide ass open. And he made the catch. He made a difficult catch, you guys. Shed Jackson. They're going to decline that penalty, and they're going to decline that. And they're going to be – that's another nice explosive play, guys. So they had what? 12-yard run, 9-yard pass, and then that's going to be like, what, a 15 to 18-yard throw? Maybe a little longer than that. They're down to, plus 34 now? Absolutely. Tiger Pride says, Bo gunned that. That was an absolutely authoritative throw across the field right there. All right, plus 39. 1st and 10. Another pitch. Oh, I thought he had another good hole there. Just got held up a little bit. Good play by Arkansas's defense there. I like to see these pitches, man. Haven't seen. I think last game was the first time we had seen more than one pitch in a game, and now they're kind of going to that a little bit here. I like that. I'm encouraged with this one. Let's see if they try to run this ball again. Good play by 50 there. Tank felt like he had a good spot there. You could tell he was encouraged. He really zipped out of there, but got tripped up. 3rd and 6. Oh, I can't do that, Hornatius. Says take a double shot, nerd. I can't do a double, but I can take a shot, though. Nerd. What are you calling me a nerd? You're a nerd. I'd really rather not do this. 2 by 3. Oh, he looked off a receiver too, guys. Pass wasn't any good. Are they gonna call a PI down there? They are gonna call a PI. There we go, right there. And that angle doesn't really show me much. It's so far out, you know. Take it. They're plus 15 now, 1st and 10. I'm curious to see this. You don't see them change the play that much from the sideline, but they did on that one. But they didn't change formation. So they just changed that to a run. He got 4 yards out of that. Brandon Council's back in there. So they've definitely been making some hot fixes on the offensive line here. They gave Tayshawn an opportunity there at left guard for a while. And they've gone back to Council. Zillion has played the whole game, though. And I can't really say I've noticed him on a plus side, but I haven't noticed him on the negative side either. Here goes. There's another pitch out of the I formation. Shanker missed his man. Shanker never touched anybody on that. Not sure why. Yeah, Tiger Pride says run Tank. They're trying, man. As Jay Prosh taught me, 6 years ago, man, that open field blocking, if you're not used to it, is really hard to get used to. And that's a situation right there where John Samuel missed, one of those open blocks, kind of an arc block. And it's just tough, man. If Jay Prosh couldn't do it, and he's as good a blocker as I've ever seen. Little indecision by Bo there on 3rd and 5. I realized the route wasn't open, but he just kind of was confused a little bit on that. All right, Saunders comes on. Try to push this back out to 7. No, I take it back. 8. I was not a mathematician. Boy, I remember when that side of the field was nothing. Back when Ben Laird was playing at Auburn, that side of the field was just wide open. You could see like the track facility on the other side of that, and then they built it all up. Good for them. That is going to be a field goal, and for field goals, we do this sound right here. All right, so 31-23. Indeed. With 10 minutes and 35 seconds to go in this ball game. A super chat coming through from Patrick A. I don't know as though we've noticed him before, but we're glad to have you, brother man. $20. No statement offered, and no statement needed, of course. Appreciate you, bro. Give you one of these right here. Oh, he says, I feel like I've been a lurker too long. This is good stuff, JGT. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for jumping in. We're glad to have you, brother. Let me update some of these numbers, man. I'm still just mystified by some of these. Bo Nix is currently, you're not going to believe this, 18 of 22 for 255. Who saw that coming? Well, maybe with them having their best safety out. You might have thought you could see that coming. His quarterback rating is now over, well, technically, it's 200.1. It's not too bad. Tank is now 17 carries for 64. I mean, at this point, man, you almost have to say, you know, he's been given an opportunity. He's not gashing, and I don't blame him specifically, but he's had his chances. Auburn on third down, 2 of 8. Not great. On third down, they are 10 of 17, still correct. So, wow. This has been a really strange game. This is not the way that I saw it going at all. Jesse Williams says, Gus looking good today. How bad has that game gotten, by the way? I think it was 35-0. Something like that. Also, Melee says, on like Donkey Kong. He gets the reference. He gets the reference to that quarterback, the field goal sound. Poppy Clan says, Auburn got to 30. We win. There was a time when Auburn gets to 30, it was over, right? May still be that. I don't know. Patrick, appreciate you, man. Glad to have you here. Let's see. Terrence says we need a pick 6. I like that. You kind of projecting a little bit there. We'll take it, though. We'll take it. Can't figure out how to get the right handle to show up. This is Weagle09. Hey, what's up, bro? Hey, Poppy Clan. I don't know. Can you tell him how to do that? Is there a way you can instruct him here? Poppy Clan did that during this show, actually. He had his real name on there earlier, like a couple hours ago, and then he changed it to his handle. So he has actually made that switch in the last 2 hours. So hopefully he'll be able to give you he'll be able to tell you how to do that. Let's see if he can pop on here and show you how to do it real quick. It's a good football game, though. It's a good football game. Hornatius says, I think Tank has had his chances, too. He's had a couple of runs where if he beat one last guy, it would have been a huge gain. Yeah. I remember there were a couple there in the second quarter where he was running wide. And I just couldn't quite get that last dude. Sam's pulling for another turnover. They run a quarterback draw, and Zacoby's ready. Zacoby was 100% ready for that exact play right there. It was really nice. Jason says, what are y'all expecting Tank to do? We don't block well for anyone to do anything. This is fair, Jason. You're nobody's arguing against you on that one. The blocking needs to be better. It has been almost satisfactory today, which for Auburn it really isn't an astounding stat. And that the pass don't. Oh, nice. Look at Eku. Did you see that? He held on to him. He did not let him go. Attaboy. The pass pro has been decent today. It's been decent. And I think that Killian Zier has been okay. There you go. Poppy Clan's jumping in. I hope you see that right now, my man. It says change name. Click avatar at top right, account, edit. Yeah, do it that way. See if you can follow that, Patrick. A little pressure on KJ. Let him get away, though. He's going to be short on a 3rd and 8. Patrick A., I hope that's enough for you, bro. If you can see what Poppy Clan said. I don't know how he got out of that. Marcus had him for no gain and just kind of let him go. Yeah. 4th and 2, they're going to go for this. They're definitely. Oh, no, they're going to punt. I thought they were a little further ahead. My bad. All right, so 8:57 with a counting clock, as our friend Andy B would say. And Auburn has a chance to really put this game into a bad place for Arkansas if they can put together a drive here. And Demetrius calls it off, and the ball goes out of bounds around the 27. So Auburn's going to be minus 27. Big drive here. We said that a bunch today. But this is one that you could do something here. Let's see. Hornation says Jason Tank has had lanes today. I think he's had a few. I think, the blocking's been fine. It's not been awesome. It's not been super awesome. Particularly in pass pro, has been okay. Greg K says, where's Hunter? Man, they've been kind of focusing on Tank today, for sure. Hunter's 4 carries for 8 yards today, but I don't know as though he's had a carry in the second half. Sam Howell with an understatement says KJ is a massive human being to tackle. Now, think about him at that size and then being a really good athlete, which he's not, but if he was, that'd be Cam Newton. And that's why I always say Cam Newton had the best single season in the history of college football. He was unbelievable because he was that dude plus a lot of athletic ability. Let's see. Goose Flat says, JGT, what's the deal with Troxel? I've been pleased with the other guy playing left tackle. He's not hurt, man. I think just over the course of the week, we'll find out more after the game when Harsin does his Zoom. But what I believe happened is it's just Zier's been playing well in practice, and they just felt like he gave them something that Austin Troxel hadn't been giving him. We found that a little bit odd before the game started because Trox has been one of their highest-graded linemen all year, which is not necessarily saying a lot. That's like saying I'm dating a chick in the ugly sorority. She's the hottest girl in the ugly sorority, which doesn't necessarily mean she's even a little bit attractive, if you know what I mean. But, I mean, he'd been pretty good this year. So I will say that Zier has not been, that I've noticed, a problem at all. So there you go. Blake says Hunter fumbled even if it didn't count, so he's probably benched like Tank was against Georgia State. That is a good point. That's a good point. He did fumble on that suplex, although it was overturned, but I'm sure that still created some frustration. Scotty P says, I can't fault Tank. He's looked good. I'm putting it on the OL. That's fair. The offensive line is not, it's not like I give them a good grade. I just don't think they've been just total dog shit as they have been before. They're approaching okay today. All right, Albie Kren says, don't get conservative, Bobo. I think you should go to some pitch. All right, here comes Jarquez. We were just saying maybe he got benched due to the fumble earlier, but here he is. Now, he's probably better out of the backfield as a receiving threat. Turns that into 4 yards on a run. Let's see. Chip said 77 made a good block on Tank's first run last drive. Absolutely, he sure did. That was a little pitch. When they were doing the I formation pitch. Did a nice job on that. Like a second level block for him. Auburn finally getting some plays in, We were talking about it earlier. The play disparity was 79 to 37 or something like that now? It's currently 82 to 46, which is still really bad. Jeez. It's a good second effort, but it takes it from 1 yard to 3 yards, 3rd and 7. So that's a bang bend right there, and he decided to bang it. I don't know if a bend was really an option for him, if he'd have been able to make a jump cut like that. But he kind of dived into trouble. Robert S. says, oh, wow, just handing them the ball again. Hold on, buddy. Unless you know something I don't. I got a 2x2 set here. Oh, it's an offsides on Killian Zier. We were just praising him. It's tough, man. It's a bad time to be doing it. So it goes from 3rd and 7 to 3rd and 12, right? May not change the call too much. Yeah, I do think he was drawn off sides there, but I mean, I wouldn't call that. All right, they're going to 3-2. Fucking see that? He stayed in the pocket. He hung in the pocket and made a great throw to Tyler Fromm right at the hash. I love it, man. That's great execution. That's winning execution. That's a great play right there. That's a great play. I like the call. I like the blocking. I like the throw, and I like the catch. I like it all. .6:32 on a counting clock. Auburn's going to try a little sweep action there with Brandon Council pulling across. But looks like one of their linebackers did a nice job of defeating a block and working underneath and got him. Nice play. Auburn's had a little bit of trouble on the sweep. I thought it would be a little bit better. Well, I shouldn't say sweep all the time. Those perimeter runs. It's been different concepts. Yeah, they had a good one. Chip had mentioned earlier the good block on that first one, which was, you were absolutely right, it was a good run. And since then, it hasn't been quite as good. Let's see, 2nd and 7. I mean, not horrible run. 3 yards. Generally would take that. Oh, what a nice little move by Kobe Hudson. That's winning football. We talked about the extra 10% right there. That's what I'm fucking talking about right there. He makes a little jump cut, makes a guy miss, and he is gone for another 10 or 15 yards. Whoop. It's a great play right there. Wasn't really a jump cut, but you know what I mean. 1st and 10, Auburn. Daniel says that was a buck sweep. Yeah, I noticed when Council was coming around, it was definitely going to be a sweep. But some of those earlier concepts where they were running out of the eye, they might be doing it right here. It's not really a sweep. Well, that's definitely not a sweep. I think Schenker's having trouble kind of identifying who to block in those scenarios. And I don't fault him at all after having a conversation with Jay Prosh a number of years ago about how hard it was to do that. And Jay Prosh ended up being a great blocker in space over time, but early in his career when they asked him to start doing that, he came from an I formation in Illinois where he was doing that kind of block right there, and then they asked him to kind of change, so he's changing from a different direction from where Schenker was, but that was kind of a weird snap, wasn't it? Holy shit, did he catch that ball? They may end up calling some kind of an illegal procedure on that, though. Auburn doesn't think so, though. They're moving up. Another catch for Shed Jackson. A difficult catch, by the way. What the hell is Jaquez Hunter doing there? We'll call that a point block. It was like pointing at somebody. Hey, whatever flag it wasn't on Auburn. They're running out of the eye again. Little play action. Luke Deal's open. Oh, he dropped the ball. See? And they were making all those plays, too. It was a tough catch, but I still think you got to make that one. Ball was a little too far in front of him. I would call that a drop. Calvinist Auburn fan says drop, and I tend to agree with you, bro. I'll go ahead and give you a triangle for that because I agree. I agree on that. Wes Mack agrees with 2. A. Robinson's on. 2nd and 10. Little pitch. I was kind of had a sweep action too, and Jaquez got out on that one a little bit. 8 or 9 yards. 3rd and short. I still don't think Schenker was locked up the way he should have been, but they may not be his fault. That may not be his fault. Anonymous says, "What's the deal?" We'll play on words there, huh? Jesse says, "Don't turn the ball over." This would be bad. All right, 3rd and 3. I thought he was a little bit closer to the line to gain, but whatever. Auburn going to go 3-2 on this. Wow, it surprises me a little bit. Call a timeout. Auburn calls a timeout. It's a big play, man. It's a big play. You don't want to put your field goal in jeopardy, right? Because you get a field goal right here, you put them in a really bad place. So you want to make sure you preserve that opportunity. At the same time, you want to make sure that you're going to get, you put yourself in a good situation. 3rd and 3, I was surprised to see 3-2, honestly. When you're at, what are they, plus 22? What's their field position? Plus 26? So if you're just landmarking, you're normally not thinking 3-2. So let's see if they come out in something different coming back in. It's an important play call right here. A. Robinson says need a TD. They don't need a TD. It would be really nice. You need a field goal no matter what, because that puts it into a 2-possession situation. Let's see. Stoop Up says I'd give anything for a quarterback zone read pull. That might be enough to get him. Terrence also calling for something similar, calls for a quarterback draw. Frank G says, Bo needs to understand how important this play is. This is definitely a big one. Sam Al's on the same wavelength here. He says RPO with a Bo keeper. So you guys are saying put that in Bo's hands and let him run this. I'm with Tiger Pride. He says I wouldn't risk a read option. Could fumble the exchange. I don't know about that, but I just worry about it a little bit. I wish that you could get to a situation where you could run 2-2 and run a quick slant and get this. You feel like if you had wideouts that you could trust and you had a quarterback, the quarterback's been accurate today, you could do that. But we'll see what they come up with there. My guess is they're not in 3-2 when they come back out. This Florida LSU game is weirding me out a little bit. Oh, shit. LSU's broken free again. Now they're at 42-35. Wow. Did not see that coming. Did not see that coming. That's kind of a tough one, right? Because if LSU wins, it doesn't really matter because Auburn's already beat him. And you do want to see Dan Mullen get defamed in any chance that he can get defamed, so that's a good thing. All right, I think a lot of people are thinking this is going to be a run. I think this is going to be a slant or something. I think the quarterback's been really good today. They're kind of going out of a sugar huddle, and Jarquez looks confused. It's not good. Oh, you guys are about right. Holy shit, most of you guys were right on that. You guys had called that was going to be some kind of a keeper by Bo Nix, and you guys are right on the money. Good call. I love the back reverse orbit. That really threw him off, man. That's a really nice call and a good execution on that. Good call, guys. Good call. Got some smart people in here. Really like that call. Hadn't seen that before. I mean, we've seen similar kinds of concepts, but not that specific play, and they've just gone offside. Brandon Council. You make a great play, and you come back and you get a boom, one of these. Come on, man. It's the 10% I'm talking about right there. Golly. Was it on 71? Yeah. Come on, Council. Westmac says horrible false start there, yeah. Jesse Williams continuing to bang that drum, says don't turn the ball over. Whatever you do, you've got to maintain the field goal. Because the longer you can kind of drain this clock out, you're just going to suffocate them. You're gonna choke them out. Because they're not going to be able to have a retort. Paul King says no more throws. Jarquez just kind of running B gap there. Pretty straightforward play. And I don't know, got two. Again, like Jesse says, Just hold the ball. Do not turn it over and keep this clock running. They just called timeout, though. So that was their first timeout. They've got 2 more after this. What's up, young lady? How about this shit right here, huh? Auburn Tigers are in this game for sure. They're not just in it. They're kind of controlling it right now. So I did some stuff here. I wasn't, like, super hungry. Okay. I haven't been drinking a whole lot. Oh. That's all I've had.
That's a lot.
Huh? Who's this chick right here?
Oh, Lord. And that black hair.
Look at that. There's Miss Courtney as a youngster. You guys are like, look at that hair. I'm like, come on. It was a different era, guys. It was a different era. I'll just keep a picture. Actually, I keep a couple pictures of that young lady with me all the time.
Anything?
How you doing?
Warm balls?
No. I'm just not hungry right
You
now.
want me to take it away? I don't have to keep it. Jed, just leave it here.
You leave it here. You're a video game. Appreciate that. Paul says this drive has been impressive. It sure has been. It's been exactly what Auburn needed, you know. Possess the ball, move it, at least get into field goal range, which they are certainly in now. And I just choke them out. I mean, they don't have to score here. Just choke them out. Choke them out. The total yards has caught up a lot. Arkansas still up 432, but Auburn's to 392 now. Total plays is 82 to 56, which is still a crazy disparity, but it's not as bad as it was. And, yeah. Yards per completion for Auburn is 13.9. That's got to be one of their high water marks of the year. Time of possession is now 6 minutes in favor of Arkansas. So a little better than it was. What's up, Dentone? What? Word. Still got a little time on the clock here. Bo Nix with a season high 292 yards. I don't have that. You know what I mean. Yeah. You can just do whatever you want for a little while. Okay. 2 minutes and 37 seconds on a not counting clock. Auburn going 3-2 again. We were talking earlier about not run. Oh, he's going to run, guys. It was a design quarterback draw. He's going to the fucking house. That's a wrap. That's a fucking wrap right there. You guys are right again. You guys are absolutely right again. You were saying don't throw it, just run it with How
big a boy are you?
Well, it don't make no difference. Just bring her on down. You're tough as hell on this phone.
Absolutely, man. That's a wrap, buddy. That's some good play calling, you guys. Seriously. Oh, my goodness. The numbers got so big that they're not even displaying properly. I'm kind of kidding about that, but Auburn's up to 38 now. Wow. It's a lot of points. I realize they got a defensive touchdown and all, but man, that's a great W, man. I mean, seriously, I know Arkansas is not awesome, but geez, Louise, neither is Auburn. To go to Arkansas, Auburn's putting them away. And this game looked bad at one time. This looked really troubled. And we're going to blame Dad of 3 girls for that. Yeah, we're going to blame Dad of 3 girls, but then we're also going to give him full credit for getting this game back together. Chip says that was a saucy nug by Bo. Sam H says he went for the kill. Yeah, he did. That was a great play call, man. A couple of really good ones. The 3rd and 3 earlier, that was the keeper. And then that play right there was just absolutely, as Antoine Nolan once told Willie Northern many years ago, I just stole your mind. He just stole some minds, go. Seriously. Sam H., appreciate you, bro. Daniel P. jumps in again. Says Bo Nix is a badass. That's an absolute fact. He has had a badass, big boy, stud game. That's a nice return. Really, really fought hard for that one. Yeah, let's go ahead and update some of these numbers, guys. Jeez Louise. I had no idea we were going to see some shit like this. Bo Nix is now 21 of 26. Seriously. 21 of 26 for 292. Wow. He has a quarterback rating, a college quarterback rating of 192.8, which is really, really good. And then Tank is still 17 to 64. Jarquez, he was in on that last drive. He's up to 10 for 27, which is a nice little drive for him. Arkansas is in panic mode now, and that's not a place you want to be with this quarterback, if we're being honest. Let's see, third downs, Auburn is now 4 of 10. They're 10 of 18. Appreciate it, Daniel P. All right, the numbers over there are updated except for Arkansas's rushing, which is kind of in progress right now. I don't know what you mean by this. Love the Cats. What says War Report going to be lit? I know you're going to stay here and watch our show, although you know I love those guys. It's just that's been. I know this doesn't matter now with 2 minutes left, but that's been the problem today, right? The rush is just not there, man. He's just given too much time. Too much time. Arrendator says, thanks, JGT. No, thank you, bro. Oh, is that going to be grounding? No? Yes? Dre Butler in on that play, by the way. I don't know what he was doing on the sideline. Was he just pursuing? You don't normally see a nose or shaded three playing the sideline like that. Thank you, Aren DDR. Appreciate that. 49 minutes to midnight. He's been here the whole way through. Gets the 11-11 from the 49 minutes to midnight. I like that. The first person ever to super chat their own identity right there. I like that. Boo! I'm actually saying boo! That's good stuff, man. I know you've been here all day, bro. Golly, Dre Butler just got knocked down. Just absolutely knocked down. Come on, man. Got to have more fight than that. Keith says, get dad of 3 girls a glass from Chip Chip. Man, he's been our Nostradamus today, man. He called that out. He called the bad and he called the good. I don't know how Chip Chip feels about it, but Chris says we'll keep you on in the background, JGT. All right, that's cool. Hey, I like those guys too. That ball is not going anywhere good. Though they're facing a 4th and 10 now with 1:34. If Auburn gets the turnover here, I hope they go for it again. Jesse says it would be huge for Auburn to beat Arkansas by 15 in Fayetteville. I know Arkansas is not awesome, but that's definitely a nice dub for Auburn, for reals. And Blake Robinson, as a former winner of the Swoogan Glass, says, Dad of 3 girls has my vote if I get one. I might be able to just give him, I could deliver a glass to him in person, save me the shipping. If we ever did that, because he's one of the Montgomery group. Oh, they almost got that INT you guys are calling for. That's going to be a pass defended or a PBU. And that is going to be an official wrap on this game, y'all. Auburn takes over on downs. Terrence W. said, I call the QB draw. What do I get? You don't get jack squat. No, I'm kidding. That was a great call, brother. And Roger McCreary had an embarrassing missed tackle earlier in the game. Comes through with a nice PBU there, and he had some nice plays really since the missed tackle. And now Sam Pittman is left to wonder, what the hell, man? They beat A&M in Dallas. They lost at Georgia. They lost at Ole Miss, and now they've lost at home to Auburn. Their season is fully wrecked. They are definitely on the rocks after a really nice start to the season. And Auburn suddenly finds himself maintaining, I guess you call it, some leverage in the standings into November, or at least close to it. I guess they got to play Ole Miss on the 30th. Terrence says, any basketball recruiting nuggets? No, nothing like in the last week or so, aside from the fact that had a really good quote Monday or Tuesday from Stephon Castle, who is probably going to end up being a 5-star guard. He's a 4-star right now. He's a high 4-star. And he's a guy who kind of came on late, but he's been insane lately. And his quote was something about how he went to the Georgia game. He was there on an unofficial. No, he's there on an official. I take it back. And the passion that he saw from the fan base at the Georgia game, and the fact that BP's up there with his shirt off, like going crazy and dancing around with Cam Newton. And he was just mesmerized by he didn't use this phrase, but I'm going to use it. He was mesmerized by just the general dick heat in the basketball world at Auburn. And I think that Auburn's going to get that kid, and he is so good, you guys. Bo Nix is doing it again, another quarterback draw. They might as well just keep hitting it. Why not? Another first down. They're now into Arkansas territory, and this is just putting an exclamation point on this one. Crystal says Auburn needs to win the 8th of November. Dude, Auburn needs to win the 30th of October because playing at home against Ole Miss, I'm telling you, Ole Miss is a good football team. They got a damn good quarterback. They got the best play caller in college football, in my opinion. Actually, they might have two of the best. They may have the two best play callers in all of college football. They got some good wideouts, and they're a pretty good ball club. All right, Auburn's in victory formation now. They're just going to run this bad boy out, and that's just going to be it, man. 38-23 is how this thing's going to go down. And Brian Harson's fired up. Look at that. Harson says, let's get this thing going. Come on now. Snap this ball and let's get out of here. Auburn wins the Gus Bowl yet again, huh? Mark Carroll says Shiver's MIA. Yeah, we didn't see him today, I don't think. He definitely didn't carry the ball. And that's it, guys. That's it. That's a done deal. The Auburn Tigers. That's a big-ass win, you guys. Seriously, I know you guys like Arkansas. Who gives a shit? But, I mean, come on, man. You go on the road? It ain't like Auburn's been playing great football lately. 6 straight wins against Arkansas. You guys are welcome for that, by the way. There's no doubt. That's a big game for me. Daniel P. jumps in with another super chat. This guy's been insane today. He says, I love the bunker, but I don't care what anybody says. Bo Nix is a good college quarterback. Give you an applause for that because he was really, really good today. That's for damn sure. Chip says he's going to be at the Ole Miss game, which means automatic dub right there. Cleveland Brown jumps in. Hey, man, you were like one of our very first chatters today. Nice job. Says, how about them Auburn Tigers? Road to Atlanta. Auburn still has its fate in its own hands. 2-1 in the league play along with Alabama. Alabama playing Mississippi State tonight in the late game. I believe, I don't know, is it the late game? 7 o'clock, yeah. We'll probably be off the air by then. And let's see, UK and Georgia's firing up here in about 9 minutes. That's going to be an interesting one, too. Christelle says, oh, it's great to be an Auburn Tiger. Said it's great to be. Yeah, you know the rest of that one. It was awesome having you here today, Christelle. Hornatius jumps in. Wide receivers won this game today. Can't argue. They had some catches today. Let's go through these numbers. Shed Jackson, 5 catches for 61. 5 targets, 5 catches. You guys want to hate on him? No, I've done some of that too. Luke Deal, 4 catches, 19 yards. Kobe, 3 catches, 29. Demetrius, 2 catches for 81. Landon had 2 catches for 23. Javarius had the 39-yard touchdown catch, which is great. Tyler was 1 catch for 11. Tank was 1 catch for 10. And Malcolm Johnson Jr. had that catch on that drag route, 1 catch for 7 yards. So that's pretty good, man. Let's see, 26 targets, 21 catches. Gave Auburn credit for 5 drops, although this number is not anything near official. Gave Tank 1. Landon definitely had a drop, and 2 to Luke Deal. I can remember 1 for sure. So generally pretty good. Here are the final. Let me see if I can pull these final stats up for you guys so we can kind of post them. Wrong app, dummy. Bo Nix getting some love on the CBS broadcast right now, as he should. Like the Auburn fans going over there hanging out. The players going over to the Auburn fans and saying, what's up, yo, as they should, as any winning team should, of course. And now I'm going to pull up these stats for you to see. These are the final, team by team stats right there. You can see the total yards is way out of whack for a while. Arkansas was like 200 ahead of Auburn, I think, at the peak. and ended up being 460 to 427. We talked about total plays. At the end of the third quarter, it was, what did we say, 76 to 37, I think? And Auburn really picked it up in the fourth quarter, possessed the ball, ran the ball, did what it had to do. That's still a big disparity. 28-play disparity is very unusual. 89 plays to defend obviously is a lot to ask, but the defense did a nice job today, really. They got pushed around on the run, no doubt about that, but I felt like they bowed up when they needed to at the end. At the end, they had trouble on third down, as you can see there. Do you have the third down numbers there? Yeah, we do. 10 of 19. It's not great, but Arkansas failed to convert their final 2 third downs, and that was pretty big. Look at that. Time of possession, Auburn ends up actually taking control of that. Auburn was down almost 9 minutes going into the fourth quarter, and they basically held the ball the entire time. That's a really nice fourth quarter. Really, really, really nice. Let me get back to, I got a couple super chats here. Let me pop. Where do I put this? Chaz jumps in with another super chat. He had one earlier. Take a shot from me. I don't drink. I have the Commodore glass because I'm the Commodore. Ah, yes. There you go, Chaz. Good stuff, bro. SSim008, one of our all-time favorite super chatters. He's an absolute stud. You guys know that. Proud of you, Drainers. I was working this weekend watching in the background prior to the defense minus the wussy moments. There were a few of those. Proud of Bo for not giving up. Proud of Bobo for running tank. Proud of the pass catchers. Hashtag win the West. SSim, sorry to hear you're working, but we're glad to have you here, bro. Thank you very much for the super chat. You're a stud. Dad of 3 girls says it took 2 weeks, but our wide receivers have corn out of their system. That sounds like a toilet joke, but we're not going to make that joke right now. Nah, he's just talking about something else. Jason says, why, oh, why couldn't we play this good at home last week? That's a great question. I still don't know if it would have been enough, but it would have been better than what they did. Stu Pup jumps in again. I believe that's your 3rd or 4th super chat of the game. Guy's unbelievable. AU has something to play for going into October and early November. That is about all you can ask for a fan base. Great win today. We love, you know how we feel about Stu Pup. Guy's a stud. Bear King says only 1, maybe 2 official drops. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Landon definitely had a drop. Luke Deal definitely had a drop. I don't. There might have been one more, but that was it. Pretty strong, considering they had. I think. Well, the stats said like 15, and I thought it was more like 13. But Pro Football Focus only gave them 7, I think. So whatever happens. King by default says Auburn may finish 3rd in West. Oh, yeah. That could definitely happen. Keith M. says, hey, Mike G. Bo Nix says hello. Oh, my goodness, girl. AU Law just rubbing his dong all over our head says, this 1792 12 year is tasting great. That little, here I am drinking 1792 sweet wheat, and I feel like I've got something here. And then he says, no, I've got the 12 year. Age. It actually says aged 12 years on there, where mine says sweet wheat. It's fine, no big deal. We're doing fine. Corey Green gives a firm yes, sir. I like it. Crystal says, well, I can tell you the receivers and Bo totally turned it around from last week. They worked hard. You know that might be one of the big stories, Crystal. You're right. They turned it around. The sloppiness and crappiness when it was go time. Now, there were times in this game, second quarter, first half of the third quarter were really bad. But they picked it up. They turned themselves around there in the second half of the third quarter and all the way through the fourth. Really did some nice work. Really, really nice work. AU Taxman jumping in with a super chat who's been here the whole way through. A guy who knows his bourbon left, right, sideways, and upside down. Says 3 consecutive quality performances by Bo against quality SEC opponents. And the offensive line keeps improving. D needs work. Yes, the D was frustrating today, particularly on third down. It seemed like, I'd like to see the numbers, but Arkansas on 3rd and 10 or longer, I bet they were 6 of 6 or 5 of 6. It was ridiculous how bad that got. It's something that they definitely have to work on for sure. Chip jumps in. My man who makes the glasses for us says, I will try to deliver the Brain Drain special editions for MVPs and AuburnSports.com staff on my trip to Ole Miss. He's going to be here for the game. I'll hit up your DMs if I can make it happen. Brain Drain special editions. Boy, you don't want to give away too much there. But there has been talk of some special glasses that Chip may put together. It would be huge. Chip, appreciate you, bro. I always let people know that you're the man behind these, and we always send the notes with them too. Chip always puts together a little note. It's part of his certificate of authenticity, capital A, capital U. Yeah. Auburn RN says Auburn wins, UGA loses, and a Braves NLCS win would make this an amazing day. War Damn Eagle. Yeah, that would be fun. Matthew M says, great job, Commodore. Keep it up. Today was great. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate all you do out there professionally. You got a lot of fans out there, bro. I know you got a few haters, but we all do. Michael Dubb says, I was wrong about Bobo, JGT. Bobo called a great second half. That's right. And look at you capitulating. That's what a stud does. That's what a stallion does right there. He said, well, I thought I wrote it down, but maybe I didn't. Michael Dubb said that Bobo is really good when he's calling off a script, not as good when he goes off script, meaning later in the game he makes worse calls. But he's here stepping up and saying, nope, Bobo called a great second half, even though it wasn't scripted at that point. So, good for you, Michael Dubb. That makes you a stud right there, period. I mean, we already knew that, but you have affirmed your status. Coy Dubb, my main man here in the Montgomery area, says, JG, what time we drink today? We drinking right now o'clock, if you would like to join me. You're certainly welcome to. Talking about, let's see, UCF, Gatewood at quarterback. I don't know if you're talking. I haven't had a chance to watch that game. Yes, Bobby Clan says, great overall effort to win the Gus Bowl. Hey, you guys, you're welcome for the first 5 of those. That's pretty good. Thomas says, hello. Hey, man, what's up? Super chat coming through again. Crocky Poo has been so supportive today. What a stud. This is plus one to Poppy Clan, War Damn Eagle. Time for Clemens and Perry to jump on board. Also, Jarris. Yes, indeed. He's talking about Darius Clemens, the wideout from Oregon, who's been very closely monitoring the Auburn Tigers. And we believe here at auburnsports.com that ultimately he will end up being an Auburn Tiger. Talking about Curtis Perry, the defensive lineman from Pike Road School here in the Montgomery area. Not sure I can say the same about him. I can't really get a read on Curtis Perry. Curtis Perry loves to be recruited, so it's kind of hard to tell what's going on with him. And also Jarris Walker, the outstanding power forward. I think that's coming down to a Auburn, Houston, LSU, Alabama type situation, but he's on the basketball side. They would absolutely love to have him. This dude, I'm watching the CBS feed still. I need to change this. The dude on the right, whose name is Brian. Do you know his name, Denton? I do not. I thought he was the worst analyst in all of TV, like major network TV, about 10 years ago. And he's gotten better, man. Also, they're showing highlights of the fight, and Gus is getting killed. I mean, I kind of hate it because I like Gus, and I love T-Will too, but golly. I don't think UCF fans like getting beat like this. They're not used to it. Crocky Poo, I appreciate you, bro, and I appreciate everything you do for the site, man. Just being a great basketball purist, and we appreciate you, man. Bobby Clan says, love Chip's unibrow. He's been using that forever, man. Even back when he was with the Habatin, he used to wear that. It was funny to me. Auburn Dad for Life says, so jelly of you, Blake, and your glass. Auburn Dad, you've done some good work, man. I bet you're going to get one of these days. I feel like the dad of 3 girls is, I feel like he's been a big part of this win. We'll put it that way. He says, my bad. This is coming from AU Law 20. My bad. I honestly didn't know you were drinking the sweet wheat. I joined late. I'll switch to the sweet wheat. Oh, it's even worse. He says, I'll downgrade to the sweet wheat if that's what we're doing, if we're slumming it, JG. I'll slum it with you. He says, War Damn Eagle, go UK. AU Law, appreciate you, brother, man. Love having you here, man. What a stud. Blake Dupay says, thanks for the great content, JGT. I know you gave me a thumbs up. I wish everybody would. Let's see. Chip says, Bardstown Fusion back for a run in the 000 glass. Yes. Chip, of course, as the man who made all these glasses, gets the 0 glass. I have an AS glass. See, mine says Auburn Sports. It says Commodore. If you win one or you get one, it will say Swoogan on it. Let's see. Jeff B says Bo threw some dimes today. I was really impressed. Talking about Bo, I'm sorry. It says Bo threw some dimes today. I was really impressed with his play, and the receiver stepped up as well. Yeah, man, it's been great today. They played great for sure. Derek Kane, says Bo played better today, but the big deal is the receivers caught the ball. Yeah, so many drops last week, right? Then you have a chance to see what happens when you catch the football. Good things happen, right? Spicy Piece is wild, what we are capable of when we catch balls. LFG. Onward and upward, huge motivator headed into the bye week. Spicy P, of course, was the winner of our, I believe he was the 004 Cup or 005, I forget which one. And he's living out on the West Coast, so we appreciate you checking in, bro. Indeed, indeed. Let's see. Keith M says Perry is headed to Turd Town. Way to kill the rally there, bro. Jeez Louise. Spicy P says let's win the bye. War Eagle 0008 says dad of 3 girls is the real MVP. Yeah, I can't argue with that. Heavy Pedal Productions, clever name. I like that. Hey, why was Troxel out? He wasn't really out. He was available for gameplay. They just thought that Zure was playing better in practice, and so he moved ahead of him on the depth chart. We find it a little odd, too, because Austin had been either their highest-rated offensive lineman or their second highest-rated offensive lineman the whole way this year. And so we were surprised to see him out, but, that's the way it goes sometimes. I don't think he's hurt, though. Blake R. is also on board with this concept of dad of 3 girls getting that, so he's a bad. Anonymous says B-Matt already has the story up. That's my – see? B-Matt, man. Doing what he does, yo. Looking for – uh-oh. Oh, they're still showing older highlights from the LSU game. Did LSU go ahead and finish that bad boy off? Didn't? Still got time? Yeah. They're in the third quarter?
Fourth. 3 minutes was on. It's 2:38 left currently.
And LSU still up a touch?
LSU's up a touch.
Yes. Well, there's good news and bad news from Bama fans on this one because it's like, I mean, if Florida loses this game, that means that Alabama does not have a quality win, right? Because Florida then sucks. So that would be harmful to Alabama's chances. Although I think Alabama's a pretty good football team. They're a pretty good football team.
Although quality win seems biased to me.
It does. It does. I don't like Alabama, so I'm going to be biased against Alabama probably. Although I respect Coach Saban. He's really good. Corey Dubb, one of our outstanding super studs from the Montgomery area, says big win, but I think we all need to recognize that Virginia double dribbled. Hell yes. We're giving you applause on that, brother. I'm just telling you they did. And if people want to acknowledge that, they can, but they shouldn't. Spicy Penguin reminds us that he has the 005 glass. You deserve that one, Spicy P. Appreciate you, brother, man. Bourbon Bowl says he thinks the rest of the offense is finally catching up to Bo. I love it. TJ to the transfer portal, Scott says. I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't say that I know TJ well enough to kind of judge that. Some guys in that situation would get really pissed off, and then other times they handle it really well. I really feel like Demetrius was the guy that's in here for the long haul, but we'll see. Daniel P. jumps in. This guy's been an insane super chatter today. I don't even know how to put into words. He says, I'm pretty sure Gus was focused on Arkansas today. That explains UCF laying an egg. Yeah, I sure wish we were playing Arkansas. It was a pretty big game right there. Did you see they won their 6th? Played a big part of that. Terrence says technically Auburn is tied for first in the division right now. Alabama's still going to play tonight, though. They got to play Mississippi State, which we think is probably going to be an Alabama dub. But Mississippi State can be a little bit of a pain in the ass sometimes. I know Alabama's defense has not been quite as good as maybe it has been in the past, but it's still pretty good. So let's not get out of thoughts. Frank G says, what are your thoughts on the OL so far? It seems like they give up very few sacks, but the running game doesn't seem great either. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're talking about today, I thought the offensive line was mediocre. I thought that they didn't create enough opportunities for Tank and Jarquez in the running game, and those kids maximized what they were given, which wasn't very much. But I thought that pass pro, pretty good. And I was impressed with Zero. I thought Zero played a nice game out there. I mean, prior to this, we hadn't really seen much of him at all. And he came in there and gave a credible performance, played all game. So, I mean, overall, I would say this offensive line's probably a D plus. I'm talking about A, B, C, D plus. But pretty good today. Good enough. I'm kind of one of these people that, like, if you win, you've done well enough. Period. Just my thoughts. Snowburn says Maverick to the doggy transfer portal. He hadn't seen a Maverick today, Den. We're gonna probably go ahead and switch over to our post game show where we have Denton on the cam. Oh, Denton, you got to close the windows behind you. You can just flip them up. Oh boy, that's what I'm talking about. Denton in the house. I do want to ask you, Denton. Let me get our last super chat up here real quick. Oh, is your mic dead?
Yeah, my mic's not on.
Oh, it's because I'm sorry. Now you're on.
Okay.
Attaboy. You had homework.
I did.
And kind of tell me about how that went. Oh, can you turn the camera just a little bit? It's a little bit too far. There you go. Perfect. Yeah, so tell me.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It means it was kind of in the back of my mind. Didn't really do anything about it, though.
Yeah? So so the homework was you were trying to get digits, right?
I was trying to get digits.
And then what, did you get any digits?
I did not.
Did you talk to a girl?
I spoke to a girl.
Like, can you tell me just like the basic context of it?
And introduced myself.
You said, hi, I'm Denton?
Yeah.
Son of Chris?
I did not say son of Chris.
Oh, okay. Well, you are.
I am.
So, tell me about how this went down. Like, were you just run into her or what?
I just kind of sat down at a table with her.
Like where?
In kind of a common area in the building, in one of my classes in.
Oh, okay. And so, but you didn't get digits.
I did not get digits.
Did you not feel like the situation was there? Or?
I did not feel like the situation was there.
Were there other people around?
There were.
Oh. If you had a one-on-one?
If I had a one-on-one, I'd go for it.
Did you feel like she was gettable?
Vaguely.
I need a little more clarification on what that means.
I'm not really sure. I've never really spoken to girls in that manner.
What? You don't know if she was gettable?
I do not know if she was gettable.
Okay. Oh, wait. Give me like on a scale of 1 to 10 of how hot she was.
6 or a 7.
Okay, that's good. That's a great place to start. That's a good place. That's where you want to be really when you start. Do you think you could kind of peel her off from the crowd at some point?
Possibly.
All right. That's what I'm talking about, guys. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I feel like, making some progress there. Let's see. Anonymous says, not creepy at all. That seems good. That's good.
Not sure if that was intended to be sarcastic.
Oh, everybody's pulling for you, bro. Auburn RN says Denton wasn't feeling it. Blake R says Denton WTF. Get some damn digits. No. Come on, man. Denton just talking to a girl is good enough, man. Yeah, baby steps, guys. Seriously. Spicy Pieces, Denton, you're in your prime, bro. You never get these years back. Use it. We don't want to pressure you, though.
Yeah.
Do you think this girl is in a sorority?
I do not know.
Does she seem like the kind who would be into Japanese swordsmanship?
No.
Shit. That could have been a real hit if you had been able to find one of those. There's about 6 of those girls on the planet. 5 of them are in Japan. Which I don't know, might be a plus or a minus for you. I don't know. Spicy P with, I think, the best advice of the entire show here. He says, got to buy a ticket if you want to win the raffle, Denton.
I mean, there's no denying it.
There's no denying that. There's no doubt. Fat Crack jumping in again, bro. Says, JGT, let's go. Bo with his best road game so far. Can you possibly share your thoughts on our defense? Especially our third down defense. Yeah. Terrible. 10 of, what would you say, 10 of 19? But it was 10 of 17 at one time. Spicy P says, Jay, I just spit my beer on that Japanese sword comment. Holy hell. You guys, because you were here for it, bro. I wish we had a clip to go back, but last week I asked Denton if you had an idea what you wanted to study. No, I know what happened. Ammo Tiger called in. Ammo Tiger said, bro, you talking about places where people haven't called in from. I'm in Japan. At which point you said, oh, I'm jealous. So I kind of put that in the bank here. And then when we finished the call, I said, Denton, why are you jealous? And you said, well, the reason I'm jealous is I kind of want to check out, I want to study Japanese swordsmanship. And I said to you literally, what the fuck is that? Like, what are you talking about? How can you make money with that? And you said you didn't know. Which is true. I don't know how many people make money on Japanese swordsmanship, but probably a small amount. Anyway, we always want to encourage you, Denton. Let's see. AU Texan says, got to ease into it, guys. Denton's off to a late start. Got to cut him some slack. That's right. That's right. Nobody's hating, man. We're all cheering. Everybody in this chat is cheering for you, Denton. You're going to make it, buddy. You're going to be there. Okay, I want to go back to what Fat Crack was asking earlier about the defense. So normally I think of run defense as being a real strength for Auburn. Today, definitely not, right? They gave up 250-ish, 280-ish on the ground, which is horrible.
But it's Arkansas. That's kind of always been their strength is running
the football. But I don't. It was the quarterback. I thought it was a lack of discipline that was the problem, not Arkansas pushing their will on Auburn.
Okay, but except for like the past 4 years, really, that's just been Arkansas' strength for as long as I can remember watching football.
Yeah, this is true. I still don't think people are stoked about it.
Yeah. LSU won.
Daniel M. says, I'm crying laughing in the hospital. My wife thinks I'm an idiot. Daniel M.'s wife just gave birth earlier today, Den.
Yep.
So he's a bag of emotion is what he is. He's like a Kate Spade bag of emotion. And now us talking about Japanese swordsmanship, and I think it's got him fired up. That's what I like. Stupup says, I'm not cheering, I'm hating. Don't worry about what Stupup says, Denton, okay? Don't worry about him. He's fine. He's talking shit because he's married. He's got himself married to a really nice girl, and he can talk down to you. But he shouldn't, because we've all been there. I haven't been there myself, but other people have, I'm sure. Speaking of that, I'm going back to my high school reunion this weekend coming up.
Yep.
During the off week. And we talked last show about some things maybe I could say that I do for a living, because I don't necessarily think that I should say I have a complicated job, right? I'm really kind of a message board moderator. I write a little bit. I do brain drain. I do podcasting. I ban people for using bad words, various things. I also give out advice for dating like I do for you. So I don't know. I don't know how to put it all, encapsulate it all,
Internet personality.
JG Tate. That would work. Call Me Biscuit says, hook Denton with the assassin Clemente to show him the ropes. He got game. That's not a bad idea. I think you and Clemente, our young Christian Clemente, who we love, the assassin, I think are kind of coming from the same spot.
How did he get that nickname?
The assassin?
Yeah.
I gave it to him.
What caused you to give it to him?
Because he's quiet, man. He doesn't talk a lot of shit. Well, he actually talks more now than he used to, but he doesn't talk a lot. He doesn't boast about his own performance, but he is a guy who, he cares so much about doing a good job that you can't outwork him. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Keith Neighbor. And Keith's a great recruiting analyst. Jeffrey Lee's a great recruiting analyst. I love those guys on a personal level, on a professional level. But Christian, he's just a really hard worker, and he really gives a shit about doing a good job for the subscribers at auburnsports.com. So that's why I call him an assassin. And I also think that he does some serious work with the chicks underground. Yeah. All it matters is that you get it done. That's when you're talking about chicks, Den. It's a game of ones and zeros. Okay, you either get a 1 or you get a 0, and he understands that. Terrence says, Japanese swordsmanship, there's a great joke in there, but I don't want to get myself banned. And then he also adds, Terrence, you're on a roll. How did Assassin get his nickname? He killed someone, Denton. He's killed Stoltz a few times, I'm telling you, with words. He's savage. Lutzy Eagle says, excellent win today, guys. It really was, man. I know you guys are thinking Arkansas, not a great ball club. They've now lost 3 in a row. So what? Auburn took advantage of a team that sucks right now. I don't think Arkansas sucks. I think Auburn is an average SEC team. And I think when you go on the road and you win the game the way that Auburn won, because Auburn had a great start. Auburn gave away all the gains from the great start and really had kind of put themselves against a wall, gave up the lead, had a terrible, second quarter, first half of the third quarter, and then had the balls and the wherewithal to grab the game back. You get the block, you get the safety or the fumble, whatever, get the touchdown in the end zone, great defensive play, and you take that and you parlay that into a 2-touchdown win. I mean, it takes something. And I think it's really, really promising for what Auburn has been doing. And I've been telling you guys, not that you guys have disagreed en masse, that this team gets some really good coaching, and you saw it today. Really good coaching. When some bad things were going on there in the second quarter and whatnot, they were like their head coach. They just absorbed it, and they moved on. Just my opinion. Spicy P says UK is driving. I do have the game up here. I'm just kind of watching on the side because I really want to see Georgia lose, as I'm sure 100% of my chat feels the same way about this. Shane says offense won that in spite of the defense. When was the last time we said that? Jeez. Been sitting here for a while, then. We've been live for, let's see how long, 4 hours and 16 minutes. How about that? Offense won that in spite of the defense. Yeah, defense bowed up a little bit late in the game, but I hear you. 38 points on offense. You got to feel good about that.
Got that strip sack.
Yeah, it was big. Huge play, man. Colby Wooden. He gets one of my MVPs. Feel like a stranger says, where's Coach Hunter? Absolutely great question. You know what? I'm going to answer it right now. Let's get him on the horn. Then I'm going to turn you down just for a minute here. We'll talk to Hunter on the phone.
Oh.
Coach Hunter, my man. What's up, bro?
What's up, man?
You got a minute?
Good times.
You got a minute?
Man.
Oh, dude. So
I got a minute.
I was telling you at halftime, I hope I can call you, and we got better things to talk about. And guess what? We do. Auburn gets that 38-23 victory, bro.
That was a big second half, man. Big second half. Good defensive adjustments on some things that were made. Some really, really well-executed offensive plays that were called and executed. That last big run by Nick where they went condensed quads, empty, orbit motion, backside, quarterback sweep, that was disgusting.
Yes, that was quite gnarly.
Yes. Like that. They lined up in empty, and I'm scratching my head. I'm like, okay, what are they about to do out of this formation? When the orbit came, you rotate out, you hold the backside of the defense, you're overloaded with the compressed set on the front side. It's good stuff.
Yeah, would you say that's one of the most savage calls you've seen all year from Auburn?
It is. Like there are things, that good offensive coordinators come up with that they like, that they keep in their pocket, for very specific times and moments. I don't know how long Bobo's been holding on to that one, or if that was a Harsin play or whatever, but that was a nasty play call, and it was called at a very, very opportune time.
There was somebody saying earlier that this game turned because the offense won in spite of the defense. What would you say to that?
I don't think so. I think the defense, like we talked about at halftime, was very, very passive in the first half. Now they weren't so passive they let the game get away from them at any point. I think in the second half, you saw that extra defender down in the box. You saw him, put McCreary on Burks and let him play press man some to where the quick hitters and things weren't there, and they did question whether they could go up top right away on some things. And that extra defender in the box didn't allow the cutbacks to be there as well. Still was not a very sound game fitting the G-scheme runs inside. The big difference, Auburn played the zone scheme runs very well. They played the G-scheme runs inside terribly all game long, even towards the end. But getting that extra defender in the box, if you notice, Smoke was down. It's almost a bonus wheel, like you're playing an old school, 1996 4-3 with the safety down as the extra linebacker in the box. But adjustments were made. Guys played hard. I thought Wooden had a big second half. Hall played much better in the second half. Didn't give up the big plays that hurt them early. Good half of football.
Overall, would you – okay, how big of a win is this, Hunter? We know Arkansas is kind of troubled. I guess would be fair to say they've lost 3 in a row now. But do you think beating Arkansas at Arkansas is a pretty big deal for this Auburn team?
At this moment in time, there ain't no damn doubt. Road SEC win over a ranked opponent in first year, new. It's a big win, man. You cannot discredit that win for any peripheral circumstances whatsoever.
Yeah, winning on the road is a big freaking deal.
It is.
Period.
It is. And, Arkansas has lost their last two, all right? They lost to Georgia just like Auburn did. They lost in the absolute shootout versus Ole Miss where they had 11 billion yards. It's not like they lost to Arkansas State and Arkansas Pine Bluff. And so going on the road and getting that one in front of that big, loud crowd, that was a big deal.
Yeah, for sure. Talk about this offense a little bit, Hunter. What you saw, I know you like that call on the 3rd and 3 call for sure. Bo having those quarterback runs late, kind of putting the game away. That's something I know you've been pushing, that Bo can run this football, and they ought to use that a little bit more.
Yeah, design quarterback runs, because and I know the stats for the two big-time running backs don't look good right now. Neither one of them have gotten close to 100 yards in the last 3 games. But teams are absolutely loading up and keying on them. They're putting a bonus second-level defender in there, and there's an unaccounted for guy every time. Now, part of that, too, is Auburn's offensive line does not do a good job of getting blockers to the second level. They just don't. And they're doing a better job of not allowing run-throughs and getting, negative push at the point of attack, but they do not get blockers to the second level. When you don't get blockers to the second level, you don't get a lot of runs beyond 5 yards. Because those chunk run plays come from where they get to make the second guy miss,
Yeah.
Not having to make the first guy miss. So they've got to get better doing that. But Nix is a run threat, offers you another weapon. It offers you, really another phase of the offense, because when they overload to take away those running backs, that means that bonus defender is not keying on the quarterback backside all the time. So it was big. His feet are going to be a big part of this offense for the rest of the season, I'm sure.
I think he had 5 carries for 42 yards, and I think they were all designed. So he averages 8.4 yards per carry today. That's insane.
Yeah. And how about, though, just think about this. Objectively speaking, if Auburn had been better all season at wide receiver and safety, they've probably lost one game, because they beat Penn State. But and they played Georgia a lot closer. But the wide receivers played their tails off today, man. That polaric turn in terms of performance and output is mind-blowing.
Wow.
And I don't know if there was a practice change. I don't know if they brought in a freaking sports psychologist or a wizard or a shaman or what, but that was a tremendous improvement today.
Yeah. I think we had 2 drops. We're looking at 2 drops, maybe 3 total.
Two that would really be credited. And, and both of them were tough catches. They're ones you want to see guys make. But that's just an average day in terms of productivity from wide receivers catching the football. So what could this offense be if that was every day? And I hope you get to see that every day, every Saturday going forward.
Yeah, I hope we ask some questions about that, about what happened to the wideouts. I know Harson's going to be like, well, we just worked really hard and they got better. But, man, I think it's a little bit more than that.
Well, they had one of the commentators mentioned it, that they did something different at practice all week. He said they went a ton of routes on air, but with defenders in body proximity. So what that means is they were setting defenders up already, like in the places where the routes were designed to go before the play was ever run.
Yeah.
And no pass rush, just having the receivers run it in skeleton and then run to those crowded areas and have to concentrate and catch those balls in traffic. Pretty novel concept. I've never seen it done, but it seems like, sometimes struggles call for innovation, and that might have been an innovative thing that made a difference.
Well, just thinking about this out loud, what does that do to a wideout? Is that more of a wideout thing, or is that more of a quarterback thing?
I think it's more of a wideout thing, because I think sometimes guys are more concerned with what surrounds them than the ball that's coming to them, And I think with as many option routes as this offense requires receivers to run, this isn't the binary Malzahn passing game where one play call equals this is your one route. Damn it, This is okay. Well, this is the play call. Are they one high safety or 2? Is he inside leverage or out? Is he press man? Is he off man? All of those things dictate what routes the receivers run in this offense. So when you start doing that and putting the bodies in front of them without having to accelerate the quarterback's clock and knowing that he's not going to come off his read, but I, as a receiver, just have to make my read and run my route and catch the ball, it probably improves timing and gives those guys a better sense of awareness.
Interesting. And again, you've never heard of something like that, right?
I've heard of different things kind of in that realm, but never doing it with actual, bodies in proximity.
Yeah,
so it's kind of like, all right, you've got to catch the ball, and here comes 3 sets of hands trying to separate you from it.
Daniel asked a question. He says, Hunter, do you mean like a window drill but with actual routes?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Interesting. Okay. Maybe that's what did it.
Like they're having to run the routes into the windows instead of being in the window and then just defending the catch. They're running the route into the predicated window and then having to catch the ball in traffic.
That's interesting. That is very interesting.
Yeah,
we need to
cool
ask.
concept.
Yeah, we need to ask that question on the Zoom today. I wonder if we can do that. All right, so
all good coaches are thieves, and that's something that I would steal in a heartbeat if I was an OC.
Is that something you would put? I mean, I know you're a defensive guy, but would you ever push that to your guy where you work about that if that was ever a problem?
If it was a problem and that we were a team that needed to throw the ball more, for sure.
Yeah, I know you guys run the football a lot, so.
Yeah. We play 80 style football.
Yeah. Coach Hunter, you're an absolute revelation, dude. We love having you on the show, and we love having your writing on the Know the Enemy, and of course, we love you as a bunker poster. You're the best bunker poster. So, the end.
I don't know if I deserve any of those accolades, but I appreciate you letting me run my mouth, brother.
All right, Coach Hunter. See you, bro.
See you, Jay.
Bye. There he is, Coach Hunter. Man, really interesting stuff there. I love him breaking down that particular practice paradigm. Let me ask BMAT if they have done their if the Zoom is ongoing or kind of where they are on that. Because I would like to know more about that. Yeah, I would be very interested in hearing about that. Good shit, Daniel M. That was a really, really interesting question that you asked. A very pointed question and one that kind of cleared it up for me. That's pretty sweet right there. Daniel M. says, I coach DBs and might get with the wideouts coach this week to do that. Yeah. So you're running drills where you know the defender's going to be there when you get there. Kind of reminds me of that last scene of No Country for Old Men. I don't know if you've seen that movie, Denton. Oh, I got to turn you up. My bad.
I have not.
Yeah, he says, I had this dream about my father, and he was carrying one of those horns, kept the flour, and I knew when I got there, he'd be there. Anyway, it just reminded me of that randomly. That's a movie you should see. You really haven't seen that?
I have not.
No Country for Old Men? That's like that won the Academy Award for Best Picture.
I haven't really seen a lot of movies outside of superhero and Star Wars, really.
I'm going to tell you right now, dude, the bad guy in No Country for Old Men, this guy named Anton Chigurh, he's one of the worst bad guys you've ever seen. He's sinister. You got to see this. I might even watch it with you if you want to. I mean,
okay.
not tonight. Obviously, we got things to watch and do tonight, but maybe some other night. You won't regret it. Because guys, seriously, in the chat, I know you guys have seen this, most of y'all. It's a really, really dirty bad guy. Let's see. Chip says, Harson, outcoached me. Coach had his team more prepared than I did. Wow. Chip says that's a straight quote from Pittman. Interesting.
From some dude's Twitter.
From whose?
Some dude's Twitter.
Some dude?
Yeah, that's what he said following that up.
Oh, some dude. Okay. Yeah. That's interesting right there. Man, I told you guys early in the game, before the game even started, I love the kind of coaching that Auburn's getting right now.
And something I haven't really seen brought up that I kind of wondered about is your thoughts on the 2-point conversion attempt by Arkansas at the end of the third.
I'm trying to remember. That was going to be a slant route against Roger, right?
Slant route to the outside receiver on the right.
I mean, that's a play that they probably feel really good about. And Roger was right on that, man. I don't know. Maybe by the letter of the law, that might have been OPI or DPI. But it was well defended. Roger was right where he needed to be. He was playing the ball, had his hands out. I don't know, man. They feel like that's their best play, and Auburn made a hell of a play to stop it.
Yep. To me, To me, that just makes sense in that situation to go for it. Because in that situation, 4 points isn't really that different from 5 if you're kicking the extra point.
That's true. 4 different than 5, but they could have gotten down to 3.
Yeah, if they go for it, it's then a field goal game. But if they just kick the extra point or go for 2 and miss, either way, it's either 2 field goals or a touchdown.
Yeah. I think I would have gone for 2 there.
Yeah.
I mean, and they feel like Burks, who is their number 1 receiver, they could have done that. He likes that route. KJ likes throwing that route. They feel like they could beat Auburn with it, and Roger was up to the task. Period. I'm trying to get Brian. I'm communicating with Brian. Apparently, the Harsin Zoom just started, so I'm trying to communicate with Brian. I'm trying to give him some context so he can ask that question about the wide receiver routes.
Purdue's up currently.
Oh, you know who's going to be happy about that? Nick Moore, the pipe layer.
Yep. And then Virginia obliterated Duke.
How do you feel about that?
Pretty good. I just like watching the teams from North Carolina lose, really.
Except North Carolina State, right?
Somewhat. Wake kind of as well.
We all love Wake Forest.
Yeah.
Everybody should be a Wake Forest fan.
Yeah. That's the kind of way it was in Winston, was everybody had a team they rooted for and Wake Forest.
Yeah. So, you guys, I don't know if the people that watching the show know this, but Denton, you went to high school in Wake Forest. You went to high school, near Wake Forest University in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Yes, at Mount Tabor High School. Correct. Yeah, that's why you were talking about North Carolina. That's why you know so much about North Carolina. Well, UNC, Duke, Wake, NC State, football. Yeah. Just making that clear.
Yeah.
Auburn I'm sorry, Denton, go ahead.
Troy is beating Texas State. Let's see. Not sure if they're in Troy or not.
And also the South Alabama Jaguars were victorious over the Georgia Southern Eagles the other day by a score, I think, of 38-14, something like that.
Yeah.
And the Jags are playing pretty good football right now. Kane Womack's got them going in the right direction, Denton. Your thoughts?
That he does.
Yeah, I know somebody who goes to South Alabama. That would be my daughter, Maddie, who is long-time sparring partner with Denton. Although you guys are buddies too, so.
Sometimes.
Yeah, I got a couple pictures of you guys in happier days, you know. My daughter's a bit much. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Maddie is my daughter's she's a tornado. She's a tornado. Yeah. She's fun, but she's a tornado. Hayden H says, missed you guys. Had practice. War Eagle JGT. Hey, Hayden, what's up, bro? Glad to have you, bro. I love the cat says, is webcam HD at Jeffrey Lee? I mean, he's trying to make fun of you, Denton, but that's not your fault. The webcam, slightly older model. It's one that I used when I was at the Advertiser a few years ago, but yeah, it's an HD. Any problems with Denton not looking super sharp is 100% on me, so don't blame Denton, blame me on that. Is the J-Head, did he jump in here? Did J-Head jump? Who did this? Webcam HD, you're gone, bro. Yeah. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, I just banned him, bro. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. I should have seen that.
Yeah, I didn't notice it until just then.
J-Head in the chat. That's a damn big win, boys. J-Head, do you want to jump on here, bro? You know I'll have you. Hold on, I'm going to text J-Head right now. J-Head, bro, you know to text me, man. Let me text him. I can't talk and text at the same time. That's one of the things that I can't do at 49 years old. Let's see. Oh, first of all, Lewis, I'm sorry, bro. I think we got all of these. You got, hey, seriously, Denton, in the future, if you see these terrible.
That's the only one I've ever seen. I'll look out for it in the future, though.
I've gone ahead and banned all those IPs real quick. Late B says he took a course in college on Cormac McCarthy, who's the guy who actually wrote the book that No Country for Old Men is based on. Was the best class I ever had. That sounds like a really kick-ass class, Leif. Also, Super Chat. I have it sitting up here, but I did not call it out when it came through.
And then you missed another one from
Hold on. We're working our way through, Den. Thank you for looking out for me, though. Lewis had the first one here. Said, here's my tithe. I don't know how I feel about that because I'm not a religious figure, but you know what I mean. Lewis, I know what you're doing, and I appreciate you, bro. I love you. Also came through with a second one. Wow, this is a big one right here. Lewis says, double tithe, need to give to the football gods. That's a McD's combo meal, McRib with 2 B's and a T, a date with a bag of 59-cent hamburgers feast. What do you make of that, Denton?
You got to do what you got to do.
Lewis has been there. Lewis has got a hot tub that he's used to his advantage a number of times, for sure. Also, Sam Howell with the I got to give him a shout-out for the Call It, which is one of the classy lines, one of the classic lines from Anton Chigurh, who's the bad guy in No Country for Old Men. I think you would really, really enjoy him. He's the most cold-blooded killer I've ever seen on film. And he won an Academy Award for it. Do you know how he kills people?
I do not.
No, you don't because you haven't seen it. I'm not spoiling anything. He takes one of those things that they use for livestock and he puts it in their brain. And just
brand.
Yes, not a brand. No, it shoots in.
Oh.
Yes. It's like a piston that shoots out and you're dead. Yeah, you're gone. Also, we got a super chat. First of all, Lewis, thank you, bro. You're an absolute stud. You know how I feel about you. Hornatius says, a bottle of T-Bird for Denton. T-Bird. He's talking about that Thunderbird wine. I don't know if you would be real fired up about that. Denton, have you had much to drink in your life?
No.
You know, your dad and to some degree your mother enjoy a bourbon here and there.
Yeah.
I was hanging out with them last night, and I enjoyed some bourbon with your dad, but I don't know if your mom was drinking or not. She may have been. Or maybe not. She's certainly of drinking age, although just barely.
I do not know.
You don't know if your mother's drinking age. Denton, you're 19.
I do not know if she was drinking last night.
Oh, word.
I did not see them once they got back.
Yeah? Are you concerned?
No.
Okay,
I saw them today.
What does that mean?
Can't be concerned if I didn't see him today.
Oh, man, I was trying to type in J-Head's number and I missed it. 9. Oh, hold on. What are you laughing about?
Leif Benson, I got to agree.
What did he say?
Liked how you said you weren't going to spoil how the bad guy kills people, then immediately does that.
Dude, that movie came out like 10 years ago. And he read the book. No, he studied the author, so there's more than just one for him. I got to make sure I got J-Head's number right. How did I not get this put in my system? Yep, I got it. Hold on, we got a retweet here. Uh-oh. Shit. I'm retweeting something from Chris Vanini. I don't know him right off. National college football reporter for The Athletic. Luke Fickle says Gus Malzahn had to rush out because of a family emergency and asked everyone to say a prayer for them. All right, we're going to, seriously, I trust this guy, so let's just take a second, seriously, and say a prayer for the Malzahns. I don't know what's going on with that, but if somebody tells me to pray for them, I'm going to do it. All right. I don't like to hear that. I don't like to hear that at all. If you guys are Twitter people, kind of keep me updated on that. Because I'm not really in a situation where I can do that. Stuff gets me worked up, man. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. All right, we got J-Head set up here. Try to get myself put together and get him on the horn here. All right, J-Head, I'm calling you, bro. All right, let's see if we can get him on the horn.
JGT, what's going on,
My
buddy?
man, what's up, J-Head?
Oh, nothing much. Just out giving the dog a walk after a huge win today. What about you?
Yeah, I'm just doing this show. We call it the Brain Drain, and you know about it because you chat on it. And you call in sometimes.
From time to time, it's a great day to call in. That's for damn sure.
Damn right. So tell me about this win, man. What kind of stuck out to you about what happened?
Well, I think it starts and finishes with Bo Nix, the way he played today, how calm he was, the accuracy, the receivers catching the football. The focus was there today. The route running was crisp. I'm just really impressed with our team bouncing back from what had to be a really deflating loss. You know, I mean, that was a tough way to lose to Georgia when you know you didn't play your best. Now, you may not have won the game anyway, even if you had. But to play the way that we did, to shoot ourselves in the foot the way that we did, and then to rebound against a tough Arkansas team. I mean, look, they're not, top 10. They were overranked when they were that high. But they're a good football team. And we went on the road in their place and hit them in the mouth and won by 2 scores.
Yeah.
That's how you respond. And I'm extremely proud for the guys. I'm extremely proud for Coach Harsin to get that kind of victory today, going into a very important bye week so we can heal up, get some guys back, and hopefully start down that home stretch and win a few more.
All right, so tell me about there were some calls there late in the game, Jay, that were absolutely savage. The 3rd and 3 that had the QB keeper with the orbit motion going the other direction. Tell me about that one, man.
Well, to be honest, it was a beautiful play design. I don't understand what Arkansas was doing defensively. I mean, you should have been able to see when we emptied out the pocket that way, we were going to run quarterback draw. But the orbit motion kind of pulled that play side linebacker out a little bit and just created that gap that Bo needed. And he made a beautiful read, made one player miss when he had to, and took it into the house. I mean, it was just well executed, well designed by Mike Bobo and Brian Harsin. Just, I really have been impressed with the play calling the past 3 weeks or so. I mean, I think LSU they have really started to kind of dial into what this team can do. Now, obviously, we're still having some issues running the football. I'm seeing some missed assignments as far as our offensive line is concerned, particularly from the interior. Not so much Brahms, but our 2 guards have really had trouble the last couple games. I thought Zier stepped in. He didn't play fantastic. But for it to be your first start on the road in the SEC, I thought he played admirably.
Yeah.
And it gives you some encouragement if he comes back next year, that you have somebody that's capable of manning that left tackle spot. So just overall, Jay, I really can't say enough for the way this team played today and the way the defense stepped up when they had to. I mean, the momentum had flipped to in Arkansas's favor with that touchdown to go up 17-14. And to get that strip sack and recover for a touchdown, I mean, that was just huge. And then the bomb to Robertson after that, it flipped the game on its head. They were big momentum plays that we needed, that we had to have, and we got them.
Yeah, man, I somehow in the course of talking about this game for the last 45 minutes forgot about the throw to D-Rob. That it was a great call, man. It was a very Spurrier type call, honestly.
I agree. It was cutthroat. I mean, you went for the kill shot and you got it. Now, I can't tell you how many times we did that with Gus, and I was going to drop the 4-letter F word here for just a second. Let me catch myself there. We just messed it up. But we were able to execute that one, and it was the nail in the coffin. Really, when we hit that play, that swung all the momentum onto our side, and Arkansas never recovered. They couldn't get their feet. So just like I said, hats off to Harsin, being cutthroat, taking advantage of a big play, taking advantage of being able to swing the momentum in a game. And look, that's something that Arkansas had shown on tape. We knew going into that they were susceptible with the type of backhand that they had coverage that they had. The posts and seams were going to be open. Ole Miss exposed that last week. We took advantage this week, and we made them pay when we had to.
Jayhead, I said a bunch early on in the show today that I feel like Auburn players are getting a level of coaching that they haven't had in a while, and I would argue, these kids probably weren't even born the last time they got coaching this good. I feel kind of like that's exactly what we saw today. Is that kind of how you're seeing it, that these coaches can actually coach some fucking football?
I would 110% agree with that. I'm glad you can drop fucking on there because I'm about to. But, Jay, here's the thing. I'm not going to take shots at the prior coaching staff. A lot of those guys were really good men. But I'm with you. I feel like the way this team is being coached on the field, off the field, in the meeting rooms, that the level of education they're getting about football is superior to anything that they've had in the last 10 years, and that includes Chiswick's tour. Okay, and I know we won a national championship, but let's be honest here. We had a fantastic senior group, a standout quarterback that might be the best college player I've ever seen, the most dominant interior defensive lineman in one season that I've ever seen, and a star freshman, in Michael Dyer. They weren't coached like this team is being coached. This team is maturing. You see it, especially when you see a team that plays the way they did against Georgia and then rebounds. That shows the character of the team. That shows the DNA of what this coaching staff put them through in the offseason for them to be able to rebound in this way. And I'm just really enjoying watching this team play football. So, I can't say enough about what our coaches are doing right now, and that we need to continue to take the next step. This bye week is going to be huge for us to be able to step back, take a look at what's worked, what hasn't worked, move our playbook towards that, both offensively and defensively, and also getting out and do some advanced scouting and recruiting. Because now you're able to sell a program that's 5-2, 2-1 in the SEC when everybody predicted us to be 1-2, and maybe even 0-3 to be honest. Were we favored in any of these last 3 games?
No,
I don't think we were.
No.
So predicted to be 0-3, you're 2-1.
It's pretty good.
Now you're out on the trail. You were starting to get a little bit hot with the recent pickup of Eston Harris and Drew Bobo, which were huge. Now, those guys are 3 stars. I get it. Anybody that wants to make fun of me for saying they're huge, I understand it. But from where we are in needing offensive linemen, getting local guys that have 4-star potential, and I firmly believe Bobo is going to be a 3-year starter on the offensive line at center. He's got that kind of athleticism, that kind of power. And when he gets moved to the interior on a full time, he's going to play completely differently than he plays right now at Auburn High School.
Yeah.
But getting those guys and then getting the opportunity to get out on the West Coast and see their number 1 wide receiver target, talk to them, reassure them that everything's fine now that Eric Keesaw's there, because that definitely was a blow with Sewell moving on as far as the communication standpoint and a guy he had cultivated a relationship with. And I can't tell you how imperative it is that we land Darius Clemens. That is huge for this class. We need an alpha dog, number 1 outside wide receiver, and he's the guy.
Yeah. He is a very bad man. There's no doubt about it. I always thought it was going to be tough to pull him from the West Coast, but with Harsin and those guys, Burt Watts in particular from Fresno State, they've got the West Coast ties, and that might be enough.
They are, and look, it's not. It won't be the first time that somebody outside the region comes into the SEC to make, and makes an impact, and you're able to pull somebody in. When you go back, and I hate to ever talk about Alabama on an Auburn podcast, specifically on the brain drain, but Saban did that in his first year at Alabama when he went outside the region and plucked Mark Ingram from Michigan. Michigan is not a place that you typically go and get kids at Alabama, not at that point anyway. But they went where they had those regional ties. Bobby Williams was able to go in there and pluck him. We'll be able to do the same thing with Keesaw and Watts and a handful of other guys. You go to where your strengths are, and then you cultivate more regionally as you can. And that's what the staff's doing. And they're not wasting time on guys that are not interested. And they are starting to find out that there are more guys interested than they thought. And I really think that you're going to see an uptick in recruiting here pretty quickly. There's a lot of guys that are starting to become very, very interested in Auburn, specifically some that are committed to other teams. So that's something to watch as we move forward and get closer to that December signing day.
Yes, sir. You had mentioned earlier that you thought there were 2 guys Auburn really, really wants to get. You felt really good about one and not the other. The one you felt good about was Darius Clemens. One of the guys you did not feel good about but you would love to have is Curtis Perry, who is at Pike Road School. Tell me about what you see with him.
Well, what I see with Curtis is somebody that is a complete and utter interior disruptor. He's probably a 5-tech defensive end, similar to that Kobe Wooden position that we've got. But he would be a pivotal piece if you can land him. He's the kind of guy that's a 2-3-year starter in the SEC, definitely a contributor. Needs to add a little bit of weight, but he is extremely gifted with quickness, power, the ability to convert speed to power. He's got the whole package. Now, he's not somebody that's going to be a nose tackle that's going to line up in the 3. He probably can play there in a pinch, similar to like Marcus Harris, and that's probably who I compare him to, except for with more explosion. But you're in an uphill battle right now against Alabama. I'm not saying we can't win it, because Curtis, has been on our campus more than anywhere else. I think he's been to Auburn 8 times in the last year. His coaching staff has done a fantastic job building a relationship in a short period of time. Now, the problem is you're competing against Alabama, who has traditionally won these kind of recruiting battles. So as far as player development, we're in year 1, year whatever of the Saban era. Okay, so you're selling against that, which is difficult. It's not like we can't win it. I just wouldn't make us the favorite as of right now.
Right, it's tough. And there's also
extremely tough. But
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jay. I cut you off. No, I cut you off. Go ahead.
I was going to bounce over to the LSU. You had an LSU guy that you were really high on. It had a really cool name, and I forgot what his name is.
Austin Osbury?
No, I think they can actually pull him. This was a guy that you were concerned they wouldn't be able to pull, but they might be able, they could in a pinch. He had a really cool
you're talking about the running back?
What's his last name?
Oh, God. You put me on blast here, Jay. Let me think of it.
My bad, bro. Well, Austin Osbury, though. I mean, he's a kid out of Louisiana. If they were able to pull him, that would be really nice.
Well, he's a big-time 4-star cornerback. He's got the length. So here's the thing. Mason has the type of style that he prefers in his corners. He likes longer, lengthier corners that can play that zone coverage to get those hands in there. When he goes to kind of a press man with a trail technique added in, they have that ability to get that good jam and then flip their hips and run. Osbury can do all that. Now, he's a tough pull because he's from right there in Baton Rouge. His dad works at LSU University. But with the turmoil that's going on there right now, I think he's very interested in not necessarily going where his dad is. I think he's very interested in creating his own legacy, and seeing a guy like Trevon Reed and the bond that he created with him this past weekend, I think gives us the leg up. I really do.
Yeah.
I think Trevon's going to be pivotal in that recruitment down the stretch. And listen, you cannot have enough cover guys in the SEC, and he's a really, really good one, and it would be great to have him.
Yes. And Trevon is from Thibodaux, Louisiana. Trevon is a great guy to have. The guy I was thinking of earlier, J-Head, was Trevante Citizen.
Woo! Yeah, he's a stud, Jay. He is probably, I've scouted a lot of running backs in this class, and he has probably got the best film I have seen on anybody in the entire Southeast and maybe in the entire country.
So he is a 4-star tailback from Lake Charles.
Yeah, 4-star, almost 5-star from Lake Charles, Louisiana. He's been a little bit disenfranchised with how LSU's used their running backs here lately. They haven't been able to run the ball at all, realistically, not until today anyway against Florida, who really should change their name to the Waffle House because they're always open. My God, they're giving up some stuff. But, you know, he's going to be a really tough pull because he's a Louisiana kid. But Carnell has done a fantastic job in that recruitment. Coach Harsin has been extremely involved in that recruitment, and that's something that I have figured out, or something that has been kind of mentioned to me lately, is how hard Coach Harsin, or how much he's involved in recruiting, specifically with the guys he's locked in with. They've got their board. They're not deviating from their board. They don't give a shit if they're committed to somebody else. They're still trying to flip them. They realize that they're coming off of a COVID year where a lot of kids wanted to make commitments early because they wanted to get their spot. That doesn't matter anymore. Throw that out the window. These guys are treating other kids like they're not committed to anybody. They're recruiting them just as hard as they were before, and it's starting to work now. You're seeing that work with the local kid up the street from Lafayette.
Yes, Tay Woody.
Tavius Woody.
Yes.
Who would be huge for us as far as a defensive line commit. I know that we're recruiting him as a two-way guy. I don't see him as a two-way guy. I see him as a D lineman. I think he's probably 6'2.5", around 280 to 300 pounds with really good quickness. I think he can be that zero nose, maybe even a 3-tech that we need for Mason's defense. You know, the interesting thing is, and I don't know if you've seen it formationally speaking, but the 2-4-5 that we play is really out of the Jimmy Lake wheelhouse up there in Washington. They kind of created that defense when Peterson was up there, where they used the two guys and the 2-eye and just jam you right there, and then they have some athletic outside linebackers. But he's tailor-made to do that. And I think it'd be critical to get him. And he's another one of those guys, if you flip him, and then you add in the Caden Stewart and Eston Harris and Drew Bobo, that's full local linemen that we needed, that we got, that we don't get in the Gus Malzahn era.
Yeah, and we talked about this in the summertime. Auburn has not done well with local kids. I mean, let's be real about it. They have not done a good job of recruiting Auburn and Opelika. And the fact that they would be able to do that, get LaFed a little bit too, is really a huge plus.
It's a huge plus because it's turned into one of the top 5 areas in the state to recruit. Really, in the state of Alabama right now, where the majority of your talent lies, is Mobile, Montgomery, the Birmingham metro area, Phoenix City, and then the Auburn-Opelika area. North Alabama just doesn't have the talent that it has had in the past in that Huntsville area, Huntsville-Madison area. I mean, I think they got a couple prospects, but it's not like it has been. That Auburn-Opelika area has blossomed and turned into a place where you're going to get multiple Power 5 prospects every year. And it's just too close in proximity to Auburn for us not to be landing these kids. So I can't say enough about Coach Harsin coming in and saying, you know what, we got good players right here in our backyard. By God, we need to start landing them.
Well, you might as well start there and then figure out what you can do after that. But if you cannot let local talent leave. I know you're with me on that.
No, I'm 100% with you on that. That was one of the things that bothered me with Gus and his administration is, you know, how fair weather they were with local kids. To me, it all starts local because those kids are the ones that are less likely to transfer. Those kids are the ones that the Alabama-Auburn rivalry means something to them. And look, I'm not saying that that's going to win you games. It's not. Talent's going to ultimately win out. But having kids that understand what that rivalry means and it burns them up when they lose, that can help motivate a team. That can help drive a team, specifically if one of those guys is your leader.
It's true.
So having more kids like that on your team, to me, is essential when you're trying to get a culture shift.
Gotcha. J-Head, we love having you on, man. You're a great poster. You're a great caller. You're just indispensable. You're so critical to what we do at auburnsports.com, brother.
Well, I can't thank you guys enough for giving me a platform, giving me the opportunity to jump on with you today to talk about something that's enjoyable, to talk about something that means something to a lot of people. So I just want to thank you for everything that you do. Can't wait to listen to the rundown and hear about Christian Clemente's escapades out there in Fayetteville, since he closed or not. Get the take from Brian Stoltz, a.k.a. the Eric Cartman of the Auburn Beat Writers. And just, you know, overall enjoy this win for 2 weeks now.
Hey, can I ask you one more question before you go, though?
Shoot.
Michael Williams from Columbus, Georgia. What are you hearing about him?
Sure. That's going to be a tough one. He's a big NIL kid. He's committed to into USC for a reason. Now, he's got his brother. There was a tight end that we recruited from Florida that's out there. That's another big piece of it. But NIL promises are big on him. I mean, we're in the game. Nick Easton's done a fantastic job with recruiting him. He's another local guy that I'd love to have. But Georgia's going to be really tough to beat there. You just need to be realistic about that one. I'm not saying that we can't, but I would not put the odds in our favor at this given time.
Yeah.
Let's continue to recruit him. Let's continue to kind of push the envelope there, win a few more games, and we'll let the chips fall where they may.
J-Head, I appreciate that little late addendum there. You're an absolute stud. Everybody loves you, and we're glad to have you, man.
Yeah, I'm glad to be on, Jay. You guys have a great day, okay?
All right, see you, J-Head. Appreciate you, bro.
All right, buddy.
There
Absolutely appreciate you too, man.
There he is, J-Head. The guy is just I don't even know what to say. I mean, he's just he gives us time. He posts on the bunker. He calls into the show probably every third week, even though he's got a lot going on in his personal life. He has a job. He's mentioned on the show before. He works in the Coast Guard, and he does some real fucking work. He ain't. Yeah. Anyway, we ended up getting an answer there about Michael Williams. It's going to be a tough pull. Georgia feels like they've got the inside. He's committed to USC, but Georgia feels like they've got the inside track on him. Oh, hold on, Ben. I'm sorry. That's my fault. Go ahead.
South Carolina or Southern Cal?
For him?
Yeah, you said USC.
No, I meant, Southern Cal and Georgia and Auburn is really where.
Yeah, it's just I had recently I've known people to say USC in reference to South Carolina.
I do that too, yeah, because I don't know what to call them. The Gamecocks, the Fighting Shane Beamers, whatever. First of all, Jay Head, if you're still watching, bro, thank you so much for calling in. I do want to update some of the stuff we were talking about with the Malzahns. It appears, based on some information that was on the bunker, believe it or not, and bunker action can be a great place for information on some of this stuff. RBU and also Auburn Girl 98 were saying that Gus's daughter recently had a child. I don't know if that's in the last day or 2 days, and it could be delivery-related complications. You see that up there with AU Taxman just kind of retweeting, not retweeting, but passing along what RBU was saying on the show, on the message board, I should say. And so I sent a message to Christy. Obviously, Christy has a lot going on. Doesn't need to be worrying about JG right now, but I did let her know that we were all praying for her and hoping for the very, very best from all of them. All the Malzahns, I feel very strongly about them as people. Christy and Gus. I have not met their daughters, but you know how I feel about Christy and Gus. So I know you guys, as frustrated as you got with Gus as a play caller and as a head coach, particularly with recruiting and staffing things on the offensive side of the ball, I know that the bulk of you guys like him as a person and respect him as a human being, and you want great things for him. So I know you guys are praying for him. We got a call coming in from one of our great callers, Auburn alumni in the house. What's up, bro?
Man, War Damn Eagle.
I saw that in the chat, man. What up, bro? I know you're fired up about this one.
This is a huge one, man. This is a big, big win. I hope people realize how big of a win this is for the program. You know, I mean, this was the one. I mean, I think I told you after the LSU game when I called, I was like, I still think we're going to get clobbered by Georgia, which we did. But I mean, obviously, everybody watched it, and we had chances to at least make it way closer than it was. And a lot of that was the receivers. But man, you talk about a night and day difference this year. And again, this week, not just the catching, but the route running, everything just seemed to be different. And the number of guys, I mean, I saw Malcolm Johnson catching it, Javarius Johnson, I saw Shedrick, I saw Demetrius. It just seemed like, every single tight end, if I'm not mistaken, I think every tight end we had on the roster not named Frazier caught a pass. Because I think King caught some. I know Deal had one. Fromm had a big one on third down. Shanker. So, yeah, man, it was just what a difference a week makes for the pass catchers. And then, lo and behold, when that happened, you see Bo have what I think was the best game he's ever had in his career at Auburn. I mean, from a standpoint of where I'm sitting.
Yeah, 21 of 26 for 292, 2 touchdowns and an interception. But, yeah, man, 11 different players caught a pass from Bo today. So, I mean, that's definitely spreading it around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, just what an insanely just massive win, especially coming off the loss last week. But I think I'm sure other people have mentioned it. I was taking care of a 5-year-old earlier, so I couldn't hop on earlier. But I mean, you've got everything in front of you. I mean, you got a bye week to get rested up. You got Ole Miss at home, and literally everything you want is still in front of you. I mean, not to say we're going to get there, but it's there, and that's all you can hope for. And 5-2, your 2 losses are to arguably 2 of the top 5 or 6 teams. And I know Penn State lost at Iowa, but if they had Clifford, I don't think they lose there. So, there's no shame in the losses you got, but just the biggest difference is just the reassurance of knowing that the coaching staff looks prepared and the game plans look great. And Bobo I thought Bobo had a very good game plan today. Defensively, I'm going to continue to harp on. I just do not like the zone, the majority of it being zone coverage. I mean, we gave up. I think they were like 5 of 9 on 3rd and 8 or longer, which is obviously you can't keep giving that up, especially next game with Matt Corral. Corral will eat us alive doing that. But that being said, we only gave up 23 points. So I know that it's kind of the bend don't break mentality some with Mason, but I mean, I really wish we would play more man coverage across the board. I'm fine getting burned; it happens. But the sitting back and letting guys just pick you apart on these 3rd and longs is just killing me on defense. But that's really my only gripe today for sure.
Yeah, I mean, third and longer than 8, they were horrible. I bet they were 5 of 6 or something like that on 3rd down. I was like, yeah.
Well, I know. We gave up a 3rd and 17. We gave up a couple of 3rd and 9s, but all that being said, I mean, obviously, that was a giant play Derek had. Colby had a great game. He had several big stops inside. Zacoby played great, as Zacoby always does. So, I don't know. Have you heard anything on Papo? I mean, are we expecting him to be back in a couple of weeks for Ole Miss? Because that would be a big shot in the arm on the defensive side.
That is the talk. I worry that as you get closer to the end of the season that he would just say, hey, I'm going to pack it in. I need to get ready for the NFL draft. I worry about that a little bit. So if he's not ready for Ole Miss, I start to worry about that a little bit because there's not that many games left after that. But the plan right now, Auburn alumni, is that he is going to play against Ole Miss.
Well, and I don't know his first time more than I do, but let's assume, assume even if he doesn't get to Ole Miss, say we beat Ole Miss. I mean, if we're still sitting out there with a chance to go to Atlanta, do you think that impacts obviously his decision on if he's going to pack it in or if he's going to come back?
I think that would affect his decision. Yes.
Okay. All right.
I do.
Well,
I think he gives a shit.
I just, again, I don't want to say I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir and whatever else is saying, but my God, what a massive win for the program and what a win for the team and as a whole. And now you got a week to get rested and then get home and take on Ole Miss. But great job, guys. Great job, receivers, and great job, Bo. So war down.
All right, brother. Appreciate you calling in, Auburn alumni. It's not a complete show without you calling in, bro.
Hey, man, stay gold, Pony Boy.
All right, man. See you.
See you.
I love that he makes that mention of the Outsiders there because I'm going to Tulsa next weekend where the Outsiders took place and was filmed, actually. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to go to the house, though. I got other shit to do.
Yeah, probably not.
I feel like your parents should have gone with me. I mean, I didn't specifically ask them to go, but, I mean, it would have been fun to party in Tulsa with them. You'd be surprised. I mean, your dad, you probably know your dad can party a little bit, but your mom actually can party too.
I am well aware of that fact.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
You know.
We got a call coming in from one of my absolute favorite callers. Elite Gus is in the house. What's up, bro?
Jay Jizzle.
I smell better. What's up, bro?
Oh, man, we just cleaned up shop at the Auburn golf tournament here in Texas and Houston, and was calling in just to see how the game went. I assume the Eagle flew good and Bo sucked. Is that about correct?
The band played good too, bro.
Oh.
Did you have a chance to see the game, seriously?
No, I did not.
You know that Auburn won, right?
No. I mean, I'm glad to hear that.
They won 38-23, and Bo was incredible today. Like, no shit.
Incredible. How about that?
21 of 26.
Was good?
Listen to this shit. 21 of 26 for 292 and 2 touchdowns.
Oh, how many drops?
2. We believe there were only 2, and he threw, again, completed 21 passes. How about that, huh?
Oh, man.
This is unbelievable. Hey, man, seriously, let me ask you this. Winning on the road at Arkansas, what does that do for you? Is that big, or is that not that big?
I think that it's pretty decent, given the fact that they're clearly on the ascend, and I think that the whole road game Bo thing. He's now done at LSU and he's gone to Arkansas and played well. I mean, that's got to be all positive. I don't take that as anything. I'm glad to hear the receivers played better. I assume with that margin, the line played pretty decent, and it sounds like we had a reasonably solid plan defensively as well. So,
yeah,
not knowing anything other than what you just shared, to me, that's all positive.
Well, they gave up a lot of third and really longs, like 3rd and 12, 3rd and 15, 3rd and 16. But hey, man, the bottom line is you win 38-23, you feel good about it. So, I mean, fuck that.
Well, we got to fire Kevin Steele, obviously.
I mean, clearly. What have you been up to, bro? How you been?
Good. Wonderful. We finally woke up this morning and it was like 70 degrees instead of 95. So we're getting into fall, and we had some good. Unfortunately, with the Auburn tournament, us playing early, and then a lot of Okie State and Texas, which looked like a hell of a game, played at 11 as well. We missed a lot of good football. But I'm glad to hear we played well on the road, got a good W, and hopefully that'll help build some momentum and confidence with the squad. Sounds like our coaches are getting things squared away.
Yeah, they are for real. I think some people are kind of pulled in by your muse here, and the fact that you are from Enterprise yourself, you're definitely old school Auburn.
The Bo Weevil, that's right, baby.
Damn right.
What about those long third downs? Were we running a real soft zone? Is that
yes?
Is that what was happening?
For the most part, that's exactly what was going on. Yeah, I think there's some frustration with Derek Mason over that, bro. For real.
Yeah. We've got to bring some heat, I think, unfortunately, in some of those circumstances, because that's been the MO. Unfortunately, is if it's long, we're just sitting back and letting the quarterback have all day.
Yeah,
so that's definitely not good.
They blitzed about 2% of the time today, something like that.
But I mean, this LSU. I mean, I did see they took down Florida. It looks like so. LSU, Arkansas. This has to have folks feeling better about Ole Miss, Mississippi State. Those were kind of coin flip games from my perspective.
Yeah, me too.
I'd have to guess we're more favorites there, and then who knows with A&M, which A&M shows up. But I mean, hell, we might finish this pretty strong.
It's crazy to think about. 5-2 right now, bro.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah,
How many games would what would our record be right now with Gus?
Man, there's no doubt. I'd probably be 7-0. Be solid. Solid. That's my man. Bro, I tried to invite you the other day, and you didn't hit me up.
Yeah. I wasn't actually on, so it was just I forgot to turn off. But
oh, word.
No, I mean, I think with Gus, we might have one win, maybe two. The gimmies. I think we lose every other game. Frankly.
Yeah, I
How'd
hear
they
you.
play today?
They got their ass handed to them really bad. It was like 56-14, I think.
I know this it's not healthy mentally, especially, but they are now added to my hate watch list along with Bama and Georgia, and so I do tend to enjoy them losing.
All right, you're certainly welcome to that. I understand the frustration.
Anyways, how's the brain drain been?
It's been great.
Good experience for you.
Of course, man. We're just sitting here drinking that.
Level of one.
I'm drinking that 1792 sweet wheat, bro.
I was about to ask. Okay, out of a 1 to 10, how sober are you? 10 being sober.
3.5.
Okay, we got to work on that. But
we're working on it. We're working on it.
You're only what? What are we? 4 hours in now?
Yeah,
we got 3 more to go, right?
Yeah, we're 5 hours and 13 minutes in, bro.
Oh, you got to wrap this thing up, man. We got a W.
All right, Duff Diver, Elite Gus, you're an absolute stud. You know how I feel about you, and appreciate you doing some golfing today on behalf of Auburn.
You got it. All right, buddy. Enjoyed it.
See you, bro. See ya. You guys are like, how can he possibly not know what the score is? First of all, he knew what the score was. Second of all, he was out doing his shit. Because that's what he is. He's a fucking stud, so get off. Den, you ever play golf?
I have once. It was not pretty.
Did it help you with the chicks?
No, because there were no chicks there.
Chip says he's 6 out of 10 here. I said I was an 8 out of... No, I said I was 6 out of 10 with 10 being sober, right?
10 was sober. You said you were at 3.5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit lit, but not super bad.
Yeah. And Gus, I think y'all are 3 and 4, if y'all have Gus.
Why do you say y'all?
Well, Auburn is 3 and 4. Happy?
That's better. Okay. Auburn is 5 and 2 currently.
Yeah, with Gus, Auburn is 3 and 4.
There's no doubt it's solid. We're on track for a solid season.
Yeah.
You can see there on the schedule. I mean, Ole Miss is going to be the next game, October 30th at home. Ole Miss, this is my opinion, pending what happens tonight in Tennessee. Ole Miss is a problem all the time. I think they're a good team. A&M is weird. They're schizophrenic. They beat Alabama last week, but I don't feel like they normally beat Alabama.
No, if Alabama going into that knew how A&M would play the first half, that game does not end up that way.
Probably not. Then Auburn's got Mississippi State at home. You would think that would be a W.
It is.
At South Carolina, late in the season, South Carolina's not very good. You would think that's a W. I don't know that. Auburn obviously went to South Carolina last year and had some problems. Bo had some problems in that game. And then the Alabama game, Iron Bowl at home. I mean, we still got some work to do. As far as Auburn's got some games to play, Alabama's got some games to play. Let's just kind of see how that plays out.
Yeah. Although I feel like everybody has work to do in general.
Do you think that you could cover, like, you could be part of our brain drain for the Alabama game?
I can.
Would you be able to kind of be impartial Denton on that one?
I can try.
I mean, it's the first time trying. Why not?
I'll probably be here with a smug grin the entire time, but outside of that, I should be pretty neutral.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Chaz Music says, while in Tulsa, you need to go to Casa Bonita. Bro, I'm way ahead of you on that. I've eaten there a bunch of times. Were you going to say something?
Nah.
Casa Bonita is a meme in
South Park.
South Park world.
Yep.
And honestly, as someone who has eaten at Casa Bonita a bunch of times in my life, that is a fairly accurate representation of what Casa Bonita is like. It's like a Mexican restaurant that's like a theater situation. You kind of like, you sit in tables that are kind of like you feel like you're kind of in a barrio or something like that, and they got lots of cool video games and shit like that. It's pretty badass. I think we're down to like 2 Casa Bonitas. It's the one in Tulsa and the one in Denver, and that's it. And the guys who do South Park are from Denver, so that's why they knew about it.
Trey Parker and Matt Stone?
Indeed, you're right. I don't... Someone your age should not know that, but the reason you know that is because your mom is like into that stuff.
And I am.
Are you really, though?
Yeah, I enjoy South Park.
Like, how often do you watch it?
Pretty regularly.
Okay, word.
It's mostly on HBO Max because you can watch all of the episodes.
Yeah. I can't tell you how crazy that was when that show first came out because it was just really weird. Let's see. Stoltzy is asking how many drops. I've got 2 or 3.
The only one I can think of was the third down. I want to say early to midway in the third.
Yeah, I'm at a point now where I can't remember the specific drops.
Yeah,
Luke Deal had a drop for sure. No doubt about it. And who else had a really bad drop in that game? Somebody else had a really bad drop.
It was one of the tight ends, I want to say.
No, Luke Deal definitely had a drop. 86 for sure had a drop. And I guess they're giving Tank a credit. Oh, Landon had. Yeah. Landon, number 40, absolutely had a drop.
That's who I was thinking of, was Landon King.
It wasn't the worst drop I've ever seen because the pass was not ideal, but I just think you got to catch that ball. The good news is that we haven't had any more information on the Malzahn situation, which honestly, to me, tells me it might be okay. I'm really hoping that I did send a message to Christy about that and told her that that we were thinking. Brian says there's officially two drops, and I sent Christy a message. You guys know how I feel about Christy Malzahn. Yeah, you guys know. So we're definitely thinking of them for sure. I was getting a little bit weird earlier. My bad. Sam H says King, big drop. Blake says Landon King. Yeah, so definitely for sure. That ball, that just should have been caught. It wasn't a perfect throw, but it was catchable, 100%. Let's see. Blake R says, have I told you lately, Denton, that I love you? So you got fans out here, bro.
Woo!
Yeah, you're fired up about that. You wish they were like 20-year-old chicks, but, whatever.
Take what you can get.
Chip says his wife introduced him to South Park, which is kind of different than it would normally be. I've had a chance to meet Mrs. Chip, I should say, and I'm just going to say that he did well for himself. I'll just leave it at that. That's a diplomatic way for me to say she's hot, right, Denton?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Chip says he likes Denton. Of course he does. Why not? And AU Taxman updated us to say that J.D. Martinez, who I had on my fantasy team when he was in AA, had a granny. to put the Red Sox up 4-0. You come from a Yankees family, so I don't know how you feel about that.
Honestly, I just want both of the AL teams to lose.
But I mean, like as a Yankees fan, wouldn't you want to see the AL prevail?
No.
No, he would not. Okay. That's fair enough.
Because the options are the Red Sox or the Astros.
Well, you know how we feel about the Astros,
yeah.
guys. I mean,
almost anyone else from the AL, yeah, I'd like them to win, unless they were playing the Braves. But it had to be those two were the ones that came out from the AL, that are going to come out from the AL.
Well, as a Yankees fan, you hate the Red Sox for obvious reasons. And then the Astros is because they're cheaters, right?
Exactly.
So it's hard to cheer for any one of them. You know what's sad is when they were in NL, you know this, but you should know this, that the Astros used to be NL.
Yeah, it was, I want to say, 2013, 14?
Yeah, somewhere in that range. They had to kind of...
They moved over and made it even.
Canoe Man says, of course Denton is from a Yankees family. Makes perfect sense. Because I think in a lot of cases, Denton, a lot of people see that Alabama fans are front runners. But you guys are real Alabama fans. Chip, what is up, bro?
Hey, man. How are you?
Word. I've been drinking a little bit, but I'm doing okay. How are you doing, bro?
Yeah, me too.
Where are you at on the Where are you on the drunk scale, bro?
Probably about a 6 out of 10. I got a function to go to tonight later, so I figured I'd just get primed and lubed up for that and be ready to roll when I got there.
Is this one of your wife's events, or is this one of your events?
Church event, nothing special.
Middle ground, okay.
Yeah. So anyway, they're Catholic, so you know how they roll.
Oh, I do know how they roll. They drink a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, they'll be watching the Bama game there tonight, so I'll be watching some of that, I'm sure.
I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah,
hey,
but,
if I got you on the horn, I want to thank you for these cups, man. The glasses, I should say. Everybody is really fucking fired up about trying to get one of these. And the guys who have gotten one have been really, really fired up about it. They love drinking bourbon.
I'm glad.
And
like I said...
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, so like I said earlier, I'm working on a few of the special editions. It's I've been working a lot lately. Sorry, but I'll try to get those done up by the Ole Miss game and bring them up to you.
How dare you?
I
don't want to get into too much detail, but you do a job that is very important to our society, and I want to thank you for that, Chip.
I couldn't do it without the people working with me. They do all the magic behind the scenes that people don't know about. So. I'm just there to do the end of the job. So, I can't say enough about the people that work with me to make it happen.
I don't know who you're talking about, but I think that you're an absolute stud. And in my mind, you're the one guy. You're a one man band who's out there making miracles happen.
Well, I appreciate it. We've been working hard behind the scenes there to make miracles happen for sure.
Lord, and you have made miracles happen, bro. Seriously.
Hey, I got a question. I got some Basil Hayden's here. Is that any good?
No, it's not.
No?
No.
Okay, it's not? Okay.
I like it as a mixer.
I love it. I don't know shit about bourbon, so,
Wait a minute. Why don't you know? Do you know a guy who could help you with bourbon?
No.
Me! I could help you, man.
Oh, I know, but I don't want to bug you with that kind of silliness.
You send me a DM or a text any fucking time you want to know something, and I'm here for you, bro. Okay?
It was a decision made at the liquor store at the time that I bought the Fusion I've been drinking all day. So that stuff's good, man. I like that.
No, there's nothing wrong with Fusion. Nothing wrong. You're good with that. You're good. You're good.
Yeah. I put about a half the bottle down today watching this game. So it's been a wild ride.
Wow. Did your wife help you with that?
No, she doesn't drink that brown mess.
What does she drink? Like spritzers?
Yeah, she's a Michelob Ultra, kind of gal. She could, back in the day when I met her, she could drink me under the table with some beer.
We need to have a talk one of these days about. I mean, I'm not trying to say that like your wife's. In my opinion, again, I say this as a heterosexual male. You feel like your wife's a lot hotter than you are.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to argue with that at all.
How did you pull that?
a lot of subterfuge and a lot of hard work. And listen to this, Denton. It takes a lot of work. I had to break up her and her other boyfriend to get this shit rolling years ago, and made it happen.
That's what I'm talking about, right? That's what a
Yeah.
legend does, and that's what you are. Fuck yes.
Hey, it took some work, but it happened, man. 20 years later, coming up. Well, actually, it's already passed 20 years.
How about that? Chip, thoughts on this dub right here? You pretty fired up about it?
Yeah, man, I was super pumped about it. It was I had my doubts there for a minute, man. They turned the dial down to nothing there for about a quarter and a half, and then cranked it back up to ass kicking. I mean, I don't know what to say about that. That sack, fumble, TD in the end zone changed everything, and it looked like it changed the whole dynamic of the team and got the offensive confidence rolling again. Now, man, I wish Tank could have gotten a little better, but I think that was the offensive line. They looked like they had some really good plays lined up for him on some of those sweeps, but they ended up getting like 5 yards out of them instead of 15 or 20. But whatever.
And when the defense
Tank's still balling, man.
Yeah, he did, man. I thought he fought really hard when he was in there, bro. And Jarquez did a good job late, but I mean, I thought Tank was really digging hard.
Yes.
Hell yeah, he was. Does this change how you feel about these last 5 games, dude?
Yeah, not really. I don't know. I thought they could go 0-5 in this stretch coming up here. Ole Miss is going to score. I mean, we got to be able to score. That's the end of it. I think if they don't score 40, I don't think they're going to win the Ole Miss game. I'll be up there being loud, but I don't think they're going to win if they don't score around 40 or so with Ole Miss. The way those DBs just seem to get lost when offenses know what to do when it comes to running routes, and gets them off balance. I don't see how they can hold up against that kind of assault for that long. But who knows? Yeah.
You're pretty fired up about this W, though, aren't you? 5-2.
Yeah. I liked it a lot. I see the progress Harsin is making. The routes that they're running is like night and day. I mean, I don't know crap about football coaching, but I can see routes developing off of routes. And the missed TD pass last week against Georgia that you highlighted on the camera eye was a thing of beauty. Just didn't work out, but I like that. Gus has nothing like that in his playbook at all. So I see what's coming. They get the guys that can run this kind of stuff and get the players who can execute it. Man, it's going to be very competitive against the better teams of the SEC.
Hell yeah!
Might take 2 or 3 years, but I think it's going to happen. We just got to give the guy time, man. Can't get too down on him too fast.
Word. I think they're getting great coaching, Chip. I know you feel the same way.
Yep. Yeah, I think so. Getting a lot better than what they were getting. I don't know all about the Coach Corn firing and all that. Just okay, do what you want to do, man. You're in control of the program. But if he thinks that's the best thing, go for it. Last week it didn't look like the best decision in the world, but hey, this week those guys stepped up and performed, man. Hey, they did a lot better this week.
Damn right they did. You get that W on the road,
Yep.
Chip. You're fired up, aren't you?
Yep. No, hey, ate some pulled pork today to celebrate before the win. So hey, every Arkansas game is barbecue time.
What a fucking legend you are, bro. Hey, man, I know you've been on the show on and off all day. Do you have an opinion on who should get your glass today?
Oh, dad of 3 girls. That's it.
Oh.
End of story.
Well, that's the fucking end of it right there.
Easy. Yeah. He was just calling it every time. It was nuts.
He did a hell of a job today. There's no doubt about it. It'd be my pleasure.
Old Habatten holdover, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I got to give it to that guy.
He is. He's definitely a Habatten holdover, no doubt about it. And his wife's fucking smoking, too, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like this kind of guy.
He did good. All right, Chip. I'm going to bounce now. Appreciate you, brother,
Yeah,
man.
man. All right. Y'all be good. Warrior Dan Eagle.
See you, man.
Bye.
Peace. There he goes, Chip. Like no doubt. Chip, I don't really understand how he pulled his wife in. She's hot. Yeah, she's hot. Dad of 3 girls. I've not actually met his wife. I know who she is, and I thought she was so hot that I actually sent him a message. This is years ago, and I was like, "Your wife's so fucking hot." I mean, I don't know. I don't mean in a creepy way, Denton. I just think she's really, really good looking. And I said something like, "You did a hell of a job," or whatever. Anyway, it sounds like we got an answer here, right? Dad of 3 girls. Oh shit! I turned you off again.
Yeah. Dad of 3 girls.
Dad of 3 girls for sure, and he's the one that called that Arkansas was going to take command before they took command, and then he was also the guy who called that Auburn was going to seize command or re-seize command, and he actually gave the score that Auburn ended up not the final score, but he said that Auburn's going to get up 28-17, and they did. So, also a quick update: Denton was telling me earlier that UK has scored.
UK has scored.
And now it's Georgia's 14-7, right?
14-7.
So it's a little bit more of a dogfight, so to speak.
Yep, and then Purdue is up 14-7 going into half.
My man Dick Moore, the pipe layer. I don't know how I feel about this. Could the Purdue Boilermakers pull this shit off?
They have been pretty decent at that recently.
Boy, this will be a big dub for Purdue, man.
Yep.
And I mean, I feel like we should all pull.
Be about as big as that Ohio State one.
Let's see. Keith says JG is good and buzz now. LOL. We'll give him a laugh on that one, bro. I'll be Travel says going creeper. JGT LOL. Tom Brady and Jay-Z have hot wives. Yeah, Giselle is hot. And,
no crap.
You know how we feel about Beyonce, of course.
One's Beyonce and the other is a supermodel. So,
I mean, I hope I'm not talking too much shit here, but Dad of 3 girls, his wife, she's really hot. Like, insanely hot. She might be second all time for me behind Courtney, honestly. She's kind of got the same thing going as Courtney, though. That's the thing. Okay, let's see. Auburn Alumni says momentum on UK side now. Auburn Alumni also says UK is physical as hell on both sides of the ball. Have been all season. Yes, they have.
Yep.
UK's a pretty good football team, Dan.
That they are.
Yeah, they're pretty good. What's going to happen is they're going to go 11-1.
11-1.
And Alabama and Georgia are going to be in the playoff, and Kentucky's not. That's what's going to happen.
Yep.
Unless Auburn Tigers are able to seize it and win that game in the Iron Bowl, I think. At this point, I'm a little bit concerned. I mean, there's still a long way to go. Ole Miss is going to be a dogfight. At A&M, Auburn generally plays good in Texas, but, you know, who knows? Mississippi State, you think Auburn will win that one. At South Carolina, you think Auburn will win that one. So, could come down to that Iron Bowl. I love it when Iron Bowls dictate everything, particularly when they're in Jordan-Hare Stadium. Denton.
There's just something about Jordan-Hare.
Yeah, that you don't like?
That I don't like as a fan of an opposing team.
Blake says, choo-choo. My man. Johnny B. Good says, I would PIIHB. Do you know what that means?
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Think I do, but not certain.
Chip says, Data 3 Girls picture GTFO. So Data 3 Girls took off earlier. So we can't really blame him for that. That you can blame me for that. I'm the one that brought it up. He didn't. Brad E., who we believe is the king of all Easterwoods except for his wife, who's the absolute king, says, good win, boys. We love to have that. Spicy P says, can't imagine administrative assistant glares now. So here's the thing. So administrative assistant has been out to lunch with me at Chappie's, which, you know, Denton, is a very popular place to go. When Mrs. Dad of 3 Girls is there, and I say, hey, isn't she really pretty? Because I almost said his name, but I'm not going to. That is Dad of 3 Girls' wife. And she says, oh, yeah, she is really pretty. I understand where you're coming from on that. So we have those kinds of conversations. Also, Denton's mom, I guess we should say, also known as Ms. Givings. She texted me earlier to say, where are you, Ms. Givings? There it is. said she read on the internet, and this is just kind of going along with what you guys had talked about earlier, that Gus's daughter had given birth yesterday, and saying that there were some complications. They seem to think it's not the worst case situation, so hopefully everything's good there. For sure. Auburn Dad for Life says, later, peeps, going to eat me some roast hog. Yes, sir, you are. Of course you are. You're an absolute badass. Chip, who just got off the horn with us, says, I'm not confident about Mississippi State. That thumbs down kid has me scared. You know the guy I'm talking about, Denton? You ever seen the Mississippi State kid where he's like giving people the thumbs down and then he points at him?
I have not.
Oh, dude, it's good. It's good. For sure. Okay, we need to get some of our staffers on the horn, bro. Maybe Christian? Let's see if I can get Christian on the horn here. Nope. There we go. Christian Clemente. Let's see if we can get him on the horn. We called him earlier tonight, and he didn't answer. At halftime, we may have to confront him about that. We may have to. Or maybe we don't. I don't know.
Hello?
Yeah, is this Christian Clemente?
It is.
I would like to offer you a long-term warranty on your car.
You know, I'm not very heavily interested in the warranty on the car at the moment. It's running pretty good, so I think I'm doing pretty good.
I'm just kidding. It's JG. What's up, bro?
Not much. Just working on a little bit of writing right now.
Oh, shit. I know what you're talking about, bro. Hey, did Brian ask a question in the Zoom today?
BMAT?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe he did.
Did he ask him about the wide receivers?
I want to say he asked him about that the fumble that led to a touchdown, because that's what BMAT was writing about, and how that was a big momentum shift for Auburn and kind of the play of the game there.
No, I understand.
I want to say that's what he asked him.
Yeah. Cristiano, let me ask you, thoughts on the game just kind of in general?
I honestly wasn't really overly shocked by the performance. I think Auburn is just a more talented team, and I think that showed up for the most part. Coming into the game, I wasn't sure if Auburn was the better team. I thought Arkansas has been playing really well so far this year, but obviously Auburn proved that they are the better team. It was good to see the receivers go out there and actually catch the ball. From what we've registered, there were really only 2 drops, which is a massive upgrade from last week's performance and really just the season performance as a whole. And it really kind of shows you as well what this offense is capable of, you know, when the receivers are out there making some big plays. And there were several of them. There was one from Javarius Johnson, one from Demetrius Robertson. I've been really hard on him, but Shedrick Jackson had a couple of good catches out there as well. So it showed you what this offense is capable of when the players are doing what they're supposed to.
Word. What was Harson's demeanor on the post-game Zoom, bro?
Yeah, he was really excited, and he, like I just touched on the receivers, I mean, he seemed to be really happy with the fact that they were able to actually catch the ball. I mean, that's been the storyline for however many weeks now, and it was really emphasized after the Georgia loss last week. So he was excited by that and really encouraged by that. And he also noted, too, that he was definitely ready for the bye week. He said that the team is just a little bit banged up. They want to get some guys like Owen Papo back out there, so that'll be big for Auburn.
Who's your MVP of this game?
I think it would be tough to give it to anybody else but Bo, personally. I think Bo played incredible. He did have that one interception. I think, honestly, that was just an arm punt because he pump faked, and then he was going straight downfield. It was just kind of a designed, just throw it down there, see what happens, and it did get picked off. But, I mean, Bo followed up arguably his best road performance of his career at LSU with what I would say pretty confidently is his best road performance of his career at Arkansas. So I was very impressed by Bo. If it wasn't Bo, I'd probably give it to Marcus Harris just for that touchdown, because that really was a huge momentum play in the game.
Yeah, I thought he was pretty big. Marcus Harris, I thought, played a really good game. And I also thought Colby Wooden played a big game. He had some
Colby Wooden as well, yeah.
Yeah, incredibly clutch. He had a couple sacks. He had a couple tackles for loss. He was balling up the whole game.
Yeah, he was. I mean, there were a couple plays. His first sack was on rush 3, and he got through 2 offensive linemen and was able to get pressure. And then there were a couple of other times where he generated pressure when Auburn was just rushing 3. I mean, he was just a menace out there. He played really, really well.
What does this win do for you, bro?
It really proves to me what Auburn is, and I think that they are a better team than I initially thought. You know, I still wasn't really sure coming into this game what Auburn was, because LSU I thought was more of a season-deciding win, and it tilted the scales for Auburn to have a chance at a really good season. And if they were to lose, it would have been a really bad season. Georgia, I kind of just throw that game out, not out the window, but it was expected in my mind that they were going to lose because of how talented Georgia is and being the number one team. So this was really the first game for me where I could see, you know, Auburn is playing a team that I think is about at their level at this point, and how are they going to perform? And they performed really well. So now they get a chance to rest up for a week and then take on another tough stretch there with Ole Miss and Texas A&M. But I have a lot more confidence after today's game that they're going to be able to handle that stretch and, you know, win both those games maybe and try and make a run here in the West.
Were you involved with any player Zooms today?
Yeah, we had Bo, Zacoby, Derek Hall, Demetrius. That was the last guy. So we had all of those guys out there.
Did anybody really blow you away? Did they say anything crazy like we're going to win the whole world or whatever?
No, there was nothing really too crazy. The best quote probably came from Derek Hall saying how much they stand behind Bo, and he said, "That's my quarterback. Interception, no interception, whatever happens, happens. I'm always riding with Bo, and I'm always believing in Bo." But outside of that, there wasn't really anything too crazy from the players. They were just excited, man.
Word. You had made mention on the bunker that you were kind of working some back angles on some chicks. Tell me about how that went.
It went pretty good. It was more of a chill night last night, but it was pretty good.
Is this at your pad or whatever?
It was out on the town for a little bit and then out at my house, yes.
You had some friends over or whatever?
Yeah, I had a couple over.
Did you close?
Not last night, but it's more of a working situation that's got to keep going a little bit. You know, I wasn't fully interested in just one night.
Oh, where you
going a little bit?
Yeah, you're kind of going like long term, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, word. Okay. Is there anything else I've forgotten to ask you, bro?
Not that I can necessarily think of, to be honest.
Okay, cool. When is your intramural? Did you end up playing the soccer game?
Oh, yeah. So we lost in round one of the playoffs in intramural soccer. So we're out of that. But we start intramural flag football this week. I think our first game is on Thursday. So that should be pretty good. I don't know. I think we've got a decent chance. Luckily, I don't have to play quarterback. I'll probably be like our tight end out there, which should be pretty solid. So,
a word. A solid is what we like to hear, bro. All right, appreciate the update, Cristiano. Dude, all we've been talking about all day is how great you've been. You're the assassin, and we love you, and you think you're doing a great job.
Well, thank you. I love working here, and I love all the different subscribers and everybody listening to the Brain Drain and stuff like that. It's always a ton of fun.
All right, Cristiano. Appreciate you, brother.
All right. We'll talk to you later.
See ya. Look at that. He loves you guys. He told you guys. I got another text from Denton's mom. Let's see. The statement from UCF is that Gus's daughter, Kenzie, who lives in Birmingham, gave birth to her first child earlier this week. His daughter was readmitted to the hospital due to complications, but Gus said she is now stable and doing well. Man, thank you guys for the prayers, though. Seriously. He had already been planning to fly this afternoon from Cincinnati to Birmingham to visit them even before Kenzie was readmitted. So, man, that's great. That's great news, man. I was really fucking bummed out about that. Because, man, I got a daughter, and she's 19, and she's not pregnant. She hadn't had a kid, but at the same time, I don't know. Patrick J says, Mr. Personality Christian. Christian actually has a lot of personality. He just doesn't. It just takes a little while for him to show it. That's all. War Report's in the house. Show her your full nerd, Christian. Oh, man. I don't know if he can show all 10 inches of his full nerd. I don't know about that, bro. Let's see if we can get Stoltzy back on the horn. Man, we had a lot of great callers today. I didn't realize that. Chip called in. Christian, of course. Elite Gus. Auburn alumni. J-Head. Hunter. Of course, Hunter was twice with us today. Crazy. Let's see. Is Stoltzy? Doc? Yeah, we're going to call Stoltzy. You guys know he's been sick or whatever. He said he had he had a cough or something earlier, Denton. Hey, is this Stoltzy?
What's up? What's up? How are you? Yes, it is.
Hey, it's JG, bro. What's up? I'm Commodore at AuburnSports.com.
Oh, I've never heard of that. Is it a good site? I heard they got this one guy that's pretty good.
You talking about Brian?
He was
Brian Matthews?
Schwartz or someone like that. Brian Matthews.
You talking about the assassin?
The assassin. The assassin.
You talking about Michaela?
Yes, who just followed me on Twitter the other day.
You talking about Denton?
Yeah, who is Denton? I don't know who that is.
He's the intern. He works with us here at on the Brain Drain.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. I'm sorry.
We've been trying to work. We've been working on Denton to try to pick up some chicks. Do you have any tips for him? Why are you looking at me that way?
Yeah. Look nothing like me and act nothing like me.
He doesn't look like you.
Yeah. Don't act like me. Don't talk about Murder, She Wrote, I would say. Show that you have a Tinder side, though.
What?
Show that you have a Tinder side. Tinder
side. Yeah, there were some people on the bunker earlier that were saying that you had run out of left swipes or right swipes on Tinder. I was really surprised to hear that information. I don't know anything about Tinder myself, so I don't know what that means.
I'm not on Tinder.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, obviously. But yeah, I'm not on Tinder. Less swipe. Yeah, I get talk. Left swipe means no. Right swipe is saying that you want to match with them.
Yeah.
Left swipe is that you don't want to. I think, if I remember correctly.
So let me ask you this: for the Auburn Tigers football team, would you swipe left or right for them right now?
I would go right all the time right now. The way they play today.
All right,
that was a phenomenal effort. That was a great rebound from the Georgia game. The Bo Nix played out of his mind. He looked great, and the receivers really stepped up. I'm writing about them right now. I'm about to publish a story about the receivers and their focus. How many times are we going to hear that word? But yeah, their focus was on target today, and they looked really good. So I was pleasantly surprised by the win.
Of course you were, and you picked Arkansas to win. So how do you feel about that?
I don't feel so good about it right now. It was a bad mistake by me. But yeah, I'll pay for it on Tuesday, I guess, if I'm not dead by then. I'm starting to feel better, though. I am starting to feel better.
Yeah.
I'm drinking a lot of water. I think I'm drinking like 4 gallons of water already today. And yeah, so I'm getting there. My head doesn't hurt as much. I think my fever went away. So I don't think it's COVID. So hopefully by tomorrow I'll be up and at 'em and ready to rock and roll.
That's what I'm talking about. Some people said that you might not be on Tinder, but you might be on Scissor. Do you know what Scissor is?
I have no idea what it is.
Den, why are you laughing?
It is a Photoshop. Is it a Photoshop like thing, like scissors? Like where you crop pictures?
Denton, would you care?
Grinder for women.
Oh, do you think it's grind?
Oh, is it really?
Oh, yeah, scissors.
That's amazing. I never heard of that.
Yeah, that's not really like maybe my. It's not right down my strike zone.
The GPS thing with those sites is scary as hell.
Yeah, it really is. It's definitely
especially
concerning.
in like a big city.
What were a couple things that really stood out to you about post game Zooms from the Auburn side?
Post game Zooms. It didn't take as long as last week. That was a very good thing. Nick seemed happy and complex, or not complex, but complacent, and seemed like he was having fun out there. I guess you could say. Demetrius Robinson was speaking pretty well about the changes in what happened as wide receiver this week. And Harsin talked about it, said it's not rocket science or anything like that. It's just their focus. And, so that was about it that stood out for me. And Derek Hall looks like a man that you don't want to be tackled by the way. So, but everyone already knew that.
I don't want to be tackled by any of them, honestly.
Well, that's true. Maybe Quaddle Bomb.
AU Taxman says
Quaddle Bomb.
AU Taxman says Stoltz is totally getting on Scissor now. I don't know how you feel about that.
I will download the app tonight.
No, don't. I don't think it's really up my alley or your alley, really.
Oh, okay.
I'll leave that up to you, though. That's your choice.
I have enough apps on my phone already. So,
yeah, you're not a big app guy, are you?
I'm not a big app guy. I only have like 1.5 screen of apps.
I was disappointed.
I don't use that many.
I was disappointed to know that you, being a Hallmark Channel fan, did not know who Danica McKellar was.
Yeah, I don't know the actresses or actors. I just know. Does that mean that keeps on pressing that button? I just know what they look like. I can't pull it out. I just learned who Machine Gun Kelly was the other day.
Wait, you needed to have a Google on that?
I didn't know who he was, and I'm very sorry that I learned who he was. He looks like a complete tool.
Wait, isn't he hooked up with Halsey, though?
Megan
Fox.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, what is she doing?
She's being hot?
Well, yeah, but was it that guy?
Well,
he looks like he's on meth. He looks like everyone in my hometown that graduated from my high school who stuck around Greenham County.
Well, I know, but I'm putting a picture of Danica McKellar right now. She's extremely hot. I'm sorry that you don't agree with me on this.
I don't know who she is.
What do you mean you don't know? She's on Hallmark all the time, bro.
I know. Danica Patrick? No, that's a killer.
What'd you say?
She is good. Oh, wait. I do know who she is.
Yeah? Are you looking at the picture now?
Yeah. I'm looking at her Wikipedia page.
Oh, yeah. She's on like every Hallmark Channel movie ever.
Television.
She also has a master's in discrete mathematics. So, I mean, that really appeals to me.
Yeah. My Christmas Dream. Oh, Crown for Christmas. I remember that one. That was a really good one.
No, don't. Denton, no. Denton, do not. This is not how you do it, Denton. Okay? This is not how you do it.
And Christmas at Dollywood was pretty good. Christmas at Grand Valley was good.
It was good.
She was at Christmas, She Wrote. Which is my shirt.
I told you this on the show like 2 weeks ago, bro.
I know. I forgot.
I don't know. AU Taxman says, Stoltz, do you live in the mountains or something? How do you not know?
No, I don't live in the mountains. I live right behind Bow and Arrow, which they pretend that the restaurant's in the freaking mountains.
I got you.
They pretend they're in Aspen with the freaking prices there.
What else do I need to ask you, Stoltz? Anything?
No.
Okay.
I ate solid food during the game for the first time in 36 hours.
You did what now?
I ate solid food for the first time in 36 hours during the game.
Den, I don't know, bro. This is good. Do you feel a little bit better though, for real?
I do. Yeah.
All right, good.
My head doesn't hurt as much, and I can actually move around a little bit. So, yeah. So I think my fever's gone. I think I sweated it out with the oldies.
All right.
With Richard Simmons.
You've done a hell of a job, Stoltzy. We appreciate you, and we will see you Tuesday. All right.
All right. Sounds good.
See you, bro.
Buddy. See you then. Bye.
Bye. Did you see that, Denton? He gave you a shout out there. Hey, do you see the picture, Denton, of Danica McKellar here? Yeah. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Let me turn you back on.
Yeah.
Hot or not?
Hot.
She's smoking ass hot. I'm just like mesmerized. She's like intelligent and assertive and super hot. Like there's nothing wrong there. It's just all good.
Red Sox are now up 8-0 with a second grand slam.
Is that right?
Yep.
Another granny?
Rafael Devers.
Dave Brown says Stoltz probably drinks Zimas. Possibly. AU Taxman says, here we go, Stoltz health update. There's a rumor going around that Mike G of War Report fame might want to get on here and capitulate a little bit about maybe Bo Nix. I don't know. We'll maybe we should just give him a call. MWD, if you know I love you, bro. But I gotta get on here with Mike G. He lives in the 702 area code. That's not a normal one, is it, Forrest Denton?
I do not believe it is.
Yeah, I don't think that's a normal one for us. So I'm going to call him right now and see if we can get Mike G on the horn. Mike G have to capitulate here a little bit. Phone's ringing. See what happens. Yeah,
what's going on, JG?
Is this Mike G in the house?
This is Mike G.
Mike G, I'm going to have to tell you this. The Bo Nix had a pretty good day.
He had a phenomenal day.
Yeah.
And Bo Nix had a day of days, I would say. 80% on the days, 21 for 26 for just under 300 yards and 2 TDs. I thought he played the best game we've ever seen him play, especially on the road.
Now, I know there are some people, Mike G, who believe that you cheer against Bo, and I don't think that you do. I think you cheer for Auburn. I mean, you like to see Auburn win, right?
I do. I don't cheer against players. We talk about play, right? So when the play deserves praise, we give it praise. When it deserves critique, we give it critique. Bottom line is, Bo's a third-year QB. He looked like a third-year QB today. He looked composed. I think that they did some things to help him out. He did some things today to really help what is a young receiver core out too. Ball placement was good today. He hung in the pocket, I thought, well, rolled out when he had to, protected the football except for that one throw. But, the difference between Bo today and Bo a lot of days is that after that interception, it never felt like a moment that was turning the game based on how he played. I told the guys while we were watching, I was like, I don't even know if I'm really that down about that interception. He pump faked, the DB didn't bite, and he threw the ball anyway. So it was definitely a mistake. But other than that, I don't know that you ask for much more from your quarterback today. JG, the tape is out on Auburn, man. People are going to stack the box and force us to throw. And I think that Bo made him pay today. And it makes his performance today makes a lot of the rest of the schedule look winnable.
Well, yeah. I mean, they got some games up here. I mean, you got Ole Miss coming up, Mississippi State, Texas A&M. These are games that Auburn could probably win now,
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? Here's what Bo's performance does for our running backs. Because right now, I got a lot of people asking me on Twitter, they're DMing me. They're like, hey, what happened to our running game? And the truth is that teams have not respected us through the air. Arkansas did that today to their own detriment. And Bo made them pay. Listen, the bomb to Robertson was historic. On the road, right? He hit him in stride. That he put enough air under it. Robertson ran it down. And if you're Arkansas, you're like, crap. That guy was not supposed to make that throw. But he made it. And over the last part of the game, you see the running back start to find some room. And we really didn't do much on the ground in the first half. But into the third quarter, we kind of wore them down. Listen, we did to them what Georgia did to us last week.
Yeah.
They slowed our run game, right? And eventually they kept hitting passes over the top until once we started to respect it, their run game got going. I thought it was a good performance. I've been kind of down on the play calling. I'll eat crow on this. I think Bobo is creating opportunities, and it has really just been about execution.
No, it really has. And they executed well today, Mike G. I mean, they got the long throw to Javarius. They got the long throw to D-Rob. And they ran the football when they needed to late in the game, man.
Yeah, man. Great. I mean, listen, the pass to Javarius I thought was huge for Bo. I thought it was huge for his psyche. He put just the right amount of air and let Javarius run under it. On the road, taking advantage of those opportunities. Think about how much more efficient he was today. He was so efficient that we didn't have to throw the ball 45 times.
Yeah.
Right? We threw the ball under 30 times, and he for almost 300 yards. I think you take that from Bo or from any quarterback that starts, any day of the week. This was, this performance by Bo deserves to be celebrated. I think, I want to see him go out and do it again at home versus an Ole Miss team that will give him his opportunities to make the same kind of plays. This is big. This is big for Harsin. He's talked about changing culture. We've heard that over and over again. I don't know if you noticed. Did you see that they sat Troxel?
They sacked him?
Troxel. No, they sat Austin Troxel. They benched him.
Yeah, for Killian Zira, right?
Yeah, I've got to go back and look at the tape, but the offensive line looked solid today, man. I thought they played a solid game.
I agree, and I thought that Zira, I'm not saying he was awesome today, but he was solid. I found that weird, though, because I felt like Troxel was one of their better probably their best linemen coming into the game, and then they replaced him with Zira, and he was fine. I'm not arguing about that, but I'm like, bro, Nick Brahms has been their worst blocker. Why not change him out? But they didn't do that.
Yeah, listen, it was time to do something here on O-line. We returned a lot of experience on O-line this year for them to be playing like this. Today was a team. I thought it was a good team win. Bo did a lot, but the truth is there were some other things that definitely deserve to be celebrated as well. As well as coaching, I will say. So we saw some different wide receiver groupings to start the game. Shed was on the bench to start the game. They got Malcolm and Capers out there a little bit. It was a questionable call, but God, Capers has been interfered with like 4 times this season, and they almost never call it. And they called something today. It was a questionable call. The Jarquez Hunter fumble, JG, did you get an explanation on what happened there?
Yeah, I think the whistle was blown because forward progress had been established, and then they so when the fumble, it was after the whistle had blown.
Yeah, I thought that was fortunate. I thought we were fortunate that happened. But Jarquez, I don't think he has a turnover this year.
That's right.
So that would be uncharacteristic for him. But this changes. I've been asked over and over again if this was a must-win for Auburn and what does a win do for us, and the answer is hope for the rest of the season. You lose this game, people start to lose hope. Right, about what the rest of the season looks like, because we have the toughest remaining schedule in the country by a long shot.
Yeah.
You win this game on the road, and suddenly Ole Miss looks winnable. Right. We're not worried about losing to South Carolina necessarily if we perform like this. And you circle that Iron Bowl date, man, and you go in there and you try to kick Nick Saban's ass. Their O-line is gettable this year.
Yeah, I don't see why not, man. And, I think this changes the season. You're 5-2 right now, bro. I feel like you can do better things now,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but, I'd be underscore. I don't want to underplay it, JG. I am here to proverbially eat crow on Bo Nix for today. Bo did a phenomenal job. And, I doubted whether this late in his career he could actually turn the corner. Based on the things that he needed to improve. I hope that this is a sign that we're developing more consistency on offense. And when you talk about that, it starts with your most senior people. So it starts with the O-line and it starts with your quarterback, because that's where all the experience is. So if you can get them going, you can get this team going. And, this is the first time we've crossed the 30 points in the SEC play this year. I did not think this was going to be a game we could win scoring less than 30. They added a defensive touchdown. It wasn't perfect in pass defense, but I think that Derek Mason is kind of conceding some of these passing yards, based on his personnel. It looks like this is how he's decided we're going to play defense for the rest of the year. Get used to us giving up a few yards to the air, to stop the run and force teams to be one-dimensional.
For real. Dude, it's a hell of a game for Auburn, and that's a W. That's the bottom line, 5-2. That's good news.
5-2. I'll take it. I'm gonna go. I got my Blantons in front of me right now, JG. I'm about to turn up some shots in honor of this win.
That's what I'm talking about, Mike G. Appreciate you coming on with us, bro.
All right, brother. War Eagle.
See, man, War Eagle. There he is, Mike G. from the War Report. Denton, I got a problem. Hold on, let me turn your mic on. I got a problem.
What is said problem?
The problem is I either got to go to the bathroom or we got to end this stream.
That's a tough one.
I haven't gone since, and it's been 6 hours. I think I'm going to wrap it up.
Okay.
Dave B says, prayers for Gus Malzahn's daughter, Kenzie. Absolutely. You know how we feel about that, bro. Also, Keith M says, good call, Mike G. Have we got a score on the UK-Georgia game?
It is 20-14 now. Georgia just scored.
Dang.
Extra point pending. Purdue is up. So that's good, at least.
Yeah, Pipe Layer's happy about that. By the way, Mike G, who was just on the horn, obviously an important member. They're all important members of the War Rapport, so check them out on YouTube, the War Rapport, Rapport. You know, we feel very strongly about them here at AuburnSports.com. We love those guys. All right, I guess we're going to wrap it up there. The glass, I feel like everybody would say it should go to Dad of Three Girls. Right, because he was calling the game, basically. He said that Arkansas was going to seize control of the game. They did. Then he said Auburn was going to re-seize it and win the game. He did that, too. So we're going to go ahead and give the glass of the day 008 to Dad of Three Girls. We're glad to have him, of course. And, we're going to probably bounce now. Wes says, good raining JG. Or good grain, Jay. Excuse me. Daniel M says 20-7. Great call from Mike G. Canoeman says, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the bass when my DJ revolves it. Bass, bass, bass. I got that, bro. Canoeman, I got what you're putting down, bro. All right, I'm going to probably wrap it up there. Chip says, what channel is Purdue on? You don't have any idea, do you?
ABC.
ABC. There it is. Denton, what an unbelievable performance by you today. If you don't mind, maybe next week you will actually talk. Is there any chance you're going to see that girl again?
Maybe.
I mean, can you make it? Do you know her name? I'm not asking you to repeat it on the show, but do you know her name?
I can't remember it currently.
Fuck, did she tell you?
I do not recall.
Fuck, were you mesmerized? I thought you said she was a 6 or a 7.
You take what you can get, man.
Oh, word. Okay. All right. So next week we want to get a name. Hopefully you can run in that girl again and see what you can do. Okay.
Okay.
We're rooting for you, bro. I think this is your chance. Is she hittable? You're worried about her watching. Okay, I got you. All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up there. Appreciate you guys watching the show. All of our super chatters, we love you. Man, and all of our subscribers, we love you too, guys. You guys have been incredible. Absolutely incredible. So we're going to wrap it up there. Seriously, guys, until we see you again for the next game. Let's see. Next week I'm going to be at my high school reunion in Tulsa. Blake R says, thanks, JG, always for being awesome. And Denton, get them digits. That would be awesome if you could get those. I mean, Denton, everybody here's pulling for you, bro. Yeah, and I'm going to be at my high school reunion next weekend, so we will not be doing a show. Auburn is off. Obviously, we'll see you guys again on the Brain Drain for the Ole Miss game on October 30th. Until we see you guys again, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. I love you guys. Make great decisions out there, and have a great off week. Peace and love.